Chapter 866. In an instant, Zhang Feng's face turned as red as blood. Wuxia hugged Zhang Feng as if she'd lost her head out of fear, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Cough, cough, cough. As Zhang Feng coughed violently, Wuxia let go of Zhang Feng in a panic. This, Prince Zhang, my daughter didn't do it on purpose. I hope Prince Zhang. Wuxia looked at Zhang Feng like a child who had done something wrong. Zhang Feng's head buzzed as if it was about to explode. This was what he couldn't stand the most. He especially didn't dare to look into Wuxia's eyes. Now that they had inadvertently met each other's eyes, Zhang Feng's face turned even redder. Cough, cough, cough. It's fine, I'm fine. Damn the floor. When I have time, I'll definitely get the craftsman on the mountain to repave the floor. Yes, it's the floor's fault. Zhang Fengdong said one sentence after another. There was no trace of the wisdom he had before. As he spoke, Wuxia finally realized what they were doing. She panicked and stood up from Zhang Feng's lap. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared in Wuxia's seductive eyes. After the two of them hurriedly tidied up their clothes, they acted as if nothing had happened and drank tea with all their might. After a long while, Wuxia stole a glance at Zhang Feng. Seeing that he was playing with his hair, she asked, Prince Zhang, can you ask you something? Go ahead. After you went down the mountain, Prince Zhang composed that poem. Was it because of you that you felt lost? This. Zhang Feng's mouth was dry. His mind was still in a mess. He was still thinking about what had just happened. When he heard Wuxia's question, he didn't know what to say. He had only casually composed the poem last time. If it weren't for those three bastards, this wouldn't have happened. Wuxia clearly misunderstood something. However, how could Zhang Feng explain this? There was simply no way to explain it. The more he tried to explain, the more he couldn't make sense of it. Zhang Feng coughed and said, Miss you, a poem's ability lies in its meaning. Why do you have to pursue it? Who are you doing it for? Zhang Feng's words. Wuxia smiled faintly. Seeing Zhang Feng's hand on the teacup, she placed her hand on Zhang Feng's hand and said in an aggrieved tone, Young Master Zhang, can you compose a poem for me? This. The moment Wuxia's hand used hand. What was he supposed to say? Isn't this King asking for my life? Weren't you afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself? Damn you old you. You're already so old. Lao Tzu has no enmity with you. You don't have to use this seductress to harm me, right? If you're still holding a grudge over how I tricked you, Lao Tzu will return it to you, okay? Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't guarantee what would happen if he continued to stay here. This woman was simply more powerful than anything else. Ahem. Well, Miss you know that poems? Wuxia thought that Zhang Feng was going to compose a poem. Her face lit up. I've long heard that Prince Zhang is eloquent and can compose poems easily. Could it be that Prince Zhang has thought of it so quickly? As she spoke, Wuxia put her face in front of Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng groaned inwardly. He twisted his numb neck and drank all the water in the cup and the teapot in one gulp. Then he said, Thinking of clothes in the clouds and face in the flowers, the spring breeze brushes the railings and the dew is thick. If not for the mountains and jade heads, we would meet under the moon in the jade pavilion. At this moment, Zhang Feng just wanted to finish his task as soon as possible. When the poem was finished, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up. Suppressing his emotions, he said, Miss you I still have important matters to attend to. Ah? Prince Zhang, this is... Wuxia pretended to be surprised. The next moment, she saw that Zhang Feng's expression was abnormally ugly. She covered her mouth and laughed. In that case, you will come to visit another day. Thank you, Prince Zhang, for your poem today. You will definitely give you a big gift another day. As she spoke, Wuxia leisurely got up. After giving a courtly greeting, she slowly left. Only after Wuxia left did Zhang Feng's taut nerves instantly relax. He hurriedly ran to the rear courtyard and dove headfirst into the water tank, not caring whether or not the water in the tank had been used for a long time or whether or not there were insects inside. To sober himself up. At this moment, Ma Zhou waited for Wuxia to leave before entering the small tavern. As soon as he heard the noise in the backyard, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran into the backyard. Teacher, how did Zhang Feng become like this when he just went out for a while? Ma Zhou could not help but pull Zhang Feng out of the water tank in a panic. With the cool water, Zhang Feng became much more clear-headed and the evil fire in his heart subsided. Squatting beside the water tank and panting, he signaled Ma Zhou to give him a cigarette. After taking 2 puffs with trembling hands, Zhang Feng asked, You left? She left. She really left. Yes, I saw her get into the sedan chair and leave. Hearing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Then he cursed, Lao Tzu asked you to come here to broaden your horizons. Motherf asterisk her, in the end you just left Lao Tzu here alone? Chapter 867. Ma Zhou was dumbfounded. He turned pale with fright and stuttered at a loss. Teacher, the ancient said this, don't give me this. Let me ask you, did you really not understand or were you faking it? Didn't you see that I was flattering you? If you felt uncomfortable and ran away, why didn't you call me along? How can you trick your teacher like this? Ma Zhou felt wronged. However, he didn't know what to do and was sweating profusely from anxiety. When Zhang Feng saw this, he couldn't reprimand him. After all, this woman was too powerful. How could an honest person like Ma Zhou have seen this before? Alright, I don't blame you for this. After all, no one has seen this kind of woman before. However, I brought you out to broaden your horizons. Tonight, I want you to write down what you've learned today. Also, I want you to copy the disciple rules 10 times. When Ma Zhou heard this, he could only bow and say, yes. Alright, you can go up the mountain. Also, tell them that I have something important to do here. Zhang Feng waved his hand tiredly and sent Ma Zhou away. However, before Ma Zhou could walk out of the backyard, he saw Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin walking into the tavern with 2 beggars' chickens. When he saw Yu Qigong, Zhang Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled. After waving his hand to let Ma Zhou go up the mountain, Zhang Feng walked into the tavern angrily. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were stunned. Yo, what's going on? Who bullied you? Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask in surprise. You still have the nerve to ask? Lao Tzu has no grudge with you. Why did you make fun of him? Yu Qigong was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly punched the beggar's chicken away and asked, what happened? What does this have to do with me again? Don't worry, if that bastard dares to bully you and fray me, Lao Tzu will bring him here now. You can kill him or cut him up as you wish. Qing Yaojin also felt that something was wrong. They were training the soldiers at the foot of the mountain. When they heard that Zhang Feng had gone down the mountain, the 2 of them waited for the training to end before rushing over. They wanted to have a drink with Zhang Feng. While he was at it, he would also clarify the matter with Yu Qiyu. But now, seeing Zhang Feng's appearance, Qing Yaojin and Wang Chong instantly felt that something big had happened. As expected, as soon as Qing Yaojin finished speaking, Zhang Feng pursed his lips and said, are you sure you don't know? Qing Yaojin spread out his hands and said, we just finished our work. When we heard that you went down the mountain, we hurriedly ran over to have a drink with you. How would we know what was wrong with you? When Zhang Feng heard this, his mood improved a little. He snorted and said, just now his sister came. Yu Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He had come this time to resolve this matter. Yu Qiyu told the truth. Yu Qigong had always been fighting outside, so he had never met her. He had only exchanged letters with that cousin of his, and had occasionally heard him mention that he had a girl. Back when he was drinking with Zhang Feng, he blurted it out without thinking. When he returned home, he told his family. The more the 2 of them thought about it in bed, the more they felt that there was something going on between the 2 of them. Yu Qigong's wife had always been in charge of the household, so she naturally knew more about Yu Qiyu than Yu Qigong. She only said that Yu Qiyu was a rare beauty in the Yu Qi family and was famous in the Jiangnan area. The 2 of them looked at Zhang Feng. He was still single and brimming with talent. If the 2 of them got together, they would be a perfect match. Although Yu Qiyu might be the concubine for someone like Zhang Feng whose future was unknown, such a thing was negligible. Which successful man did not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, given Zhang Feng's relationship with the emperor and the crown prince, he had a bright future ahead of him. However, when the 2 of them met, it seemed to be completely different from what they had imagined. First, it was Zhang Feng's poem on the mountain. Then it was the emperor and the retired emperor's anger. Then the retired emperor's words after meeting Yu Qiyu. Yu Qigong could not help but be cautious. After that, Yu Qigong hurriedly dispatched the best men under his command to investigate the imperial chef Yu Qiyu from various states in Jiangnan. It was also on this day. Right when they came out of the drill ground of Mount Shao, a scout finally came back with a letter that was delivered from a family 800 miles away from each state capital. His face was covered in dust. Yu Qiyu was extremely beautiful. But at home and in Jiangnan, she was also the center of attention. She had been extremely arrogant since she was young. Most importantly, she was very ambitious and good at playing with people's hearts. After reading the letter, Yu Qigong was really anxious. He finally understood why the retired emperor said that. He also finally understood why Zhang Feng was so anxious. However, it was not his place to interfere in this matter. As long as things did not develop in the worst direction, it would be best if Zhang Feng could change Yuqiuer's mind with his wicked ideas. However, Yuqigong was still a step too late. Yuqigong's expression was slightly serious as he said, "Zhang Feng, I'm going to ask you a serious question now. Answer me honestly. Do you like Yuqiuer?" Chapter 868. Zhang Feng's expression turned serious when he heard that. To be honest, Zhang Feng was infatuated with Yuqiu, or even though he was in a sorry state after meeting her twice. Who didn't love beauties? Everyone did. To be fair, Zhang Feng wasn't a villain or a gentleman. He liked beauties too, but Yuqiu always gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through her. He even felt a sense of danger. But humans were just that cheap. Even though he knew there was a problem, Zhang Feng was looking forward to this kind of challenge. Especially the moment he came into contact with Yuqiu, Zhang Feng was a little infatuated with the feeling of suffocation. Perhaps it was also a desire to conquer. At this time, Zhang Feng also knew that if Zhang Feng said no, then Lao Yu might use some means to send Yuqiu back to Jiangnan, or find a second-generation official to marry her. It was all because of Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng thought for a long time, but Yuqigong wasn't in a hurry. He picked up Zhang Feng's cigarette from the table, scratched the wick of the oil lamp, lit it and smoked slowly. Well, to be honest, I don't like her. From a man's point of view, Yuqiu is indeed. But she's a little scheming. I still can't see through her. So if you say you don't like her, you'll be lying. Do you understand what I mean, old you? Zhang Feng said after weighing the pros and cons for a long time. Yuqigong grinned and said, "If that's the case, I won't interfere in this matter. Besides, I can't interfere even if I want to. I can only give you a piece of advice. Yuqiu has been arrogant since she was a child and she's been spoiled, so I won't force you to be together in the future. I just don't want to fall to the point where we can't even be brothers in the end." Yuqigong had seen too many things like this. He couldn't help but feel a little bitter when he talked about it. Although Zhang Feng hadn't known him for long, he was someone who couldn't hide things. As for him and Yuqiu, it was easy to cause a commotion in the city. The storm that Yuqigong was talking about was that he was afraid that Yuqiu would mess around with Zhang Feng's things. In the end, the Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus would not be able to tolerate it. Although the Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus might not necessarily make a move against Zhang Feng, if this brat's feelings were too deep, then, once the Emperor and the retired Emperor made a move against Yuqiu, it would be truly terrifying if he went crazy. Perhaps this was what the Emperor and retired Emperor meant when they talked about it that day? Yuqigong couldn't help but sigh again and say, "Come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take it one step at a time. I know you haven't eaten yet, so why don't we have a drink?" Zhang Feng didn't want to dwell on this matter. Old Yu was a smart man, so he naturally knew what to do. Old Yu changed the topic. Zhang Feng also instantly felt hungry. "If you didn't mention it, I would really be hungry. Wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. I think I still have some dry food. Let's have a good drink later." It was said that Zhang Feng still had some private goods. Qing Yaojin couldn't help but grumble, "Boy, how many things have you hidden? How can you hide them so well?" Zhang Feng smiled mischievously, ignored the two of them and went into the kitchen. Zhang Feng hadn't been back for a long time, so he didn't know whether the things he kept had been taken by the army of rats. But fortunately, what Zhang Feng was worried about didn't happen. The jar was still firmly upside down in the basin, and the dried tiger meat hidden in it should be uneaten. While Zhang Feng was tinkering in the kitchen, Qing Yaojin and Yuqigong looked at the beer in their hands and smelled the fragrance coming from Zhang Feng's kitchen. In an instant, the beggar's chicken in their hands suddenly didn't smell good. "Guess, is there any good wine in Fengzi's tavern?" Qing Yaojin whispered in Yuqigong's ear. Yuqigong's eyes lit up in an instant. "Let's go and have a look." Both of them were drunkards. Zhang Feng said that there was no wine. It was fine on the mountain, but where was it? This was a small tavern. How could there be no wine here? The two of them rummaged from the wine cabinet to the backyard for a long time, but in the end they still couldn't find any wine. They had to go back to the hall gloomily, looking everywhere with their 4 eyes. From the roof beam to the kitchen. At this moment Zhang Feng came out. Looking at the strange eyes of the two of them, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking at?" Ahem. The two of them coughed and pretended that nothing had happened. When the 3 meat dishes and a few vegetable dishes were served, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the golden marinated jerky, he asked, "Is this the good thing you said?" The jerky was cut into small pieces by Zhang Feng. Then he dried the leftover rice crust and placed it on top of the jerky. He sprinkled a handful of pepper and cumin on it, and added a spoonful of hot oil. That taste. It would be strange if the two of them could stand it. When Zhang Feng was about to put all the dishes on the table, Qing Yaojin pulled him and said, "Fengzi, you have good dishes, but this beer. Isn't it a bit too bad?" Zhang Feng stared and pointed to a bucket of swill in the corner. "There is no white wine, but there is some swill. Do you want to drink it?" Chapter 869. You only know how to drink. Why didn't you drink alcohol before? Zhang Feng was also annoyed by Yuqiuer's matter. Now that he said that, he felt that he had gone overboard. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin and Yuqigong were both shameless people. Zhang Feng was like a younger brother to them. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't have any white wine, the two didn't say anything. They glanced at Zhang Feng and started to eat. This made Zhang Feng feel that he was being petty. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little awkward. At this moment, Qing Yaojin asked as he tore a piece of jerky, "I heard from Iron Bull that you're preparing to take over the mid-autumn hunt? How's the preparation going now? Excluding today, there are only 10 days left. Do you want old man to find a Kuju team for you?" When it came to serious matters, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look serious. "Forget about the Kuju team. Even if I look for one now, I won't be able to find one." Hearing this, Yuqigong and Qing Yaojin looked at each other and said, "Don't tell me you're planning to form a Kuju team yourself in these 10 days. The two of them had never heard of this from Cheng Chumo and the others. However, he dared to form a Kuju team when he didn't know anything about it? Moreover, it was within 10 days. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible. However, since this kid said so, it meant that he was prepared. Although this mid-autumn hunt didn't seem to be a big deal, it was obvious that the Imperial College was targeting Chang and University and Zhang Feng's White Deer College. Who asked Zhang Feng to be in the limelight during this period of time? If Zhang Feng didn't come out on top during the mid-autumn hunt, then, if Zhang Feng's academy failed in the 3 autumn hunts after 3 years of imperial examinations, then, in that case he wouldn't have to participate in the imperial examinations. This mid-autumn hunt was equivalent to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights inspecting the situation of the academy in advance for the emperor. If you can't even handle a small mid-autumn hunt, how can you get a chicken? He might as well not participate in the imperial examinations. How embarrassing. In other words, it was a kind of resource deviation of the country to the academy. The Imperial College had been established for a long time, and it was built by the people of the imperial court. Naturally, it had a close relationship with the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. Originally, the matter of the mid-autumn hunt should have been notified long ago. But this year's situation was special. Because of the locust plague and the food shortage on Mount Hua, many things were put on hold. Even the imperial examinations had been suspended. No one had thought that the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights would suddenly make an announcement at this time. No one knew what the emperor was thinking. Did he really believe that Zhang Feng could resolve this matter? Or was he deliberately trying to make Zhang Feng stand up? Preparing for the mid-autumn poetry meet? Although Qing Yaojin and Yuqigong had unique talents in military affairs, they were not good in this aspect. They only knew that someone was targeting Zhang Feng, but they did not know the details. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng like this, they could not help but think that Zhang Feng was angry just now because of this matter. Yuqigong and Qing Yaojin nodded and said, "I thought it was something else. So this is what you are worried about? You can leave this matter to me. I have been training with the training manual you gave me last time. I have a group of good people under me. If you trust me, you can take this recruit training manual to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. It will definitely open the eyes of those idiots from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights." Yes, old you is right. I think this matter will work. The two of them echoed each other. Zhang Feng curled his lips and said, "Just put your hearts in your stomachs. You don't have to worry about this matter." When the two heard this, their eyes lit up and they asked in unison, "Did you prepare something good?" "What do you mean something good?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the two of them. He seriously suspected that the two of them were preparing to scam him again. However, seeing that the two of them were so concerned about this matter, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a plan. He smiled and asked, "The two of you are really concerned about this little brother. This little brother has indeed prepared something good, but right now I'm lacking manpower. Would the two of you like to help this little brother?" This time it was Yuqigong and Yuqigong's turn to be shocked. Zhang Feng smiled. Especially when he smiled so cheekily, he was definitely up to something. The two of them were smart people. How could they not know? After looking at each other, The two of them immediately asked with vigilance, "Tell us about it first. We will think about it." Where could he find free labor that didn't cost him anything? Didn't they take the initiative to come to their door? Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, Hey, don't feel pressured. It's not difficult to do. I just need to trouble the two of you to help me find some carpenters and blacksmiths. As for the rest, I just need to send some cement from my Xingshan Academy. As for the rest, you just need to make a floor as big as my tavern and put 2 backboards on the trees on both sides of the floor. If the two of you are too lazy to go to Xingshan Academy, you can also pave the floor with stone slabs. Yuchi Gong and Yuchi Gong's faces were full of question marks. What kind of operation was this? They could not help but ask suspiciously, just this? Chapter 870. Yuchi Gong and Li Yongjin thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. It was too simple. This is so simple that it couldn't be any simpler. But why did you make this? They didn't know about cement. But they had been to Mount Shao. The market at the foot of Mount Shao was made of that stuff. The two of them had been itching to take some home. A little bit of mud-like stuff was poured on the ground and after a while it became like a stone. This was simply too amazing. At this time, seeing that Zhang Feng actually wanted them to go to the mountain to transport cement, the two of them couldn't help but quickly fiddle with their little abacus in their hearts. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. If they could seize this opportunity, okay. What a coincidence. We really have nothing to do during this time. Just tell us, where can we get this stuff you mentioned? We'll go back and find someone to get it now. Yuchi Gong slammed the table, shaking the dishes on the table. Zhang Feng was also shocked. What's wrong with you? Sit down, don't be agitated. I suspect that I didn't explain this to you clearly. You two listen carefully. Zhang Feng seriously suspected that what he said was distorted by the two of them. This thing, I call it a basketball court. I know, isn't it the thing you prepared for this mid-autumn hunt? Qing Yaojin interrupted Zhang Feng, but it seemed that he really hadn't heard of the word basketball. He hurriedly asked, what is a basketball? Basketball is a fun thing that I invented. Zhang Feng didn't know how to explain it. There was no way to explain this thing at all. In this era there was only Kuju which they couldn't understand. After rubbing his forehead, Zhang Feng said, it's hard to explain it clearly. You two go and do what I said first. When the ball is done tomorrow I'll tell you what it is. I really can't tell you now. How about it? Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin weren't happy. Hey, what's wrong? You still want to hide it from us? You brat, you're not being honest. It's not about being honest or not. If I tell you right now he's just a ball, will you believe me? Besides, the ball will only be fixed tomorrow. What do you want me to do? Seeing this, the two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. Well, let's have a drink. By the way, Fengzi, where do you plan to put this ball court thing? Get it? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, if he wanted to promote basketball, especially before the autumn hunt, and let the people accept this thing, he could only do it to the extent that every community and every market had a basketball court, just like in the future. In that case, once it attracted the enthusiasm of the people for basketball, it would naturally be recognized by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights during the mid-autumn hunt. At that time, there would be 5 people that he had personally trained. Then, Zhang Feng could not help but have a crazy plan in his mind. Old Chin, I have something that you guys need to think about for me. If you think it's feasible, you guys have a lot of people under you. Go and do it for me today. Is that okay? Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Gong narrowed their eyes. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't look like he was joking, they couldn't help but stop joking. They went forward and asked, tell us about it. There is, but how to do it depends on how you guys do it. Old Chin, do you still remember the promotion of the cooperative and the bone-strengthening powder? Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Gong's eyes lit up when they heard this. However, Qing Yaojin was speechless. He asked, then tell me, what is this ball-watching thing? You're saying it out of the blue. Zhang Feng patted Qing Yaojin's shoulder and snapped his fingers. You have to listen carefully. You all know about Kuju, right? Yes, we know. Not only do we know, but we also play together when we have nothing to do. That's right. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had played with this thing, it would be easy to handle. This thing is actually the same as Kuju. However, Kuju is played with the feet while this basketball is played with the hands. There is a frame about the size of a wash basin more than 10 feet above the ground. There is one on each side of the court. There is no need to explain this, right? The two nodded. They stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng continued, as long as the ball is thrown into the frame, it counts as winning the game. This thing is not like Kuju, which is used for fighting. This thing is completely invented by me to strengthen the body. It's not as good as old Master Li." As soon as they heard Zhang Feng mention the retired emperor, the two immediately sat up straight. Although Zhang Feng was a little surprised, he didn't care and said, "You have seen old Master Li's body. However, if old Master Li played it every day, his physical fitness would definitely be better than now. Is this thing really so magical?" Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin couldn't help but think of the poker cards that Zhang Feng had invented before. When Zhang Feng had made that thing, he had said that it was a good thing. Yes, it was a good thing, but it was too damn expensive. Now, not only were all the gambling houses using poker cards, but even the military and the women at home were playing it when they had nothing to do. In a short period of time, the two's money had shrunk. It was still okay in the military. If you shouted, no one would dare to play. However, if you dared to shout at home, you could try it. You couldn't even enter the door at night. Chapter 871. Although the women in his family quarreled with each other for a few copper coins every day because of this toy, if he dared to stop them from playing with it, he would not be able to enter the room for half a month. This was even more cruel than the scourge of wild beasts. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng was about to come up with something, the two of them could not help but be alarmed. "Fengzi, this thing you're talking about? Is it really for strengthening the body? Nothing else?" They were really scared. If it were not for the fact that this thing was made by Zhang Feng, and if it were made by someone else, the emperor would have chopped the person who invented the poker card into pieces. Why would he wait until now? Basically, the concubines in the harem were playing this thing all day long. Although they were not as competitive, it was still a headache for Li Shimin. Zhang Feng knew better than anyone about the poker card, but he had no choice. He was not good at chess, and under old Master Li's pressure, how could he withstand it? He had no choice but to come up with something like this to fend off old Master Li's attacks. He didn't allow this thing to spread out. However, at this moment it was useless to say all this. Although Zhang Feng knew what Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were thinking, Zhang Feng really had to instill some knowledge into them about basketball. Otherwise they would be too naive. Cough cough. This basketball is actually something that my respected teacher told me about when we were at Phoenix Ridge. He said that this thing can not only strengthen the body, relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, but it can also prolong life. Hearing that, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were instantly energized. "Are you sure?" The two of them asked almost at the same time. Zhang Feng saw that the two of them were on the same page, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Of course. This thing, guess how old my teacher is this year." Hearing this, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were shocked. Although they were also very curious about who Zhang Feng's master was, to be able to teach him so many magical things, they were still very curious. Now that they saw that Zhang Feng was going to talk about his master, they couldn't help but sit down on Zhang Feng's bench. They didn't even bother to drink their wine. This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to explode. It was because of the fleas on Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin. It could be seen with the naked eye. How could Zhang Feng dare to sit between the two of them? Moreover, Zhang Feng seriously suspected that the two of them had some special fetishes. Zhang Feng hurriedly jumped up and sat on the other side. Hey, don't be like this. I'll say it, okay? Don't be rough. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. So this kid was actually into this. Yu Qigong couldn't help but light one of Zhang Feng's cigarettes. He took a puff and said, "Then tell us what's the deal with this thing. Also, Lao Li has always been very interested in your master's matters. If you tell us today, Lao Li might be happy and you won't have to pay a single cent for this." Zhang Feng didn't care about this little bit of money. It didn't cost much anyway. Most importantly, I've already given you the job. Why would I give you money? You're thinking too much. However, Zhang Feng couldn't say anything. These two were much dumber than Lao Li and the others. If only Lao Li and the others were here, how good would that be? At least he wouldn't have to waste so much saliva. This matter started from the winter of 2 years ago. You all know about Phoenix Ridge, right? It's a little bit below Yangping Pass. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin nodded. Not only had they been there, but they also knew that it was Zhang Feng's hometown. Zhang Feng continued, "At that time I was still a stubborn person like Qin Tinyu. But that day when I went to the mountain to pick wild mushrooms with my friends from the village, I met an old man. Even if I don't tell you, you should be able to guess. That's right, that old man was my master. When he saw me, he hugged me and climbed up the cliff with his bare hands from the mountain stream." Poor Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong didn't know that they had been led astray by Zhang Feng. The two listened and sucked in a breath of cold air. "And then? That's AF** King Immortal. I know the area around Yangping Pass. The mountains are steep and dense with forests. There are many wild animals. 2 years ago with your physique, you would have weighed at least 100 pounds. This hometown, cough cough, how did the old Mr. climb it with his bare hands? Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Feng didn't even think and directly told them the story of the meeting between Ling Huchong and Feng Qingyang in the movie The Proud Journey to the West. Although I don't know how old my master is, he should be at least 70 or 80 years old. But on that steep mountain wall, it was as if he had suction cups on his hands. When he clasped the wall, he jumped more than 100 feet high. Hiss. *CK, is he still human? A 70 or 80-year-old old man carrying a kid. Is he an immortal? *CK. Chapter 872. Zhang Feng saw that the two of them were very smart. They didn't have to work as hard as Yu Shernan and the others. If Yu Shernan and the others heard it, they would ask about it according to the things in the books. But these two wouldn't. Because what Zhang Feng didn't know was that these two guys were generals. They had heard a lot of rumors about this kind of thing, but they used to think that it must be fake. But at this time they listened very seriously. There was no other way. If they didn't believe it, then they had never seen Zhang Feng's ability. Even Yuan Tiangang, the old faker, said that this kid was strange and that he was the Ziwei star in the sky. Then the old guy he was talking about now, was it true? The two of them thought so. They couldn't help but get excited. Tell us. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up. He avoided the two of them and said, "This thing is strange. I was scared at that time. These things were not even written in the book. But I met it that day. How can I not be afraid?" So I struggled on his back, but it was to no avail. When I opened my eyes, guess what happened? I had already appeared at the highest peak of Qinling. What is that called? The highest one is called Luoxia Slope. Tell us what happened in the end. By the way, don't talk about these useless things. Just tell us, what did this old man say to you? The more the two of them listened, the more excited they became. They hurriedly raised their hands to slap Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was scared and pointed at the two of them. Hey, what are you doing? I won't tell you if you continue like this. Lao Tzu is too lazy to play basketball. Seeing this, the two of them were ready to sandwich Zhang Feng in the middle. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still. He hurriedly said, "Don't, I beg you two brothers to spare me. I will tell you, okay? Speaking of which, that's not right. After Master brought me up the mountain, he said that I'm a genius that's hard to come by in 100 years and that I'm a savior of the world. He wanted to teach me some skills. Of course, I didn't want to. There are many old swindlers like him in Phoenix Ridge. How can I believe him? But the old man is not happy." He pointed at the foot of the mountain. "At that time I was deceived. Do you know? He told me to go down alone. Oh my God, it's so high. How can it go down?" In the end, under his tyranny, I gave in and became his disciple. After that, this old fellow stayed in a rundown temple in the mountains all day long and didn't go anywhere. Then, in just 3 months' time After that, the old guy ran away. He only said that he was going to play on the other side of the sea. When I have the ability to go to the other side of the sea, he will teach me his real ability. Immortal? Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were dumbfounded. These two words instantly flashed through their minds. Only such a person could train such an awesome disciple. You're saying that your master only taught you for a month? Yu Qigong asked, somewhat confused. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, master said that I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong almost spat blood on Zhang Feng's face. You've already learned so much and you still call that biting off more than you can chew? Do you have any shame? Yo. Kid, tell me about this basketball first. When we have time, we'll talk about your master. Qing Yaojin choked on a mouthful of smoke, his face flushed red. What they cared about was this thing that could prolong their lives. In the early years, the two of them squandered wantonly because of their strong bodies. However, in the recent 2 years they stopped and realized that there was something wrong with their bodies. Especially at night, their backs would ache. Thunder, rain, and change of weather would make their bones feel as if someone was whipping them. This was the torture that all the generals had to endure. Don't look at how awesome they were during the day. But once night fell, they would turn into cowards. Therefore, as long as you heard of something on the market that could prolong one's life and strengthen one's body, you wouldn't find a single trace of it the next day. This was the reason why the bone-strengthening powder and locusts could be accepted by people. Because those things were really useful. However, these things were temporary. If they ran out this year, they would have to wait until next year to have more. This made them worried. Although they already had some in stock, they couldn't afford to eat it. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say that the basketball had such an effect, how could Yuqigong sit still? Now his mind was full of basketball. Seeing that the two of them were successfully led to the right path, Zhang Feng said with a smile, "This basketball is not medicine. It's just a sport just like kickball." Sport? The two of them were a little confused. Yes, it's a sport. Look at the people in Chang'an City now. What's the best thing for them? It's to stroll around the streets and brag. This won't do. People have to find something to do. Otherwise, after walking around for a day or sleeping for a day, their whole body will be scattered. When the two of them heard this, they felt that there was really such a thing. Sometimes the two of them couldn't sleep at night because of the pain. Whenever they had time during the day, they would sleep. However, it was different in the military camp. On the contrary, they felt that nothing was wrong. Involuntarily, the two of them listened more carefully to Zhang Feng's words. When Zhang Feng saw this, he said again, "I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone." Chapter 873. Yuqigong and Qing Yaojin were completely taken in by Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng was right no matter what he said. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to say something extraordinary, they couldn't help but stare at him. "What are you talking about? Don't you trust me?" Zhang Feng waved his hand again and again. "It's nothing. If that's the case, then I'll say it. Basketball, to put it bluntly, is a course that our academy will open in the future. It's called physical education. But this thing can be used in the army. From the streets to the army and then to the palace. Have you thought about it? What if one day basketball completely replaces Kuju? What will happen? By then all the big families will have this thing in their courtyards. The streets will be filled with children and old women playing basketball. In the army, this is a very good activity to select the top talents. This thing has an extremely high physical requirement. From children playing, to old women, to the academy and then to the army, there are some things in there. Although they are all played by people, the technology, how to cooperate in battle, how to cooperate, and how to consume energy are all arranged in a straight line. So, wait a moment. Yuqigong hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng. At this time his curly beard was trembling. The fleas on his beard were jumping everywhere as if there was an earthquake. It seemed to show Yuqigong's excitement at this time. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said in a very gentlemanly manner. He waved his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Go ahead." "What kind of gesture is this?" Yuqigong and Qing Yaojin were a little confused and asked. Zhang Feng also felt abrupt, but he was thick-skinned and said, "This is a etiquette on the basketball court. It means gentlemanly demeanor. The so-called gentlemanly demeanor is the demeanor of a man." Oh. It turned out that this was gentlemanly etiquette with one hand behind his back and the right hand reaching out to someone's face? The two of them couldn't help but remember this deeply in their hearts. Yuqigong and Qing Yaojin fought for the right to speak. In the end, Yuqigong took the lead and said, "Do you think this can be fully used in the military?" Afraid that Zhang Feng would misunderstand, Yuqigong explained again, "Didn't I set up a military training ground? This looks a little interesting, but these little guys are like little chicks. It's not easy to choose the best one. How do you think you can apply this to the military?" Well, Zhang Feng really didn't know how to do it. Looking at the chessboard left behind by Li Yuan in the corner, he could not help but have a bright idea. Actually, this is very easy to choose. You can't really split into two groups to gang up on each other, and you can't go one by one. This way you can only reflect the size of their fists. In terms of military judgment and overall coordination, you really can't see anything. For example, this expectation. The real talent in the game takes the overall situation into consideration. In this basketball court, for example, you two, old Chen and old Yu, each of you send out 5 players. It's not up to me to decide how to win, nor is it up to fists. It's up to the person who can throw the ball into the basket the most times without breaking any rules. Only the person who can throw the ball into the basket the most times will win. This will test the cooperation of the entire team. Yes. In the military, this is also called calling out soldiers on the battlefield. Tell me, what do you think of this thing? At this time, it was finally Qing Yaojin's turn to speak. He hurriedly said, "But this doesn't reflect the difference in it. How can you see that it's good for physical fitness and the selection of military seedlings? It's better to just throw them into the mountains and come back alive. That's the kind of method that works?" Zhang Feng looked at Qing Yaojin with some disdain and said, "Are you going to follow them into the mountains and watch them one by one?" Qing Yaojin shook his head. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, "Isn't that enough? As a general, it's impossible for him to do everything by himself. So how can he really choose? I realize that this needs to be done under his nose. Although my military training manual also mentioned this, it's more important to pay attention to one's physical fitness training. Basketball is different. This thing not only requires you to judge the opponent's attacking route, but also to consider your teammates. You have to operate your hands, eyes, and brain at the same time. This is the embodiment of a whole, and whether an individual's physical fitness and the ability to coordinate the battle as a whole. Do you understand now? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he looked at them. Only then did he realize that these two guys were already stunned. When Zhang Feng saw this, he did not say anything. He just smiled and drank his beer to moisten his throat. The grievances he had suffered during this period of time seemed to have dissipated a lot when he bragged today. Awesome. It was simply too awesome. While drinking, Zhang Feng was also thinking about basketball at this time. In order to win this mid-autumn hunt, basketball was very important. After all, this was the only thing he was familiar with. The Kuju of the Tang dynasty, forget it, how was that Kuju? It was simply a group of people fighting. Often at least a few people would die if an abnormal Kuju was played. Zhang Feng could not stand this. However, he had to participate in this mid-autumn hunt. Therefore, if Zhang Feng wanted to promote this thing at this time, it would depend on whether his bragging was good or not. But now, it seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. Chapter 874. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong had never seen such a thing before. They were soldiers, and they were only focused on how to lead the army well and how to reduce the number of deaths of the people under their command. Usually, as long as they heard that there were good things that could be used on soldiers, they would use force to get it. After all, it was not easy to train a soldier. Ever since the new recruit training rules were introduced, although it had only been half a month, the results were obvious. The lazy and sloppy soldiers were gone. Although their appetites had increased greatly, who were they? They were the gods of the army. As long as they heard that there was a lot of food, they would go and visit. They would not lend it to them? Fine, then they would stay here. Although their reputation was bad, at least they could let the people under them fill their stomachs, right? Who would not want to train a seedling successor from their hands? Everyone wanted to, but there were some secret ways in the army. Although they knew there was nothing they could do. However, if what this kid said was right, then, once this basketball was tested successfully and brought to the military camp, they would be able to find some hidden talents at any time, anywhere. However, this was not a big deal. The key was, could this thing really strengthen the body? Was it really as he said, that it could be played by two people, and that it was as simple as deducing on a sand table? Fengzi, what you said is right, but does this have anything to do with your master? Although you said it was extravagant, can this thing really strengthen the body and prolong life? The two suddenly thought of something important and could not help but realize that they had been led astray by this kid. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong in surprise, but soon Zhang Feng recovered. He really did not expect that Yu Qigong would react so quickly. But was it useful? Zhang Feng leaned on the door mysteriously and looked left and right. Then he sneakily closed the door and bolted it. They watched Zhang Feng's series of actions. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin could not help but feel ecstatic. Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back and lit a cigarette. Like a wise old monk, he wandered around the tavern for a long time, brewing his emotions. When Zhang Feng felt that it was about time, he slowly said, "Old Yu, you asked about electronics. I did not intend to tell you, but since you asked and we are brothers, then as brothers, although there is an oath, there are some things that I have to tell you. That will rot your butts, so I can only tell you what I can, but you have to promise me that you will not tell anyone. Otherwise this oath, you will be in big trouble." The two were shocked when they heard this. There was such a thing? However, the two of them weren't fools. Naturally, they knew the severity of the matter. After the two of them swore, Zhang Feng said, "Actually, this thing is something that my master has been practicing, just like the 5 animal frolics. You should know about this, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin nodded their heads like a rattledrum. If they did not know about it, they would have lived in vain. They had to memorize a set of things every day. How could they forget? Could it be? The two looked at each other in horror. Zhang Feng nodded solemnly and said, "I heard from my master that this thing was something that he had researched before. In the end, he passed it on to one of his followers." F***ck, are you saying that Hua Tua is your master's? Can you F***king keep your voice down? Do you want to go to Chang and City now and publicize it? Zhang Feng pretended to be nervous and stared at Qing Yaojin, pointed at his nose and shouted. In an instant, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong's hair stood on end. Although they did not believe it, they understood at this time. Was this thing born from the 5 animals frolics? Many people had studied the 5 animals frolics, especially the old faker Yuan Tiangang, who always said that this thing was a work of God. but he never dared to study anything from it. Could it be, yes, just as you think, this thing is indeed something that my master has improved? And my master has to train 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night. No matter whether the weather is good or bad, he said this can, speaking of this. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say the word, longevity, out loud. This was spread out. That would definitely bring about the calamity of death. Throughout history, all the kings and emperors had been going crazy for immortality. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was also obsessed with this thing in the later period. If this was spread to that person's ears, the consequences were unimaginable. At this time, although Zhang Feng did not say that word, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were not fools. In their minds, the word, longevity, was already hanging high above their heads. Boy, you win. This information, it was really, involuntarily, the two of them thought about it. Fengzi, if you trust me, old Qin, let us do this thing. Don't worry what you just said, even if Lao Li asks, we won't say anything. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, but then he sighed deeply. Alas, it's not that I don't want to do it. It's that this thing is too expensive. I have no money. Chapter 875. After contracting the construction of the basketball court, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong walked out of the tavern in a daze. With trembling hands, they smoked one cigarette after another and strolled aimlessly on the streets of Chang'an. They walked past Tonghui Lane and disturbed the people there. It was not until the guards at the imperial city gates placed a long halberd on their necks that the cold and familiar feeling woke them up. They glanced at the imperial city gates and the guards who recognized them and were trembling with fear. They turned numbly and squatted in the corner. I say, old He, how much of what Fengzi said is true? Yu Qigong asked in a hoarse voice. Qing Yaojin did not say anything for a long time. He also wanted to know if what the kid said was true. Some of it was true. But from the locust powder and bone-strengthening powder, Qing Yaojin really believed that what the kid said was true. After all, he had eaten those two things before. Once he ate those things, he felt much stronger, as if he had returned to his youth more than a decade ago. Even the pain all over his body and the pain in his knees rarely acted up. The wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his head seemed to have lessened. He really did look a decade younger. And what was that? That thing was something that could be seen and eaten with flavor. It was something that could be swallowed into the stomach. But now, what was this thing? Was it really that magical? Everyone, from old women to children, could play with it. Moreover, there were so many things inside it. What could it do? Could it be that he could make her younger just by playing with her? Qing Yaojin could not help but feel conflicted. I don't know. But, this kid is really bad. He didn't even boast about the bone-strengthening powder like that. Yu Qigong sighed helplessly when he heard that. Isn't that so? Do you think we should discuss it with the emperor first? Or, Yu Qigong did not know what to do now. This matter is really tricky. If you want to tell His Majesty about it, what should you say? The emperor's brain would immediately think of that matter. They had sworn an oath not to spread it out, but if they didn't tell the emperor, what would they do if the emperor blamed them? This kid had nothing to do. Why did he make it sound so strange? Yu Qigong could not help but feel conflicted. When the two guards at the city gate brought 2 chairs for them, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, let's do it. At least let's see if this matter is really as strange as Fengzi said, and then report it to the emperor in detail." Just as the two made up their minds to build a basketball court, Li Qingxian's face was covered in dirt as he pulled the chariot of black coal out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. As soon as they exited the city gates, Li Qingxian saw the dumbfounded Yu Qigong and his companion. He hurriedly got out of the palanquin and waved at them. When the two of them saw that it was the crown prince, they looked at each other and hurried away as if they hadn't seen him. Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. He waved his hand and asked, "Go check where those two went just now." "There's no need to check. The 2 dukes just went to the tavern and then squatted here for a long time," the guard leader hurriedly said. Li Qingxian was even more dumbfounded. Why did they turn into idiots after leaving the tavern? And why did Fengzi come to the tavern at this time? Li Qingxian's mind became active. He said to the guard leader, "Immediately send these things to the forge. I'll go to the tavern to take a look." Yes. Inside the carriage, Li Qingxian took 2 handfuls of black soot from the soles of his feet and rubbed it on his face. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. Without anyone noticing, he slipped out of the carriage and swaggered towards Tong Hui Fang. Li Qingxian's mind was filled with Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin's abnormal actions. If it was not Zhang Feng who did it, would he believe it? Both of them were extremely simple-minded. How could anyone see them in such a perplexed state? They were famous for being careless. How could they be like this? Obviously, if it was not Zhang Feng who made them confused, then it would be strange. Tonghui Lane was not far. Moreover, Li Qingqian was familiar with all kinds of small roads. In a short while, Li Qingqian's head appeared at the entrance of the tavern. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was picking his teeth and drinking wine while lying on the recliner, Li Qingqian was furious. Wow, you sent us all away. So you're hiding here to drink alone? Zhang Feng's sudden roar scared the cup of wine to the point that it splashed on Zhang Feng's face, causing him to cough repeatedly. I say, damn you. Can't you say something when you're here? Are you a thief? Zhang Feng was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. However, Li Qingqian did not care. Under Zhang Feng's gaze, he walked into the tavern and sat opposite of Zhang Feng. He picked up Zhang Feng's exquisite iron flask and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. This wine is still the best. Fengzi, give me another jug. This small flask is not enough. Chapter 876. Zhang Feng was very angry. The consequence was naturally, didn't I ask you to get the coal? You got the coal? You still have the nerve to drink here? I only have such a small pot of wine. Can't you leave me alone for a while? Zhang Feng roared with some distress. He pointed at the leftovers on the table after Qing Yaojin and Qin Haodong had left. Li Qingqian didn't care about that. He drank the wine and ate the leftovers on the table with relish. After coming down from Shao Mountain today, Li Qingqian rode the white horse all the way to the imperial palace. After reporting to Li Shimin waved his hand and wrote a note directly. Then he asked Li Qingqian to search the imperial palace thoroughly. All the places where coal could be hidden, from the imperial kitchen to the Imperial Institute of Medicine, were searched thoroughly. Even the local treasury of Chang and city was thoroughly searched by Li Qingqian. But even so, Li Qingqian only got 3 carts of coal. Li Qingqian didn't know why Zhang Feng wanted so much coal, but his reason told him that the steel was ready this time. And the most important thing was that the gun Zhang Feng promised him was ready. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Li Qingqian, Zhang Feng had to say helplessly, Eat, sooner or later you will die. By the way, how are you doing with the coal? You still talk about coal? Since I came down from Shao Mountain today, I haven't touched a single grain of rice. But fortunately, I'm resourceful and really got 3 carts of coal. Now I'm transporting it to the mountain. But let me tell you something. In the whole Chang'an city, except for those officials, there is no coal. If you want it, you have to wait for Uncle Yu to get it for you from Tubo. Or wait for the people of the Wang clan to open a kiln. Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief after learning that he had obtained 3 carriages of coal. So be it. At least his urgent need was solved. As for coal, Zhang Feng had been thinking about how to smelt steel when he was lying on the recliner. Coal was really a necessary material. Otherwise, if the temperature was not high enough, iron would not be able to be smelted into steel. However, if he were to rely on transporting coal from Tubo, it would be impossible to put out a nearby fire. Moreover, if someone were to find out about his secret, then he would be standing on the cusp of the storm. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shrink back into the recliner. Looking at Li Qingqian, who was stuffing himself with food, he couldn't help but ask, Are there any coal mountains near Chang'an? Why are you asking this? Li Qingqian asked in surprise. He bit his chopsticks and pondered for a long time before saying, If it's a mountain of coal, there shouldn't be any. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent such a high price to buy coal from the Wang clan. Moreover, those big clans seem to have a dog's nose. Do you think they would let go of such an opportunity? That was true. Zhang Feng couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhang Feng faintly felt that there seemed to be coal mines near Chang'an, which was in Lantian County. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Or was there really no coal in the world that Lao Tzu had transmigrated to? According to his memory, there was a large amount of coal reserves near Chang'an. Moreover, in Lantian County near Shao Mountain, there should be a large number of coal mines. Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, Li Qingqian, do you know about Lantian County? I do. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly said, Stop eating. Go and find the county magistrate. Li Qingqian was stunned. Li Qingqian. As the crown prince, you want me to go and find the county magistrate? However, seeing Zhang Feng's excited face, he couldn't help but be even more confused. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made Li Qingqian unable to sit still. If I'm not wrong, that Lantian County has a large number of coal mines. Hearing this, Li Qingqian completely exploded. The most troublesome thing for the palace now was that all kinds of resources were basically monopolized by the big clans. If Lantian County had it, then, however, this wasn't certain. After all, Zhang Feng had never been to that place. It was only a guess. In an instant, Li Qingqian's enthusiasm was mostly extinguished. Li Qingqian walked lazily to the door and coughed. The guard commander who was standing at the door appeared beside him like a ghost. Li Qingqian instructed and once again sat in front of Zhang Feng with a heavy heart. "Fengzi, are you sure that Lantian County really has it?" "How could Zhang Feng be sure?" "I don't know yet. However, I'm guessing that place should have it. There's a lot of hope. If that place has coal, then we'll be rich." Just as the two of them were fantasizing about a beautiful tomorrow, Niu Weili was sweating profusely as he plunged into the small tavern. He seemed to be afraid as he looked behind him. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng also noticed Niu Weili's strange behavior. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to ask, Niu Weili immediately put on a smiling face and said, "Brother Zhang, we meet again." "Young master, may I ask?" Li Qingqian said indifferently. "Just call me Li Qingqian." Niu Weili's eyebrows twitched. As if remembering something, he circled around Li Qingqian and said, "Brother Zhang, why did you look for me in such a hurry?" Chapter 877. Calling him Brother Zhang. Li Qingqian was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. But in order to find out if there was a coal mine in Lantian County, Li Qingqian endured it. Zhang Feng and Niu Weili chatted for a bit and even drank 3 bowls of wine. They still had their arms around each other's necks and kept calling each other old brothers. "Brother, I heard that your hometown is in Lantian?" Niu Weili was already dizzy after drinking 3 bowls of white wine. He had never drunk such wine before, and it was 3 big bowls in a row. No one could take it. Yes, brother, how did you know?" "Who in Chang and city doesn't know Master Niu's name? Who doesn't know him? I've been sitting on the mountain and I've been hearing people talking about Master Niu." Niu Weili patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a red face and said, "Don't talk about it, brother has a hard time." Li Qingqian rolled his eyes and continued to drink his wine. Zhang Feng continued to ask, "Then brother, can you tell me about Lantian?" "Brother, my Shao Mountain is not far from Lantian. I plan to buy some property in Lantian. Can you tell me about it?" Hearing that, Niu Weili patted his chest and said, "Then brother, you found the right person. I've been a county magistrate in Lantian for so many years, and I grew up drinking Lantian water. I remember every blade of grass and every tree in Lantian. When the time comes, just tell me, what are you going to do?" Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Then brother, can you tell me about Lantian? After all, I haven't been to Lantian." "Hey, what's the big deal?" "Lantian?" Niu Weili took advantage of the wine and said a lot of things while he was dizzy and spitting saliva. Finally, after he finished, Zhang Feng poured him another bowl of wine and asked, "Then brother, do you have coal in Lantian?" "Coal." In an instant, Niu Weili woke up. "I know about this thing, but I've only heard of it. The place in Lantian's Erpi Gully is also called Erpi Ridge. There are people there who saw a black stone when they were herding cattle and sheep. They said that it was burning and smoking. I don't know if it's true or not. But other than that, Lantian has never heard of this thing." After saying that, Niu Weili was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you want to." Zhang Feng nodded. Meanwhile, Li Qingqian could no longer sit still as he looked at Niu Weili in shock. Seeing Zhang Feng nod, Niu Weili was silent for a while before he said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't have said this. But since you asked, I'll give you a piece of advice. Do you know the people of Taiwan Wang clan?" When Zhang Feng heard about the Wang clan again, and it was about a county magistrate, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. "I know, but what does this have to do with the Wang clan?" Niu Weili poured himself a bowl of wine and said, "Brother, you don't know. A few years ago when I was working in Lantian, the people of the Wang clan would come here every few days. Although I didn't know what they were doing, I learned from a drunkard of the Wang clan later that the people of the Wang clan were looking for underground things. But in the past 2 years they didn't go there often. If you want to do this, you have to weigh the power of the Wang clan first, otherwise." Hearing Niu Weili's words, Li Qingqian's face suddenly changed. The people of the Wang clan actually extended their claws to Lantian? However, Zhang Feng wasn't interested in these things. As long as this place wasn't sold, the Lao Tzu wouldn't be afraid of you. When the Lao Tzu got the firearms, I don't care what your family name is. If you provoke the Lao Tzu will wipe you out in minutes. "Brother, did the people of the Wang clan buy land in Lantian?" With this question, Niu Weili instantly fell silent. After drinking a full bowl of wine, Niu Weili said, "No, but they have seen the place in Erpi Ridge a few times. Otherwise, how could I remember living in this place?" Zhang Feng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't sold. Once the important matters were dealt with, Zhang Feng and Niu Weili chatted about this and that until Niu Weili was drunk. Zhang Feng said to Li Qingqian, "Now you should know what to do, right?" "How would I know what you want to do? Are you going to kill him to silence him?" Zhang Feng looked at Li Qingqian as if looking at an idiot. "Why don't you kill him for me to see? Lao Tzu wants you to buy land. Buy the entire Erpi Ridge for me as well as the area around it. Buy as much as you can. Buy land?" Although the price of land other than arable land was very low, it still cost 10 copper coins per mu. Zhang Feng just had to say that he was going to buy the land. Where was the money? While talking, Li Qingqian stretched out his hand. "Give me the money, I'll buy it now." Zhang Feng was a little confused. "Look at how much my meat is worth. Take it and sell it." Li Qingqian also cried when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Brother, my good brother, look at how much my meat is worth. I really don't have any money. Give me some money to build the school. If it weren't for those industries in Chang'an, I would have sold clothes in pawn shops." Chapter 878. The land in the Tang dynasty was extremely cheap. As long as you had money. With legal procedures, you could buy and sell as much as you wanted. No one would care and they would be too lazy to leave. People would even want you to buy the entire piece of land. That would be great. This was the Tang dynasty. If this was the suburbs of Xi'an in the future, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, Zhang Feng drove Li Qingqian away. As long as he got the coal mine, he would also be a person with a mine. After Zhang Feng casually cleaned up the dishes, he wanted to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. He couldn't help but take out the dirt that Niu Weili had sent. These things, although they didn't look like much, only Zhang Feng knew that they were good things. Potatoes. The potato in Zhang Feng's hand was not big, only the size of an egg. And its color was brown. This was the earliest type of potato. Zhang Feng didn't know if this potato had really been soaked in water. Logically speaking, he really didn't believe that a broken ship could survive such a long journey. Even if this potato was lucky enough to survive such a long journey, it was still unknown if it could be grown. Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly pray in his heart. Since he couldn't sleep, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think about the potatoes. The brewery was next door. Holding the 7 potatoes, Zhang Feng went out with his hands behind his back. He hadn't been to the brewery for a long time. At this time, because of the wheat, few people came in and out of the brewery. But once the wheat was harvested, it would definitely be very lively. But at this time, except for the malt smell of distillers' grains, it seemed abandoned. The Chang and brewery sign hung at the entrance. At this time there was no one guarding. As soon as he entered the brewery, he saw 3 old men using brooms to clean up the distillers' grains piled up everywhere in the big yard. When he saw someone come in, Old Man Chu lazily shouted without raising his head, "There's no more wine. You have to wait 2 days for more wine." "You are full, Prince Zhang?" One of the old men seemed to recognize Zhang Feng and exclaimed before the other man finished speaking. Hearing this, the remaining 2 old men hurriedly turned around. Seeing that it was indeed Zhang Feng, the 3 old men happily welcomed him. Are you busy?" Zhang Feng greeted the 3 old men with a smile. No. It's so idle that it's going to get moldy. It's because the weather is good, so I'm thinking of drying these wine grains. When spring comes, I'll send them to the fields in Shao Mountain to plant crops there." Obviously, they didn't know that Zhang Feng didn't plant any crops on the deserted mountain. In their minds, if they could buy a mountain, wouldn't that mean it was an important place? However, the unintentional actions of these 3 old men still made Zhang Feng somewhat moved. If this potato could be successfully cultivated and tested within this year, then Ma Zhou might be busy next year. Zhang Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 old men and taught them how to let the distiller's grains ferment naturally. After teaching them, Zhang Feng and the 3 old men sat on the firewood in front of the stove and asked, "How's the brewery's sales now?" Sigh. Hearing this, the 3 old men instantly sighed. If it was a month ago, the threshold here would have been broken. However, ever since the famine, some people who were so hungry that they didn't even let go of the distiller's grains. It's great now. Although the famine has basically stabilized, the beer is considered a waste. Without food, what can we do? So now, in order to make a living, basically everyone has gone to Shao Mountain. Only the 3 of us are here to guard the door. If your friends send food over, the 3 of us can basically take care of it. It's also considered as guarding the door. Zhang Feng heard this and felt helpless. Without food, how could they brew the beer? However, now that Lao Li had the recipe for the white wine, this old man must have put his focus on the white wine. How could he think of this? The 3 old men were probably going to be idle for a long time. However, looking at the potatoes in his hand, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. 3 old men, I plan to close the brewery by the end of the year. Hearing this, a trace of loneliness flashed across the 3 old men's faces. Although there was only a daily income of 5 copper coins, what was that for? They were guarding the door. They were already in their 60s. The old village chief pitied them for being able to find a job here. They didn't starve to death during the famine. Now, if the owner wanted to close the brewery, what could they say? However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made the 3 old men very excited. However, although the brewery is closed, this place will still be guarded by the 3 of you. I have a secret mission here. This mission is very difficult. I don't usually tell people. However, seeing that the 3 of you are respected elders in Tong Huifang, I want to ask for your help. How could the 3 old men withstand Zhang Feng's words? They were so agitated that their toothless lips trembled. Prince Zhang, what are you talking about? The 3 of us have been servants for our whole lives. We originally wanted to starve to death. Fortunately, Tong Huifang has a deity like you. The entire Tong Huifang has received good news. Zhang Feng's face turned stiff. If the 3 of you continue to be like this, that kid will find someone else. Hearing this, the 3 old men immediately stopped crying. Zhang Feng opened a paper bag in his hand and revealed 7 potatoes inside. I'll teach you a way later. You must remember that this thing is very precious. At least we don't have it in the Tang dynasty. This is from here. Zhang Feng pointed to the sky as he spoke. The 3 old men were so frightened that they trembled and almost knelt down again. Zhang Feng hurriedly threatened them again. Only then did the 3 old men stand up in shock. This is good stuff. Once it's planted, there will be no famine. Hearing this, the old men who had been farming for their whole lives couldn't sit still. They all gathered around and looked at the potatoes. Some even rubbed their wrinkled faces against the potatoes. It didn't matter if they saw it. Some of them even wanted to take a bite. Zhang Feng quickly stopped them. How is it? This is something from the heavens. Do you dare to get it out with the kid? However, without my permission, even your closest family members are not allowed to know about this. Do you understand? This is a secret of the heavens. If the secret of the heavens is revealed, you will die without descendants. Chapter 879. The 3 honest old men were stunned by Zhang Feng's words. It seemed that they were finally afraid after hearing Zhang Feng's words about not having any descendants. They swore that as long as Zhang Feng didn't say anything, even if Heavenly King Lao Tzu came, he wouldn't let them see a single strand of hair. Then, Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of broken copper coins and stuffed them into the arms of the 3 old men. For this, you should separate a place near the brewery. The temperature of this place should be at least the same as the temperature of the stove. Then Zhang Feng looked for a long time, but still couldn't find a suitable place. He looked at a few long wooden troughs on the side of the stove that seemed to be used to filter distillers' grains. Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Old sir, this thing is useless now, right? The distillers' grains seemed to be similar to the troughs used to feed horses in stables, but they were more compact and about 2 zhang long. The 3 old men didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. They nodded and said, now that there's no wine to brew, we're still wondering if we should chop it up. If young master has a use for it, then take it. Okay, since it's useless, I'll use it now. While speaking, Zhang Feng walked around the courtyard. The courtyard was made of soil that Zhang Feng ordered to tear down the extra houses. It was very fertile. In addition, the courtyard itself was very large. It was originally a rich family's residence, but after it belonged to Zhang Feng, it suffered great misfortune. The originally gorgeous houses were all turned into soil, leaving behind 3 rather gorgeous houses that were used as storage rooms, brewing rooms, and resting rooms. After Zhang Feng looked around, he pointed at a piece of land and had the 3 old men transport some of the yellow soil here with a wheelbarrow. They put it into the wooden trough, then poured water and scattered ashes from the bottom of the pot. After that, Zhang Feng carefully cut the potatoes in his hand into many small pieces according to the distribution of the sprouts on the potatoes. At this moment, the 3 old men were stunned. The dirt that was originally in Zhang Feng's hands could actually become alive in his hands. They couldn't help but look forward to this divine gift from the heavens even more. After wrapping the potato with a layer of ash, Zhang Feng carefully placed it into the wooden trough. The weather wasn't too cold, so there was no need for a heater. Zhang Feng instructed the 3 of them, when it's sunny, carry him out to bask in the sun. Spray a little bit of water with your mouth every day, especially at night. You must be careful of rats. Prince Zhang, don't worry. Even if the 3 of us die, we won't dare to put such a precious thing into the rat hole. The 3 of us will make an agreement with you. Okay. You don't need to be like this. You're old enough to be this kid's grandfather. Let's not be like this. While speaking, Zhang Feng searched his body. He didn't bring anything, so he simply picked up the paper bag that contained the potatoes and wrote a large sentence on it with charcoal. Then, he handed the paper to one of the three old men and said, "From now on, the three of you are directly under my control. Except for my orders, no one is allowed to enter. When you go back, take this to Chang and University and find the old Xiucai. Someone will naturally send your 3 meals a day. If there's anything, ask the old Xiucai to find me. But you must remember that this thing is really important. Once it germinates, you must inform me immediately." The 3 old men looked at each other. Finally, the 3 of them knelt down with a plop. Zhang Feng was a little at a loss. "Prince Zhang, the 3 of us have worked for others for a lifetime. How can we accept this? If you want us to do something, just say it. Why do you need to do this?" "Yes. If you do this, we won't be able to sleep well." It was not an exaggeration to say that these people were lowly bones. A lifetime of slavery made them accustomed to being ordered around. Although they also knew Zhang Feng's name, they were still a little surprised when they were alone with him. Out of the winery gate, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Slavery society was like this. Servility. If you want to be good to a person and want to treat him as a person, it was simply harming him. But for the 3 old men, Zhang Feng did not care. After all, they did not have much time left. Besides, as long as they could cultivate these potatoes, even if they were given good clothes and jade food, it was not a big deal. Compared to these potatoes, what does that count for? Today, Zhang Feng, Yu Qigong, and the others bragged. Although a lot of it was false, they just wanted to let them understand and know the role of basketball. However, for Zhang Feng, there was only one sentence in what he said today, which was for himself. That was to go to the other side of the ocean. If he wanted to travel the world, he had to build a boat first. The premise of building a boat was that the Science and Technology Department could build a steam engine. All of these were like huge mountains. They were rotten and pressed on Zhang Feng's body. Although Zhang Feng liked this way of life in the Tang dynasty, he also wanted to urgently change this era. After all, he was used to the modern way of life. Let him come to this era where there was not even paper to wipe his ass. Could he stand it? Only change. Only then could they know how big this world was. And they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Chapter 880. The sky in Chang'an. She was just like a shy girl. Yesterday it was still sunny and windy. But the next morning it was already dark. The people looked up at the sky, and they were so excited that they couldn't contain it. This was the first rain of autumn, and it was also the signal for autumn planting. At this moment, there was finally a rare smile in Chang'an City. As long as there was rain, it meant that autumn planting could begin. And this rain was the first rain after 3 months. It was very precious to the hungry land. As long as food was planted, it meant that the famine was about to end. As long as they could endure until spring, the wild vegetables on the ridge would recover. At this moment, in the depths of Tonghui Lane, the chimney on a house with a mixture of thatch and tiles had not stopped smoking since yesterday. Niu Pai Huang. It was a nickname given to him by people in Tonghui Lane and who knew of his reputation. His real name was Huang Qiao. For generations he was an expert in making cattle, sheep, horse skin, and pig skin. But last night he received a strange task. It was a pot of pitch-black stuff. He was asked to make it into rubber skin. But what was rubber? Spherical? What the hell is this? He really didn't understand. After working for half the night, he still couldn't make it. At this moment, he dismissed a few of his disciples who had stayed up with him for the night. Niu Pai Huang squatted in front of the stove and looked at the pitch-black stuff boiling over the fire. He felt a headache coming on. It was mainly disgusting. He wanted to look for Zhang Feng, but he heard that shopkeeper Zhang liked to wake up in the afternoon. Moreover, he was now the high and mighty Lord Zhu and the dean of White Deer College. He didn't dare to disturb him. He could only send someone to squat at the entrance of Chang and City in the middle of the night to wait for old He. At this moment, only old He and a few others could contact Zhang Feng and disturb Zhang Feng. This wait lasted for another 2 hours. Niu Pai Huang finally couldn't wait any longer. He personally went to the entrance of Chang and City to wait for old He. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard his little disciple arguing with someone as they walked over. Niu Pai Huang took a look and saw that old village chief was here instead of old He. His eyes lit up with joy. Niu Pai Huang hurriedly went forward and said, "Old village chief, you finally came. What's wrong? How long has it been since this old man returned to Tonghui Square? What happened? Please come in first. Let's talk inside." Niu Pai Huang invited the old village chief into the house. Once they entered the house, the old village chief couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of the house. He stared at Niu Pai Huang in horror and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Oxhide Huang's face turned bitter. He pointed at his eyes and said, "Look at my eyes, they're from staying up all night." Hearing this, the old village head looked carefully and couldn't help but ask, "Tell me what's going on?" "It's like this. Yesterday young Master Zhang sent me the strange thing in the pot. He wanted me to turn it into a ball, but after pondering for a long time, I couldn't figure out anything. How can this thing be turned into a ball?" "Master, wait, are you talking about that basketball?" Hearing this, not only was Niu Pai Huang stunned, even the old village chief was stunned. This term, he hadn't heard of it on the mountain? What was this Feng Zi up to now? The old village chief couldn't help but sit on the doorstep and stomp his walking stick on the ground. He said, "Tell me in detail, what is this basketball?" Niu Pai Huang's apprentice said, "This morning when I was waiting at the city gate, I heard someone say that there was something that everyone from old women to children can play with. It's called basketball. They also said that this thing can not only strengthen one's body, but also prolong one's life, relax one's muscles and promote blood circulation." Then he figured out the whole thing. The old village chief and the others were also stunned. What was this? Could it be? In the end, the gazes of the three converged on the pungent paste in the pot. This could prolong one's life? It could strengthen one's body? I'll be damned if I believe you. Hey, this prodigal. The matter of this paper hasn't been clarified yet, and he's starting to stir up trouble again? Niu Pai Huang, wait for me first. This matter isn't urgent. I'll go look for Feng Zi now. No matter whether this matter was caused by him or not, we can't let him harm others. What is it that can strengthen one's body and prolong one's life? I almost died just by inhaling it. Don't do it first, wait for me to come back." As he spoke, the old village chief left angrily. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he had lived for more than half of his life and had never seen such a smelly thing before. If this thing could prolong one's life, then it was simply, there was nothing that could prolong one's life. No. He couldn't let Feng Zi be led into a ditch by those guys. They were a bunch of stubborn people to begin with. Even with their father, what could they do? Wasn't this considered stubborn? A bunch of stubborn people, what good things could they come up with? This was simply a thing that could harm people, wasn't it? If this was created, wouldn't it be terrible? This Feng Zi's head. When he thought of this, the old village chief's expression changed drastically. He leaned on his walking stick, bent his back and ignored everyone along the way. He lowered his head and hurriedly ran towards Zhang Feng's pub. Chapter 881. Feng Zi. Feng Zi, hello? Are you awake? Zhang Feng, give the old man. Outside you lie restaurant. The old village chief shouted at the top of his lungs. Although there weren't many people in Tonghui Square in the morning, there were still many night watchmen or people who went to work for the rich. At this moment they couldn't help but stop and watch. Old village chief, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? When the old village chief heard this, he raised his crutch and was about to beat someone up. Who's the shameless one who said that I'm acting crazy? When that person heard this, he lifted the night fragrance bucket on his shoulder and walked away with a mischievous smile. An old man who was familiar with the old village chief hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Old village, are you tired of living? Feng Zi is now a lord and the chancellor of White Deer College. He's someone who has received an imperial order. Hurry up and stop messing around. When the county magistrate comes, you'll have to bear the consequences. Be careful not to go to jail." That's right, old village chief. Yesterday I saw Lord Niu personally visit Feng Zi. Yes. We all saw it. Old man, calm down. Creak. Amidst the hubbub, Zhang Feng finally couldn't sleep anymore. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but get a fright. Looking at the dumbfounded faces of the crowd, he asked, "Good morning, everyone. What are you all doing here so early in the morning?" When the old village chief heard this, he waved his crutch and chased everyone away. Then he pulled Zhang Feng into the small restaurant and locked the door. "Feng Zi, I want to ask you something. Tell me honestly." Zhang Feng thought that something had happened on the mountain. He hurriedly invited the old village chief to sit down and said, "Go ahead. I'm listening. Let me ask you. That basketball, did you ask Niu Pai Huang to play with it?" "Yes. What's wrong?" Zhang Feng scratched his head. It seemed that this matter didn't happen on the mountain. As long as it didn't happen on the mountain, then it was fine. But when the old village head learned that Zhang Feng really let Niu Pai Huang do that thing, he was so angry that he stamped his walking stick several times and said, "Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Look at you. I told you not to fool around with those little bastards on the street, But you didn't listen to me. Look at you now. Didn't you hear the rumors in Chang'an City? What are you talking about? Zhang Feng yawned and asked as he sat across from the village chief. What can I say? You said that basketball can prolong one's life, strengthen the body, relax the muscles and activate the meridians. Yeah, that's how it is. This was indeed what Zhang Feng had asked old Yu and the others to do yesterday. He didn't make a mistake? How could this be? Old village chief, what happened? When the old village chief heard that, he instantly collapsed onto the bench and sighed. Sigh. It's all my fault for not stopping those street thieves earlier. It's also your fault. Your parents left early. This old man was also blinded by the benefits of the paper mill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to know each other. Zhang Feng was like a monk. He was completely dumbfounded by what the village chief said. He hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Please tell me. What happened? I just entered the city this morning. Fortunately, Niu Pai Huang's disciple waited for me. He said that you asked Niu Pai Huang to make something. Niu Pai Huang couldn't make it after an entire night. He wanted to look for you but he didn't dare to. So he blocked old he at the city gate. He didn't expect me to be blocked. This is a good blockage. Otherwise, I really don't know what kind of heartless thing you are doing. I also don't know where you got a pot of black stuff for Niu Pai Huang. That smell almost made me go see my wife immediately. You said that it can strengthen the body with just this. You said that it can prolong one's life with just this? Be a human. Aren't we losing our conscience? Zhang Feng was speechless. This was simply, what a joke. The old village chief was just concerned about him. Maybe, you don't have to say it. Damn it this. Zhang Feng could only be patient and wait for the old village chief to vent his anger. Then he said, Old man, there's something you don't know. This thing, I spent a lot of effort to get someone to get it from an overseas immortal mountain. Didn't you always want to ask why Dr. Sun is always on the mountain? When the old village chief heard that this thing was actually brought back from overseas, his eyes almost popped out. At this time, he heard that even Dr. Sun knew about this matter? He couldn't help but be curious. Dr. Sun knows about this? Of course he knows. During this period of time, Dr. Sun was on the mountain looking for the medicinal materials for this thing. All the medicinal materials are mixed together, which is why there is such a smell. Think about it, even Chinese medicine is so bitter, let alone this? This is a real treasure. I spent tens of thousands of gold leaves to exchange for it. The old village chief couldn't help but be fooled by Zhang Feng. He was so distressed that he almost cried. You prodigal, such an expensive thing, you, how can you bear to make it? Tell me first, how much can you make from this thing? Can you break even? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 882. What kind of logic was this? What else could he say? However, he knew that the old village chief was doing this for his own good and was afraid that he would be led astray. Although he felt warm in his heart, Zhang Feng still couldn't stand it. He quickly pressed the old village chief onto the stool and said, Old village chief, I know your good intentions. Look at the paper mill. Under your leadership, it has become the only source of income for our academy. However, basketball is different. Do you know about the mid-autumn hunt? Mid-autumn hunt? The old village chief narrowed his eyes. I do know a little about this old man. But now that I think about it, it seems that the mid-autumn hunt has already started. That scene is simply, Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He hurriedly interrupted the old village chief's recollection and said, Didn't the higher-ups order us to participate in the mid-autumn hunt? What? The emperor ordered you to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. The old village chief exploded. He stood up from the stool with a loud thud. The mid-autumn hunt. It wasn't something that ordinary people could participate in. Usually, only the nobles, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and even the emperor would participate in this grand event. Those who were qualified to participate in the mid-autumn hunt were usually from the Imperial College. Now that the old village chief thought about it carefully, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Could it be that our White Deer College is also qualified? Seeing Zhang Feng nod, the old village chief immediately became excited. In an instant, the old village chief excitedly walked around the tavern with his walking stick. A moment later, the old village chief was about to run out. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly stopped him and asked, Where are you going now? What can I do? Such a big event. We have to go back to Shao Mountain and tell the people in the streets so that we can buy some firecrackers to set off. Zhang Feng was speechless. All right. Just calm down a little. I'm worried about this matter. You said that people usually prepare for the mid-autumn hunt, But you also know that White Deer College was only established this year. Who would have thought that we would participate? Moreover, the preparation time is 10 days from now. No, not counting today, there are still 9 days left. The old village chief cracked his fingers and couldn't help but feel anxious. 9 more days. This, Zhang Feng said, not being prepared is secondary. The main problem is that we can't find a Kuju team or anything else. However, if we don't participate in this mid-autumn hunt and offend the emperor, the entire academy will lose the qualification to participate in the imperial examinations 3 years later. So, do you think I'm anxious? Then, you made this basketball for this? Yeah. Otherwise, why would I come down here when I was perfectly fine on the mountain? When the old village chief heard that, he became anxious. Wasn't the purpose of establishing an academy for the imperial examinations? Putting aside whether he could participate in the imperial examinations, if he offended those high-ranking officials, who knew what kind of high hat Fengzi would put on him? The old village chief couldn't help but be so anxious that his voice changed. Then, Fengzi, you, what are your plans? It wasn't easy for a golden phoenix like you to appear in Tonghui Lane. Don't be anxious. Aren't we letting Niu Pai Huang make that thing? As long as he makes it, I'm confident that I'll win the mid-autumn hunt in 9 days. Really? The old village chief was overjoyed. Seeing Zhang Feng nod his head, the old village chief couldn't help but ask worriedly, then the rumors in Chang'an saying that this ball? It was made by this boy. Only this way can we attract the attention of those high-ranking officials. Otherwise, with only 9 days' time, what do you think we can use to fight with them? You know about the Imperial College, right? Zhang Feng directly made the old village chief confused. At this moment he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that civilians didn't fight with officials. Most importantly, if they didn't do well during the mid-autumn hunt, they would lose their heads. After thinking about it, the old village chief hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and ran out. Let's go, this is such an important matter. You don't have to worry about leaving it to that B***starred? Even if you give him a year or 10 years, that idiot can't make it. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, let's go find someone for you. If it doesn't work, I'll throw away my old face and go beg Mr. Bosher. Zhang Feng asked in surprise. Why? You can't make Niu Pai Huang? This was really beyond his expectations. The old village chief sighed and said, what kind of brain does he have? How can a pig brain compare to you? This is such an important matter. Aren't you afraid that he will mess it up? When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped the old village chief. Old village chief, I have a very important matter for you now. You must prepare it now. Otherwise, we will all be beheaded when the time comes. When the old village chief heard this, his hand trembled and the walking stick that was poking the door fell to the ground. What is it? Go back now and tell your son to find a few honest men to squat at the brewery for me. Other than the 3 elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Also, Fengzi will pay for their food and wages. Don't ask me why. Anyway, there are things that are more important to me than my life. Also, I plan to let the mid-autumn hunt people come to our school for a meal during the mid-autumn hunt. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me arrange it. When the old village chief heard this, he raised his hand and was about to hit him. However, in the end, his hand turned into a finger and pointed at Zhang Feng's forehead. He lamented, Hey prodigal. How much money will it cost? Chapter 883. Although the old village chief said so. But he still listened to the old village chief's words. After stomping his feet sorrowfully, the old village chief hurriedly ran away. He ran even faster than the young people. But on the way, Zhang Feng could faintly hear the old village chief bragging to the passers-by. My Fengzi is going to invite the official of the mid-autumn hunt to the academy. The official of the mid-autumn hunt is going to the academy. In response, Zhang Feng just smiled. Having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This saying was indeed true. Although the old village chief and Zhang Feng were not blood-related at all, Zhang Feng was too lazy to investigate what happened 8 lifetimes ago. But now, the entire Tonghui Lane people treated Zhang Feng as someone closer to them than their own family. This seemed to be a characteristic of this era. One's glory was shared. Perhaps it was also called, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. When a person becomes famous, the people on the street will also benefit from it. And Zhang Feng did not forget this group of honest and straightforward old neighbors. Sure enough, this group of people did not waste his efforts. Each of them treated Zhang Feng as their ancestor. On the mountain, everyone in Tonghui Lane, as long as they saw anyone who dared to do anything to harm the academy or themselves, they would immediately go and find that person to settle the score. As for the salary mentioned earlier, previously, Dugo was almost beaten down by the old village chief with a stick because of this matter. As a family, you want to give Lao Tzu money? Who do you think you are? In the end, Du Dabing could only give a thumbs up and put the extra money into his pocket. He turned around and threw the matter of giving out money and food to the people in Tonghui Lane. He was too lazy to care about it. There was no way to care. The people in Tonghui Lane all had sharp eyes. If you were not careful and gave out the wrong money and food, you would be scolded. Would Du Dabing dare to do such a thing? He couldn't wait to spend more time reading books. Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back and tidied up his appearance. Then he slowly came to the front of Niu Pai Huang's workshop. Apparently, Bull's Skin Yellow had been scolded. At this moment, it was squatting at the door dejectedly, pulling at its hair. Once it saw that its savior Zhang Feng had arrived, it almost wanted to cry. Jidong entered the room and placed the pot of rubber outside the door. Prince Zhang, Lord Zhang, I am slow-witted and do not dare to delay your important matters. Please find someone else. What are you talking about? Don't say that. Let's talk nicely. Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly scold the old village chief. Why is an old man like you doing things exactly the same as Old Ox and the others, so impetuous and impatient? Pulling the cowhide up, Zhang Feng looked at the cowhide and the boiling sheepskin in the pot and said, It's my fault. I was busy yesterday and forgot to tell you. Come, let's go in now. I'll teach you how to cook it. As long as you do it well, I promise you'll live a good life in the future. You'll live a better life than old he. Really? Bull Skin Yellow scratched his shiny bald head and asked. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Do you think I will lie to you? As soon as they entered the door, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, Do you have pig urine here? What do you want that unlucky thing for? Don't worry about it. I'm just asking you if you have it or not. Bull Skin Yellow thought for a while and didn't say anything. From the pile of dirty horse things that had just been peeled off, he took out a white bloody thing and said, I don't have pig urine. Will this sheep urine do? Yes. Zhang Feng nodded. Blow it full of air and tie it up. Bull Skin Yellow's face was full of suspicion. But after seeing that Zhang Feng was not joking, he called his most obedient disciple and let him blow the sheep urine full of air. The urine was very strong and tough. Zhang Feng planned to use this thing as the inner pulp of a basketball. Otherwise, this rubber wouldn't have been able to determine his nature. After a while, the little disciple handed a transparent sheep urine that was one size bigger than his head to Zhang Feng with a flushed face. Zhang Feng took it in his hand and looked at it for a while before asking, Bull Skin Yellow, let me ask you. This thing, is there any way to deal with it? It is very capricious and can guarantee that it won't leak? Bull Skin Yellow stared at the sheep urine in a daze. This thing, apart from being edible, could also be made into other leather bags. He really didn't know if it could work. I have only made cow urine leather bags, money bags and water bags a few times. As for this thing, I'll give it a try. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. Okay, you just do it according to the method of making water bags. And heat this thing up for him. It will be useful later. Under the command of Zhang Feng, the whole workshop took action. Bull Skin Yellow also wanted to know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He reluctantly removed a cow urine water bag hanging on the wall and handed it to Zhang Feng. Then, Zhang Feng signaled him to sew layers of cowhide on the outside of the water bag and let the cowhide completely cover the cow urine. This was a tedious thing. Under Zhang Feng's personal demonstration, Bull Skin Yellow cut a good cowhide into the size required by Zhang Feng under his wife's murderous gaze. Together with his disciple, he used the sheep tendon thread to sew all the cowhide pieces on the cow urine. When the sun was about to set, a simple basketball was finished. At this time, Bull Skin Yellow and the people who came to watch the fun all stared at the ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He took the wooden spoon from Bull Skin Yellow's hand and said, Look carefully, this is the most important point. The cowhide is cut along one side and this thing is called rubber. If you pour it now, you have to pour it horizontally, ladle by ladle. There can't be any gaps. While speaking, Zhang Feng held up the basketball wrapped in cowhide with a triangular claw. Then he put the basketball on the rubber pot and stirred the rubber ladle by ladle. At this time, everyone's eyes were wide open. They wanted to see what this Lord Zhang, President Zhang, was going to do. After pouring it 6 times, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the crowd and said, Okay, it's done. Chapter 884. Waiting was the most torturous time. It was the most appropriate time for Niu Pai Huang at this moment. The words of his little disciple and the old village chief in the morning kept buzzing in his head, blowing the horn. At this moment, as he looked at the pitch-black object that Zhang Feng had just finished pouring, he could not associate it with the object that could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. But Zhang Feng had said it was done. So the crowd could only wait. As the crowd waited, Zhang Feng finally squeezed out of the crowd and came to the outside of the workshop. He was gasping for air. He did not know how much of the poisonous gas of rubber he had inhaled. At this moment, he did not know whether it was because he had not exercised for a long time or something else, but he actually felt a little dizzy. It was not easy to smoke a cigarette, so the situation was a little better. Zhang Feng was too lazy to go in. He shouted inside the door, "Niu Pai Huang, touch it and see if the surface is dry. If it is, throw it into the bucket and let it soak for 10 minutes. Then take it out." At this moment, the people at the door of the left room were looking at the ball eagerly and talking about it. Seeing Zhang Feng talking, a bold person could not help but squat beside Zhang Feng and asked, "Prince Zhang, what is this thing you are making now? Is it the basketball that was talked about in Chang'an today?" Seeing that someone had asked the key point, Zhang Feng was also happy. He gave a cigarette to that person and lit it for him personally. The happy person almost fainted. He was dizzy and puffing on the cigarette. The people at the door were no longer in the mood to admire the black ball. Instead, they looked at the cigarette in Zhang Feng's hand and the guy's smoke with envy. Zhang Feng was not maroon. At this time he had to be generous. He generously took out a red sandalwood box carved with patterns and handed out cigarettes one by one. And the crowd was even more excited. What was this? It was a blank piece of paper. It was a cigarette rolled out from a piece of white paper that was rumored to be magical in Chang'an City. Other than the prodigal Zhang Feng, who would dare to use such a good thing to spoil others? However, it was said that this cigarette was also a good thing. Although there were people who smoked in Chang'an City, there were very few people who could smoke like Zhang Feng. Even for many people, it was their first time seeing this thing. At this time, many people put the cigarette under their nose and sniffed it. He just couldn't bear to smoke it. At this time, Zhang Feng said, "This thing is a basketball. It's something I thought of a few days ago when I was on the mountain. Does everyone know about Kuju now?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Zhang Feng continued, "For this Kuju, the only people who can afford to play it are the aristocrats, but for us commoners, who can afford to play it? Who has time to play, right?" So, this kid was thinking, look, where is this place? This is Chang'an. It's under the feet of the emperor. We, the people of Chang'an, represent the face of the Tang dynasty. This thing can't be lost, right? That's why I was wondering if I could make something like that nutritious porridge so that everyone could have something to play with during their leisure time. As for whether this thing can strengthen the body, whether it can relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, this can only be discovered by you slowly in the future. Prince Zhang, do you mean that we can all play with this thing? The kid sitting next to Zhang Feng asked again at this time. At this time, even the dark-faced wife stared at Zhang Feng, feeling incredulous. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, that's right. I've already asked people to make it. Not only will there be it in every market in the future, but when the time is right, I'm willing to pay. If any of you play it well, I'll give you money. If any of you are outstanding, we'll hold basketball games twice a year in the future. If you win, I'll agree to 3 of your requests. If I ask you to marry me, will you agree? At this time, a girl asked in surprise. When Zhang Feng heard this, his scalp instantly went numb. However, before he could speak, the people of Tonghui Fang scolded the fat girl and chased her away. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I, Zhang Feng, can do it. Zhang Feng hurriedly added in the end. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel ecstatic. Although they did not know if playing this could strengthen their bodies, they could earn money and also get a promise from Zhang Feng. This was a rare opportunity to soar to the top. Who was Zhang Feng? He was the dean of White Deer College, the youngest hereditary viscount in Chang'an. Was there anything to say about this future? Everyone's eyes could not help but become fervent. At this time, Zhang Feng saw Niu Pai Huang, who was in a daze at the back of the crowd. He waved his hand. Only then did everyone remember what they were here to do. They hurriedly opened up a path and looked at the black thing in Niu Pai Huang's hand. The entire black ball was filled with lines left behind by pouring. There were also many traces of dripping on one side of the ball. Obviously, this was the bottom of the basketball stand. Zhang Feng took the basketball and subconsciously made the gesture of taking the ball in a basketball court in his previous life. He could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Finally, Zhang Feng moved. To be precise, Zhang Feng finally threw the black ball in his hand onto the ground under everyone's shocked gaze. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 885. The basketball was a good basketball. Although the material was a little problematic, it was still okay. However, the air was not enough. Zhang Feng could not help but start to worry again. He patted the basketball twice and asked, "Niu Pai Huang, can your bellows inflate this thing? Just at the hole you left, inflate it and plug it with the cork from before." This. Niu Pai Huang could not help but frown together. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Let's go see your bellows." The principle of the bellows was the same as the inflator, but one was something that was dozens or hundreds of times smaller, and the other was something that could only stay in one place. The two entered the kitchen. Niu Pai Huang's landlords and workers in the kitchen all looked at Zhang Feng excitedly, especially the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Their eyes were burning. After Zhang Feng greeted everyone casually, he squatted in front of the bellows and looked at it. But after thinking about it, Zhang Feng felt that it was not possible. Looking at the remaining rubber, Zhang Feng could not help but have an idea. "Niu Pai Huang, go and find me a 7-foot-long bamboo tube as thick as an arm and so on, until one end is only as big as this seam." Niu Pai Huang heard it and suddenly understood. He hurriedly ran out with the hatchet. What was this? This was Zhang Feng imparting skills. The previous bone-strengthening powder and the nutritional porridge business, he had been envious of it for a long time just because of a word. That was strengthening the body. Not to mention those things that Zhang Feng made later, which one of them was not a business that made a fortune. At this time, Niu Pai Huang seemed to be worried that his wife was at home. He was afraid of annoying Zhang Feng, so he twisted his wife's ear and dragged her out of the door. Zhang Feng glanced at the door, waved his hand and said with a smile, "Let's go. 3 days at most and you'll be able to play this thing. I hope everyone here can help me spread the word when the time comes." Although these people didn't know what publicity meant. But the gist of it was that he wanted them to take it out and say it. How could the crowd not agree? They happily promised and ran away. Zhang Feng finally has time to study the basketball's valve. It was easy to make a basketball, but once the air valve was not done properly, this thing would be useless. Cow urine was made of tough material. There was naturally a reason why it could be used as a water bag for desert travel. Zhang Feng did not doubt this, but this was where the difficulty lay. How to make these two things fit perfectly was the key. After pulling out the cork, Zhang Feng looked at the sunlight outside the window and studied it. He couldn't help but think of the cork on a portable water bottle in the future. In an instant, Zhang Feng had an idea. Picking up the wooden spoon, he scooped up some sticky rubber. After that, he took the bowl of cold water that Niu Pai Huang had poured for him. Raising the wooden spoon high, he let the rubber in the spoon converge into a silk thread and drip into the bowl. When Zhang Feng saw that it was almost done, he picked up a cylindrical rubber stick that was thinner than a chopstick. He drew on the basketball's air inlet and dipped it in layers of rubber to make it the same size as the air inlet. Then he smeared the rubber on the air inlet. After doing all this, Zhang Feng carefully aimed the rubber stick in his hand at the air inlet and pressed it into the air inlet. After a while, Zhang Feng picked up the basketball again and soaked it into a water tank. Then he squeezed the basketball hard. After all, there was still air in the basketball. After repeated tests to make sure that there was no possibility of air leakage, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the basketball was finally completed. What was left was the inflatable cylinder. As long as the inflatable cylinder could perfectly pierce through the air inlet's rubber, everything would be perfect. "Prince Zhang, you're done just like that?" The sudden voice really startled Zhang Feng. He turned around and saw that it was Cow Leather Huang's little disciple. Zhang Feng asked, "You saw it all?" The little disciple nodded. Zhang Feng asked again, "What's your name?" "My name is Guotaibao. Prince Zhang, you can call me Xiaobao." "Guotaibao? Too full? Good name." Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. The ancient people's attainments were simply at the peak, especially reflected in the name. It was simply, "Xiaobao, did you see all the steps I just took?" Hearing this, Guotaibao thought that Zhang Feng was going to blame him. He was so scared that he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Prince Zhang, I didn't mean it, this..." Guotaibao was so anxious that he was about to cry. "Please don't tell my master and mistress, or I'll lose another layer of skin." Zhang Feng joked, "It's fine if you don't want me to say it. Let me ask you, did you remember the steps I just took?" "Yes." Zhang Feng heard this and nodded. "Good, then from now on, the matter of making this basketball will be handed over to you. Remember, this skill is not allowed to be spread or you'll be beheaded. Do you understand?" If it gets out, not only will your head be lost, your whole family and your master's head will also be lost. Guotaibao was scared out of his wits. In an instant, Zhang Feng smelled an unpleasant urine smell. This guy so easily frightened? Zhang Feng frowned and covered his nose. When your master comes back, ask him to make an inflatable cylinder. As for how to make it and how to inflate it, I don't care. If I don't see him tomorrow morning, I'll find someone else to do this job. Chapter 886. Chang city was not a big place, but it was not small either. Even the slightest thing could spread throughout the city in an instant. Last night, out of nowhere, an unusual sound was heard. It was rumored that Zhang Feng, the dean of White Deer College in Shaoshan, had been observing the sky at night and had a great revelation. After the bone-strengthening powder and the nutritious porridge, he had come up with another activity that everyone could participate in. It was a good thing that could strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and prolong one's life. Moreover, it was something that Sun Simiao, the miracle doctor, and the 4 great Confucian scholars had spent a month to come up with. Basketball. In an instant, the new word basketball spread like wildfire in Chang'an City. The main reason was that this thing was not like the bone-strengthening powder, which could only be used by the rich. Could be used by any ordinary person. This time, everyone was in an uproar. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked to find out that another incredible thing had happened in Tonghui Lane. They saw that under the big willow tree at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, a group of women who were bored out of their wits were squatting under a big willow tree and chatting. When a group of people from Tonghui Fang passed by and talked about something, the group of women couldn't help but block the group of women from passing by. Did you just say that Prince Zhang should pay for the basketball? The moment they asked that question, it became a big deal. More and more people gathered around. At this time, money was the most difficult to earn. Moreover, Shao Mountain, which had always been regarded as a land of evil, was now full of people and no longer hiring. Therefore, as soon as there was a rustling of grass in the wind, everyone pricked up their ears. The people in Tonghui Lane were naturally those who had just witnessed Zhang Feng's miraculous deeds from Niupi Huang. Do you see what this is? The young man who had been sitting next to Zhang Feng held up half a cigarette in his hand excitedly and said, "This is a cigarette. It's a cigarette that only the Confucian scholars from White Deer College can enjoy." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. F***CK, where did you steal this from? I heard that Prince Zhang went back to the tavern. Did you guys go there to steal? Hearing this, the group of women could not take it anymore. He was about to step forward and grab that person, preparing to send him to the authorities for punishment. That person was also anxious. Which eye of yours saw that I stole it? Let me tell you, Prince Zhang personally lit this cigarette for me and handed it to me. F***CK off Zhou. It's good enough that you didn't steal it. Prince Zhang is such a noble person. Why would he speak for you? This person, Zhou, was very famous in this area. This was because he had a history of theft 3 times and had been paraded through the streets 3 times. It was hard not to know him. At this moment, he was actually holding something that only the rich could enjoy. The crowd didn't even need to think about it. Nero Zhou was also anxious. He pointed at the crowd behind him and said, "Look at their ears. That's Prince Zhang's cigarette." And they all saw it. At the entrance of Niupi Huang, Prince Zhang personally gave all of us cigarettes. If you don't believe me, let's go to the authorities now. I'll definitely sue you for framing me. Hearing that, the women finally saw that everyone who came out of Tonghui Lane had the same cigarette in their ears and hands. They could not help but be shocked. Did Prince Zhang really give these to us personally? The people from Tonghui Lane straightened their backs as if they were presenting a treasure. They looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and let the cigarette in their ears leak out. The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly asked, "Nero Zhou, no, Master Zhou, tell us, what did Prince Zhang say? Why would he give you such expensive cigarettes?" You begged me." Nero Zhou stroked the large black mole at the corner of his mouth and was extremely proud of himself. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing that no one was begging him, he could only rub his nose embarrassedly and say, "Prince Zhang is simply a god descending to the mortal world. Didn't an old Taoist say that Chang'an's Emperor Ziwei had descended to the mortal world? In my opinion, Prince Zhang must be that Emperor Ziwei. This ball was made by Prince Zhang when he saw how pitiful we were. We didn't have enough to eat or wear, so he made the bone-strengthening powder that only exists in the heavens. However, those damned rich bastards took it for themselves. In the end, Prince Zhang got angry and stopped making the powder. Instead, he made this thing called a basketball. This thing is amazing." Nero Zhou became more and more excited as he spoke. More and more onlookers gathered around. Even Niu Weili, who had a splitting headache early in the morning, appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. "Kid, tell me, what did Brother Jiang come up with this time?" Nero Zhou was very excited. When had he ever been so awe-inspiring? This was all given to him by Prince Jiang. When he saw someone calling Prince Jiang brother, he immediately said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How can you call Prince Jiang a brother?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nero Zhou saw Niu Weili. The people around them unconsciously took a few steps back. Nero Zhou could not help but swallow his saliva with great difficulty. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said with a sobbing tone, "Lord Niu, I was talking nonsense. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level." Chapter 887. How could Niu Weili be in the mood to argue with him? Yesterday he didn't know what kind of wine Zhang Feng gave him. He didn't even know how he got back. He just heard from the servants that he was thrown from a carriage to the gate of the county government. He wanted to visit Zhang Feng early in the morning. He also wanted to see if he could get some lucrative jobs. For example, the security of the market under the hill. Now, the market under the hill was even more awesome than the two big markets in Chang'an. The tax revenue was simply enviable. But before he arrived at Tonghui Square, Niu Weili saw a group of people gathered together. Zhou Bapi, who was standing on the stone lion head at the gate of Tonghui Square, couldn't help but come up curiously. Then he heard this good news. His eyes lit up. At this time he didn't care about Zhou Bapi's bad record. He waved his hand and said, "If you tell me everything in detail, I'll pretend that it didn't happen. If you lie, I'll punish you for the crime of dishonoring an official of the imperial court." While speaking, Niu Weili stared at Zhou Bapi and said, "At least 80 beatings and then throw him into the mine." Hearing this, Zhou Bapi panicked. Lying on the ground, his whole body trembled. "Master Niu, you're so merciful. I was just talking on the spur of the moment. Prince Jiang himself is a god. How can ordinary people dare to claim kinship with him? So I'm just defending Prince Jiang's reputation. I don't mean anything against Master Niu. Get up and talk." Niu Weili was just scaring this guy. He didn't intend to punish him. Seeing this, Zhou Bapi hurriedly got up and said loudly, "Last night you should all know about the basketball, right?" Niu Weili frowned, looked at the private advisor beside him and asked, "What's a basketball?" The private advisor paused and quickly told Niu Weili about the basketball in detail. Hearing this, Niu Weili couldn't help but change his expression. Once again he listened attentively. Nero Zhou seemed to have regained his excitement from before, but he didn't dare to climb up the stone lion. He raised the remaining half of his cigarette and said, "Prince Jiang just made a basketball at Niu Pai Huang. Moreover, I heard that it took the 4 great scholars, Divine Dr. Sun, and a few others several days of painstaking effort to boil this pot of material. That thing is incredible. With a light pad on the ground he can jump up 10 feet high. And Prince Jiang also said that from now on, he will build a basketball court in every street and alley. Everyone, old and young, can play basketball and strengthen their bodies. He wants us to prolong our lives together. Not only that, Child Jiang even intends to award it to those who perform well out of his own pocket. Additionally, the winner of the annual basketball match in Tongshan Mountain could get a promise from Child Jiang within his ability. What's more, Child Jiang even intends to award it to those who perform well. In other words, you can make a request of Prince Jiang." Buzz. Instantly, the hundreds of officials were in an uproar. What? Prince Jiang is simply a god descending to the earth. This good thing not only doesn't cost money but will also give us money? Oh my god. Really, the god has opened his eyes. Niu Weili was also stunned at this time. Why didn't he hear Prince Jiang mention such an important thing yesterday? Niu Weili couldn't listen to it anymore. He hurriedly squeezed through the excited crowd and ran to Zhang Feng's pub. What happened here once again spread out like a gust of wind. East Market. The market square was very quiet now. There were only a few merchants who were listlessly huddled together, playing poker to relieve their boredom. At this time, the appearance of a group of people instantly cheered up these businessmen in the East Market. They shouted again, but this group of people didn't come to buy things. He looked around and then told the people what he had just heard at the entrance of Tonghui Fang. "Let me tell you a good thing. First, don't tell anyone. You should have heard of Prince Jiang, right? He's the dean of White Deer College. He just made a basketball. And that thing can shoot up as high as the city wall with a single hit. I also heard that this thing can not only prolong life, but also cure all kinds of diseases if you lick it and eat it. Not only that, Prince Jiang is going to reward those who play basketball well with his own money." Hearing that, the people in the East Market were in an uproar. The situation in the West Market was also the same at this time. It's true. You should have heard of Master Nyo from the Chang and local government, right? Master Nyo said it himself. That thing can cure all kinds of diseases. After playing for a long time, Prince Zhang will arrange a good job for you in Shao Mountain. Not only the East Market and West Market of Chang and Avenue. Even the reclining lane and the places where the 3 provinces and 6 departments were located had heard the news at this time. At this time, Wei Jing listened to the report of his subordinates and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fang Xianling and asked, Master Fang, what do you think about this matter? In the palace, Li Shimin, who was playing cards with Li Yuan, couldn't help but laugh after learning about this situation. Hearing that, Li Yuan asked and couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. What the hell is this guy doing? Maybe this guy is preparing for the mid-autumn hunt. Chapter 888. When Li Shimin heard this, he thought for a moment and said, calculating the time, it seems that it's time for the mid-autumn hunt. However, we won't be able to see such a wonderful thing. When Li Yuan heard this, he said, first, calculate the money from the last round clearly for me. Li Shimin was somewhat speechless, but he really didn't have a single copper coin on him. He looked at the palace maids around him. Only then did he pay off the debt. Li Yuan was like a miser holding copper coins and said, if you want to see after this guy finishes the mid-autumn hunt, or before the mid-autumn hunt, we'll go to Shao Mountain together. In any case, Old Man is also the honorary vice dean of White Deer College. It's not too much to go and inspect this basketball. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Imperial Father is right. While speaking, Li Shimin asked faintly, Little Gizi, I heard that Wuxia, the Duke of Yi, and the others went to the small tavern one after another yesterday. Yes. Little Gizi bowed and hurriedly said, replying to Your Majesty, retired Emperor, Wuxia stayed in the tavern for an hour. After she went out, there was nothing strange. This servant feels that nothing happened. However, Duke of Yi and Duke of Lu stayed for about 3 hours. And then, Little Gizi carefully explained the matter of the Crown Prince and the others visiting Jianghu. At this time, Li Qingqian also hurried from Shao Mountain to the Imperial Garden. When Li Shimin saw that Li Qingqian's expression was strange, he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Only then did he point to the stone bench at the side and said, What matter do you have that you don't pay attention to your image? Li Yuan also looked at Li Qingqian with a smile and asked, Qian, do you have any good news to tell me? Imperial grandfather still understands your grandson. Li Qingqian hurriedly flattered him. Li Shimin heard this and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. However, Li Yuan did not give him the opportunity to ask. He asked, Yesterday, I heard that you turned the entire palace upside down in search of briquette? Yes, it was Feng Zi who told me to look for it. Furthermore, he said that only this thing can maintain the temperature of the furnace to a higher degree and then smelt steel. Oh. Hearing this, a hint of shock flashed across the faces of Li Yuan and Li Shimin. The matter of the firearms, the impenetrable shield, and the invincible spear had always affected the two of them. And the source of all of this was the need to obtain steel. Now that the two of them actually heard good news from Li Qingqian's mouth, they couldn't help but be even happier. TSK, tell me in detail. This isn't something you want to talk about, right? Li Shimin waved his hand and laughed. Just as Imperial Father said, this isn't the case. The mind that Imperial Father has always been interested in has taken shape. Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked. He quickly looked around and shouted coldly in the distance, Clean up the Imperial Garden. Without my order, not a single mouse is allowed to enter. Then Li Shimin and the other two fell into a short silence. Mines had always been an important thing that troubled Li Shimin and the Tang dynasty. Now the iron blocks, coal mines and gold and silver mines of the Tang dynasty were all in the hands of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This was something that Li Shimin and Li Yuan had always been unable to let go of. At this time, they actually heard this matter again from Li Qingqian's mouth. They couldn't help but think of something in an instant. After a bird's cry came, Li Shimin asked, Qian, why do you say that? Did you find a coal mine? Li Qingqian smiled bitterly and said, If only I had that ability. It was Feng Zi who guessed where there was a coal mine in Erpi Ridge of Lantian County. What? How did he know? Li Yuan and Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in unison. Coal was not important. It was very needed in winter and the daily needs of the palace. However, this thing had always been in the hands of those nobles. Under their wolf-like eyes, it was very difficult to find scattered playthings. However, not to mention coal mines, even if there were other minerals that needed a large amount now, as the emperor of a country, he actually didn't know much about them. This was the worry of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. The main reason was that they didn't have talents who specialized in mining like the aristocratic families. Now that Zhang Feng appeared, the two couldn't help but find a way to get rid of the nobles. Although it was easy to push Zhang Feng to the opposite side of those aristocratic families by doing so, Zhang Feng on the mountain now had settled the four great scholars, and Li Yuan took the initiative to become the honorary vice president. If they wanted to make a move on Zhang Feng, they had to think about it first. In that case, he would have to weigh the pros and cons first. Moreover, if it was as Zhang Feng had said, he would be able to create this gun that was even more terrifying than the invincible spear in a short period of time. Then what was Li Shimin afraid of? At that time, no matter what Guanlong 8 great families as well as those 5 families and 7 families, they would all tremble under his power. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but become more intense. Tell me, is this matter confirmed? Li Qingqian shook his head and said, it is because of the importance of this matter that I sent out countless loyal people last night, and then hurriedly returned to the palace to report. Good. Li Shimin nodded in appreciation. It seems that I made the right choice to let you follow Fengzi. This is the way a monarch should do. Before doing anything, you must first think clearly about the pros and cons of the matter. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back. After wandering around the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he said, I will give you a secret edict. Quickly let Niu Jinda send someone to personally go and do it according to Fengzi's method. You must not leave Chang'an. Otherwise, if those damn flies smell it, it will be troublesome. Li Qingqian heard this and said, I obey the edict. Chapter 889. These 2 days Chang'an was not peaceful. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting for the basketball to appear. And in the palace. Ever since Li Qingqian bid farewell to Li Shimin and Li Yuan, he went to Empress Jiangxuan's place to pay his respects, then hurriedly left the palace. In his bosom, he carried a letter that Li Yuan wrote to Zhang Feng. Thinking of the contents of the letter, Li Qingqian could not help but be speechless. This retired emperor actually asked the person in charge of construction to build a basketball court in the palace that was dedicated to him. Although this request was nothing much, who would dare to do something that had never been seen before? Who would be able to bear the responsibility? Originally, Imperial Father was building a private residence for you, but you didn't even look at it. Instead you gave it to Zhang Feng. Li Qingqian couldn't help but feel jealous. That private residence, the amount of money spent as well as the design, were all of a higher standard than the palace. The main reason was that Li Shimin wanted to take care of Li Yuan's life, so he did everything he could. But now, this damn brat, he didn't even look at it. Looking at the groggy Wang Kong, Li Qingqian could not help but sigh. All the good things were taken away by the pig? Oh, isn't this young Master Li? At this moment, Li Qingqian disguised himself in the sedan and prepared to slip away to Tong Huifang. However, when he turned around, he bumped into an acquaintance. A fair-weather friend of his when he was stubborn in Chang'an. Seeing Li Qingqian now, the person also looked at the sedan in surprise and said, What, did young Master Li just slip away from home? Li Qingqian chuckled perfunctorily. That person grabbed Li Qingqian and asked mysteriously, I just heard a piece of news. Brother Li, you're at White Deer College, have you ever heard of basketball? Li Qingqian asked in surprise, You know about it too? The youth wearing a pink gown glanced at Li Qingqian and said, Brother Li, are you doubting my intelligence? Who in Chang'an doesn't know about this? However, just now, when I was in Swallow Descent restaurant, I heard that someone was currently transporting large amounts of wood outside the city, as well as some kind of cement that is said to be able to instantly turn into stone. Do you know about this matter? Li Qingqian grew impatient. Brother Imo, feel free to speak your mind. I still have an important matter to attend to and meet the dean. If there is any delay. When that person heard this, he also put away his joking expression and said, To be honest, I really do have some matters to attend to. Brother Li also knows about the matter of my father working in the Ministry of Works. Today, after learning about the miraculous effects of the cement, I was thinking of doing some renovations to my residence. That was why I thought of Brother Li. Right now, it seems like Brother Li and Principal Zhang have quite a deep relationship, so... Li Qingqian's eyes narrowed slightly. You want cement? Yeah. As long as Brother Li is willing to help me with this big favor, I've heard that a thief from the previous dynasty was caught and his whole family was escorted back to the capital. One of the women was simply an outstanding beauty. When the time comes, I'll use my connections to send her to Brother Li's residence. Li Qingqian had also heard of this matter. Although he was tempted, how could he have the time and mood to think about it at this time? At this moment, a cold and somewhat charming voice startled the two of them. Isn't this young Master Li? Young Master Li is also going to Prince Zhang's tavern? The voice was very charming. When the pink-clothed youth heard the voice, he was completely dumbfounded. He slowly turned around with a love-struck expression. What entered his eyes was a pair of charming eyes under the curtain of a carriage, causing the youth's saliva to flow all over the ground. Li Qingqian knew who the person was the moment he heard the voice. He had also seen the power of this woman. Not daring to meet her eyes, he bowed and said, "Li Qingqian greets Miss Yu, That's right. The person who had come was Yu. When the pink-clothed youth saw that the two of them knew each other, he hurriedly wiped the saliva off his mouth and stepped forward to bow elegantly. Mo Zizong greets Miss Yu. Who was Yu? Although she had not seen thousands of such debauches, she had seen hundreds of them. Therefore, she automatically filtered out Mo Zizong's words and looked at Li Qingqian instead. Brother Mo, let me give you a word of advice. You're a femme fatale. Then he continued Yu's words. That's right, we're going to the tavern. Why did Miss Yu come today? Because of the basketball matter. Yu invited Li Qingqian into the carriage, but Li Qingqian refused. This made Yu a little surprised. She pursed her lips and said, "Could it be that young Master Li is afraid of me?" Cough cough. Miss Yu, what are you saying? Feng Zi is still waiting. You go ahead first. I'll catch up later. What a joke. Li Qingqian did not dare to provoke this woman. Probably only that pervert Feng Zi could control such a poisonous scorpion. The pink-clothed young man couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. Especially Li Qingqian's actions just now. It was completely different from the young Master Li he knew. Could it be that this woman was really so afraid? However, this was not important. Damn it. They did not even talk about the proper business. While Mo Zizong was beating his chest and stamping his feet, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin's subordinates, a large number of soldiers from the Chang and military camp, disguised as ordinary people, entered Chang and city gate with a large amount of wood. Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin rode on big horses. Although ordinary people would not be able to resist the two of them because of their makeup, their ferocious faces were still frightening. When the people surrounding Chang and city's gate saw the carriages full of wood, they could not help but exclaim, "Could these people be craftsmen from Shao Mountain? Are they here to build a basketball court?" Chapter 890. The people who built the basketball court had entered the city. This news spread like wildfire among the commoners. In an instant, countless people gathered behind the carriages. They wanted to see how these pieces of wood could become the rumored object in the hands of these people. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong wandered around Chang and city for a while. Then Yu Qigong turned his horse's head and said, "Why don't we build one at the entrance of Tonghui Lane?" Qing Yaojin nodded. "You don't say. This place is connected to all directions and connects the east and the west. If we build it here, not only will it highlight Feng Zi, but it will also make Tonghui Lane's reputation soar." "Okay, let's do it here." The two of them discussed and decided on the matter. On the other side, Niu Weili first went to Niu Pai Huang's workshop. When he did not see Zhang Feng, he went to Zhang Feng's tavern with Niu Pai Huang, who had just finished making the basketball. At this time, Zhang Feng was already sleeping soundly under the crooked tree at the entrance of the tavern. The two of them did not dare to disturb him. They squatted beside Zhang Feng with the basketball in their arms and waited. Not long after, Yu Qiyuer's palanquin slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the tavern under their gazes. When Niu Weili saw the standard on the sedan chair, his scalp went numb. "Well, wait here. I'll come back another day." After saying that, Niu Weili used his running speed to escape from here. Seeing this, Niu Weili's yellow skin was stunned. What a joke. That was the sedan chair of Duke Yi's residence. Others might not recognize it, but as a small county magistrate of Chang, how could he not recognize it? On the first day he came to Chang'an City, the first thing he did was to remember all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. The symbol on the carriage was the best proof. Niu Weili's back could not help but break out in cold sweat as he ran. Yesterday he also noticed the carriage and the woman in it. Although he had never seen her before, he knew that she could ride the carriage of Duke Yi's residence and walk around in such a flashy manner in Chang'an City. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that this person wasn't someone they could afford to offend. In addition, he had heard from others yesterday that this woman had only left the tavern after a long time. If she wasn't close to Prince Zhang, who would dare to do so? Today he came to find Zhang Feng to ask for a favor. If that sentence offended the person who came, then his life would be over. However, before Niu Weili could walk out of Tong Hui Fang, he saw two tall and burly men riding horses in front of Tong Hui Fang. Niu Weili, who had a stomach full of anger, finally found a way to vent. After tidying up his clothes, he appeared at the entrance of Tong Huifang with a gloomy face and coldly shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Don't you know you can't ride a horse in Chang'an City?" Hearing this, Yuqi Gongqing and Yuqi Gongqing Jin were all stunned. The soldiers were more interested in watching a good show. The surrounding officials and common people looked at Niu Weili with ridicule. It was indescribably strange. Niu Weili's mind was still in a mess, so he didn't notice the strange atmosphere. He stepped forward and scolded, "Where are the barbarians from? Don't you know the law of Chang'an City? Get off the horse quickly or follow me to the Chang'an local government. Ordinary." Before he finished, Niu Weili's knees went soft and he knelt on the road, trembling all over. "Hey you, who is this fool?" Qing Yaojin looked at Niu Weili in surprise and asked. Yuqi Gong didn't know. He scratched his head and said, "I don't care who he is. Let's do what we should do. Later we'll find Fengzi for a drink. You two get off the horse quickly. This is the county magistrate of Chang'an local government. Yesterday he became friends with Prince Zhang. They are brothers." Puff. Before the onlookers finished, Niu Weili spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a trembling voice, "I didn't know it was you too. I'll get out of here. Please continue. Pretend you didn't see me." As he spoke, Niu Weili staggered to his feet and scrambled away. Damn it. Why were these two gods of slaughter here? Although the two of them were in disguise, he still remembered the jade plates on their belts. There were 5 green dragon tokens given by the emperor. Yuqi Gong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Niu Jinda, Qin Xiong and Qin Shubao. These 5 lords were told on the first day in the Chang'an local government that they couldn't be provoked. To think that I would be able to see 2 of them today. And judging from their figures, they were the most difficult to deal with, the devil Qing Yaojin and the reckless Yuqi Gong. Damn it, what was wrong with Lao Tzu today? Niu Weili wanted to cry. However, Yuqi Gong and Qing Yaojin were confused. But judging from Niu Weili's behavior, this old guy seemed to have recognized them. "Lao Hei, it seems that you're not doing a good job," Yuqi Gong joked. Qing Yaojin pointed at a soldier and said, "Go, follow the county magistrate and tell him what we're here for." Yes. The soldier, who was also strong, shook his shoulders and threw a small wooden stake on the ground. He clenched his fists and followed Niu Weili with a sneer. Chapter 891. Move faster. Don't move the floor tiles. You mother ***, go measure it and erect the wooden stake. If Fengzi is not satisfied, Lao Tzu will skin you alive. You mother ***, what are you going to do with such a small piece of wood? Send it to Fengzi to light the fire. You and the 2 of you can't even move a stone lion. What's the use of you? Scram, go back and get a whip for Lao Tzu." Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, a pine tree with a diameter of 3 feet and a height of 3 feet was erected at the entrance of the market. This scene stunned everyone. Nero Zhou, who was in the crowd, mustered up his courage and flashed half a cigarette in his hand. He asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Yuqi Gong glanced at Nero Zhou and his gaze fell on the cigarette in his hand. He frowned and asked, "Is this from Tong Huifang?" Nero Zhou heard this and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Yuqi Gong said lazily, "Isn't this the basketball court that Fengzi was talking about? Lao Tzu built a basketball court for you. What are you doing? You're embarrassing Fengzi. Don't you know how to help?" Basketball court? And it was the first basketball court to be built in Tong Huifang? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, but then they felt ashamed. It was such a thick piece of wood. It was really difficult for these children to lift it. They could not help but feel embarrassed and rushed forward to help. Nero Zhou's eyes rolled when he saw this. He also ran over to follow or shout to the soldiers who were digging the hole. The miraculous matter of the basketball court being built in Tong Huifang was out of control. The people of Chang'an, who had nothing better to do, all came forward to see this strange thing. However, when they saw the wooden stake that was much higher than the entrance of the market, all of them could not help but gasp in shock. My mother. This was not something ordinary people could play with. It was so tall. How could it be thrown up? In no time, the news of Tong Huifang building a magical basketball court spread like a whirlwind. Zhang Feng also woke up amidst the commotion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Niu Pai Huang squatting beside him, which gave Zhang Feng a fright. Seeing Zhang Feng wake up, Niu Pai Huang grinned. That mouthful of yellow teeth made Zhang Feng feel nauseous. Done? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. Niu Pai Huang was so excited that he handed the basketball that Zhang Feng had modified the air valve to Zhang Feng. The basketball was simply polished, and Su Rian looked slightly rough. However, this was the effect that Zhang Feng wanted. As for the appearance, Zhang Feng didn't care. It wouldn't be too late to think about the patterns after the market opened up. Zhang Feng took the basketball and pressed it. The air of the basketball was very strong. He tried to pat it. If it weren't for the Tang dynasty, Zhang Feng would really think that this thing was also a time traveler. Not bad, you did a good job. I'll write you a note later. You go to Shao Mountain and ask the old village chief for money. From now on, I'll buy each of these things at a price of 1 million. How about that? 100 copper coins. This price made Niu Pai Huang tremble with excitement. Even with the addition of the whole piece of cowhide, the total cost was less than 30 copper coins. Niu Pai Huang couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Why do you need to go to Shao Mountain? Can't I just give it to him now? At this moment, Li Qingqian's voice sounded from beside the palanquin. Zhang Feng looked over and only then did he notice Yuqiu standing beside Li Qingqian. She was wearing a peach-colored gauze dress and holding an oil paper umbrella. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a question in his mind. You too, Li Qingqian hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't misunderstand. We just met on the road. Besides, you were sleeping soundly. Miss Yu couldn't bear to disturb you, so I told her about you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Seeing this, Yuqiu slightly bowed and said, You greets Prince Zhang. I haven't seen you for a day, but Prince Zhang's complexion looks better. My goodness, your grandma's leg. Seeing you, Lao Tzu feels uncomfortable everywhere. However, Zhang Feng only dared to criticize in his heart. After seeing Li Qingqian give Niu Pai Huang a banknote, he smiled and cupped his hands. However, Zhang Feng didn't invite the two of them in. Instead, he asked, What's going on the street? Did the people on the mountain come back? It's so noisy. Li Qingqian was stunned. You don't know? What do I know? Hearing their conversation, Yuqiu couldn't help but smile and said, Let you explain. It's at the entrance of Tonghui Square. Cousin and old Qin are building the basketball court Prince Zhang mentioned. Zhang Feng nodded when he heard this. He patted the basketball in his hand, but it was snatched away by Li Qingqian. Out of curiosity, Li Qingqian slammed it on the ground, giving Zhang Feng and Yuqiu a fright. The basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air, then bounced off the roof of the tavern and went to another place. Li Qingqian couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, what's that? Did that ball spread its wings? Chapter 892. F***CK. Zhang Feng looked at the basketball that disappeared in the air and couldn't help but burst out with a classic phrase. Yuqiu and Niu Pai Huang, who were about to leave, were stunned. Zhang Feng didn't have time to scold Li Qingqian. He ran after the basketball. Yuqiu glared at Li Qingqian and also lifted her skirt. She didn't even want the umbrella. Like a butterfly, she chased after Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, wait for me. Li Qingqian finally reacted. He looked at his own hand, then looked at the yellow leather that was looking at him with bad intentions. He shouted, Why aren't you looking for the ball? If you lose the ball, this young master will strip you and make you into a basketball. As he spoke, Li Qingqian took a step forward and followed after him. This was the first basketball. Naturally, he knew the value of this ball. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's character, he wouldn't care if he lost it. Why would he chase after it? At most, he would just make another one. There were only 8 days left until the mid-autumn hunt. At the entrance of Tonghui Fong, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin looked at the busy crowd. They squatted on the side of the road and smoked while pondering about the magic of this basketball. When they were talking about it, the two old men couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, Yu Qigong finished his cigarette and was about to add a second one. He heard a dong sound. Someone suddenly slapped his head from the top of his head. Instantly, the cigarette in his mouth went into his throat. It was so hot that Yu Qigong slapped Qing Yaojin's face. Qing Yaojin was so angry that he shouted, Are you King itching for a beating? Yu Qigong was also anxious. What? Do you want to move around? Lao Tzu provoked you. How dare you slap Lao Tzu's head? Look at Lao Tzu's mouth. It's full of King blisters. Mother Ker, who the CK allowed you to smoke? It's like you're doing something. Can't you be more refined? Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a strange sound suddenly rang out beside them. The two of them weren't mortals, so they instantly noticed the bouncing black ball. Yu Qigong, on the other hand, was even more imposing. He grabbed Qing Yaojin's collar with one hand and punched him with the other. In an instant, that black ball, under everyone's gaze, quickly flew out and bounced off the basketball that had just been erected not far away. Then it once again flew back to Yu Qigong's face at an even faster speed than before. This time Qing Yaojin was dumbfounded. Yu Qigong also heard the sound of the ball breaking through the air. When he turned his face, it just so happened that his big face was in close contact with the basketball. Boom. Yu Qigong was, after all, a martial artist. The power of his punch was naturally different from others. At this time, after the basketball slowly bounced away, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, 2 long streams of blood gushed out from Yu Qigong's nose like spring water. At this time, everyone looked at the strange thing and sucked in a breath of cold air. The dignified Duke of Yi was actually sneakily attacked by a hidden weapon? In an instant, the soldiers who were working were all excited and were about to surround the ball. Some of them even chased after the basketball. They kicked and punched and kicked it even more vigorously. The onlookers burst into laughter. At this time, Nero Zhou looked at Yu Qigong's nose with some confusion and then looked at the black thing that everyone was chasing. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Isn't that Prince Zhang's basketball? Who brought it here?" At this time everyone was stunned. They looked at the basketball in astonishment. Qing Yaojin, who was laughing at Yu Qigong, and Yu Qigong, who was rolling up his sleeves in a rage, were also stunned. Yu Qigong wiped the blood from his nose and angrily pointed at Nero Zhou. "Boy, let me ask you. Are you sure that this thing is Feng Zi's basketball? If you dare to lie, Lao Tzu will tear you apart alive." Nero Zhou was obviously frightened by Yu Qigong's fierceness. He said with trembling legs, "Master, this is really Prince Zhang's basketball. Today at the entrance of Niu Pai Huang, everyone saw it." "Yes, Master, this ball was made by Prince Zhang. I also saw it at that time, but it didn't look so lively at that time." Hearing that, all the onlookers could not help but be shocked. "What? Are you sure this thing is Prince Zhang's basketball? Why does it look so strange? Oh my God." At this time, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin could not help but be secretly shocked. This thing, they finally knew how to use it in the military. This damn thing was simply prepared for the training of sharpshooters. "Come on, catch it for me. Mother asterisk Kerr, who told you to kick it? If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it even if I kill you." Finally, the group of bandits became obedient. After a while, they caught the basketball and respectfully handed it to Yu Qigong. Qing Yaojin wanted to play, but Yu Qigong pushed him aside. Bang! Yu Qigong smashed it hard on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air. Yu Qigong could not help but be amused. "Hey, this kid is really AF * king talent." Chapter 893. Qing Yaojin had long been itching to play. Seeing that Yu Qigong was not paying attention, he kicked him aside and grabbed the basketball. He hugged the basketball with both hands and laughed. Old you, I said you don't know how to play. You really don't know how to play. Let me show you how I play." While talking, Qing Yaojin almost used all his strength. He raised both hands above his head and was about to throw the basketball down. At this moment, Zhang Feng's angry voice also sounded not far away. "Stop." Bang. But it was too late. The black basketball in Qing Yaojin's hand had already broken countless willow branches in an instant and rushed into the sky under Zhang Feng's frightened, distressed, and angry eyes. For a moment, Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with distress, anger, and an impulse to kill. Yu Qiuer, Li Qingqian, Niu Pai Huang, and the others who were following closely behind were even more shocked. Especially Li Qingqian, whose face changed instantly. At this moment, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong also noticed Zhang Feng's face. The onlookers also noticed his face. After a commotion, the crowd could not help but slowly retreat. Hey Fengzi, don't be so stingy. Isn't this the way to play this thing?" Qing Yaojin saw Zhang Feng's face and his heart skipped a beat. But who was he? He was Qing Yaojin, a pain in the ass. He touched his nose and could not find anything. As for his face? What was that thing? He really did not know what it was. Seeing this, Nero Zhou rolled his eyes. Seeing that no one cared about the basketball falling down, he hurriedly rushed up and wanted to catch the basketball to take the credit. But when he opened his arms and waited for the basketball to fall into his arms, a pair of big hands swayed in front of him and the basketball steadily fell into Yu Qigong's hands. And he coldly glanced at Nero Zhou. This glance made Nero Zhou tremble all over. They hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd, not daring to move. At this time, Zhang Feng finally caught up. He angrily snatched the basketball and looked at it with distress. He almost covered it under his buttocks. Mother ***, Lao Tzu hadn't even played the ball when it was ready. Mother asterisk Ker Lao Tzu was almost reimbursed. Are you guys stupid? If Lao Tzu doesn't have a ball during the mid-autumn hunt, Lao Tzu will fight it out with you. Qing Yaojin finally realized that something wasn't right. Under Li Qingqian's gaze he hurriedly asked, Feng Zi, this isn't how you play it? Zhang Feng looked at the scratches on the ball with heartache and said fiercely, what do you think? If I let you guys play like this, Lao Tzu wouldn't be able to do it. I'll just let you guys do it. This ball suddenly hit his face. Look, it's bleeding. I don't know where it came from, so in order to avenge my brother I can only do this. I thought it was some kind of hidden weapon. The more Qing Yaojin said, the more guilty he felt. In the end he couldn't help but stare at Li Qingqian and ask, what's the matter with this ball? Why did it grow legs and run over here? It's him, master. It's not my fault. It's him. He took it from Prince Jiang and then just like you just did, Niu Pai Huang betrayed Li Qingqian without any sense of loyalty. In his opinion, Feng Zi was known for being honest and always being bullied. Who didn't know that Li Qingqian was stubborn? Seeing the disaster, Niu Pai Huang immediately stood on Zhang Feng's side. Li Qingqian was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Well, I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, so it was you who did it? Come. Look at my nose, look at my mouth. Don't you know how useful Feng Zi's basketball is? You took it out to tease old man? How could Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin let go of such a good thing? They immediately stood up and began to blame Li Qingqian. 8 days. There are only 8 days left. Feng Zi put in a lot of effort. Do you think it's easy for him? What are you thinking, kid? And you, Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk about you. As he spoke, Yu Qigong pointed at Yu Qiu, wanting to say something. Although Yu Qiu was wearing a peach-colored veil, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. She looked as if she had been wronged, causing Yu Qigong to smack his lips and turn around to vent his frustration at Li Qingqian. Enough. Let's stop acting, okay? Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He quickly stopped everyone. How could he not know that they were acting? However, Zhang Feng's words caused them to be stunned. What's acting? Zhang Feng instantly exploded. How the F***ck would I know what acting is? Let me ask you. Do you think Lao Tzu is a bully? When Lao Tzu is ruthless, he even beat up his own people. Do you think I'm a coward? They were speechless. Knowing that Zhang Feng had said the wrong thing, he was infuriated. Otherwise, how could he have said such a stupid thing? Now that Zhang Feng was angry, they did not want to get into trouble. He could only accept whatever Zhang Feng said and smile sheepishly as he apologized. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. As for the soldiers, they were already doing what they were supposed to do. They did not even dare to look. Which son of AB** would dare to get into trouble at this time? That was simply courting death. That was King hysteria. Chapter 894. After Zhang Feng sulked for a while, he calmed down for a while. Li Qingqian hurried forward and pressed Zhang Feng down on the steps. He let him sit down and wiped his back to help him breathe. At this point, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand weakly and said, Okay, I'm not angry anymore. I'm very happy. You did a good job with this basketball. The quality of this thing is very good. Zhang Feng tried to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He touched his chest with one hand and tried to calm himself down. At this time he would be courting death if he quarreled with these two hooligans. Moreover, he would be laughed at for no reason. Yu Qiu couldn't listen anymore. After seeing Zhang Feng's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Yu Qigong stared at her fiercely, but it didn't work. Do you have a cigarette? Zhang Feng said calmly, but he still held the basketball tightly. Yes. Yu Qigong hurriedly handed Zhang Feng a cigarette. He lit it for him. Zhang Feng sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths. Then he tried to calm himself down. Looking at the two big pillars not far away, he asked, What is this thing? Zhang Feng was really angry at this time. A basketball was a small matter, but if there was a problem with this thing, he really couldn't be sure whether he could make another one in 8 days. The most important reason was, he was running out of rubber. Looking at the remaining rubber in the pot, it was the limit to make 5 more. And this was the situation when he first started. If it was Niu Pai Huang who knew if he could make 3, it would be great if there were steel wires, at least it was durable. Otherwise, if it was given to these people, he was sure that if they kept playing like this, in less than 2 hours, even if there were 10, they would all be finished. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. After stroking the basketball in his arms and making sure it was fine, Zhang Feng's anger subsided a little. However, after seeing the 2 poles, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded again. He really couldn't understand why such a big piece of wood was erected here. With the help of the soldiers, Yu Qigong managed to stop his nosebleed. He said, "Isn't this the club you made according to the method you said? Is it wrong?" Zhang Feng dared not say it was wrong. He was afraid of being beaten. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, but yours is a little big. Old Yu, do you think anyone can jump so high? Are you sure that from a few years old to a 70 or 80 years old woman can compete with your physical strength?" Zhang Feng asked as he pointed to the hoop on the cue stick that was 4 meters above the ground. Yu Qigong scratched the back of his head. "That's what you said. Who knew that this thing needs to be jumped? Such a small ball, I can easily throw it in. Don't talk about a ball, I can even throw such a big lump of metal into it. Do you think everyone is like you?" Zhang Feng stared at Yu Qigong with an expressionless face. Yu Qigong's face stiffened when he heard that. He then smiled awkwardly and said, "Then what do you think we should do? The pole is already erected. Tear it down. What else can we do?" Zhang Feng's entire body was about to crack. It was such a simple thing that even a fool could think of. Why couldn't he? Do you think everyone is as big and burly as you are? At that moment, Li Qingqian and Yu Qiyu also looked at Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong arguing with each other with a stunned expression. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were indescribably shocked. At that moment, Yu Qigong and Zhang Feng argued for a while. Under Zhang Feng's threat of quitting, they finally compromised. "Then what do we do if we tear it down?" "Come, Li Qingqian. Bring me a pen and paper." Zhang Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly waved his hand and took the opportunity to hold back the blood in his throat. Li Qingqian, who had caused trouble, ran faster than a rabbit. He got a pen and ink from somewhere and tossed a piece of white paper to Zhang Feng under everyone's envious gazes. Zhang Feng took the pen and paper and started drawing on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks, wanting to see what Zhang Feng was up to. Zhang Feng wasn't an art student, but at that moment he had the illusion that he was forced to be one. Everything had to be drawn clearly, and even the dimensions were clearly marked. Moments later, a proper backboard appeared before everyone's eyes. "That's it?" Yu Qigong's eyes widened when he saw that. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have told me earlier about such a simple thing. Look at this mess. It wasn't easy for me to get this freshly cut wood from Peng Mountain. It's all ruined now." Zhang Feng clutched his chest and trembled in anger. Yu Qigong continued to hammer his head and sigh. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Feng was completely mad. He turned to Qing Yaojin with lifeless eyes and said, "Old Qin, where's your saber? I want to chop someone up." Chapter 895. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly carried Zhang Feng back to the tavern. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Yu Qigong and the others hurriedly went to find a carpenter, swearing that they would finish this thing before nightfall. Only then did Zhang Feng stop. At this time Yu Qigong felt refreshed. The grudge of being tricked by Zhang Feng had been avenged. Although he had gotten his revenge, Yu Qigong knew the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly went to the marine training ground. When it came to wood and ready-made wooden planks at that, where else could there be? Without a doubt, it was the marine training ground. As for what to do after it was done, Yu Qigong didn't think about it. As long as they dared to ask him for it, he would just give them the wood shipped to Chang'an City. On the other side. At this time, the desolate mountain wasn't so peaceful. The old village chief carried a belly full of good news and spread it along the way. He wanted everyone to know about Zhang Feng's great achievements. In the end, everyone was shocked to know about the dean's plan. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao looked at the old village chief who was smiling so widely that his wrinkles were blooming. They asked anxiously, "Did he say when he'll be back? How can he be there alone?" The old village head blinked, but in the end he decided to hide the matter of Yu Qiyu. However, he could still deceive Zhang Yuyao. As for whether he could deceive Jingshu, that was unknown. After reporting that he was safe, the old village chief didn't disturb them anymore. He got up and ran to the waterfall. At this time, Yu Shernan and the others had already entered Zhang Feng's living room. As soon as they entered, they asked in surprise, "Old village chief, what is that kid up to at the foot of the mountain again?" Without waiting for Yu Shernan to finish, Sun Simiao also came up and asked, "Old man, just heard that Feng Zi spent a month with us at the foot of the mountain to come up with a basketball formula. Old village chief, tell me, what is this basketball? Why does an old man know?" The old village chief was stunned. Just as he was about to thank them, he was stunned when he heard what they said. "What? You don't know? What do we know?" Yu Shernan's face stiffened. He snorted coldly and said, Looks like it's that brat's doing again. He hasn't done anything yet. You're going to accuse us of something that doesn't even exist? If this goes on for a long time, what will happen? Sun Simiao was even more anxious. His entire life's reputation. Although he knew that Zhang Feng's medical skills weren't shallow, he didn't even know about something that could prolong one's life. How could this kid know? If something went wrong after eating it, wouldn't that be terrible? Sun Simiao couldn't help but hurriedly step forward and pull the old village chief's hand, asking, "Old village chief, hurry up and tell me, what is this thing that can strengthen the body and prolong life like?" The old village chief thought about the black thing and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He asked, "You don't know what's in the pot?" "What pot?" Hearing this, the old village chief suddenly understood. This is bad. That brat even lied to me? Yu Shernan and the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They hurriedly asked, "Why don't you tell us what that brat is doing first, and then we'll see what we can do? That brat is very sly." "How would I know? I don't know where he got a pot of black stuff from, and the smell is even worse than the toilet. By the way, do you know about Cowhide Yellow? The guy who cooks Cowhide Yellow?" The more they listened, the more confused they felt. Their hearts couldn't help but thump. "Didn't you say that Feng was tinkering with something? Why did he go to that place? Could it be that he went to look for cinnabar? But what's there in that place? Where is there cinnabar? That brat said that he was tinkering with some kind of basketball, something that could be used to deal with this mid-autumn hunt." The old village chief stomped his feet anxiously. As he spoke, he prepared to run down the mountain. The others hurriedly pressed him down on the bench. Yu Shernan looked at Zhong Rin suspiciously and asked, "Believe me, do you remember that brat said that he was tinkering with something to deal with this mid-autumn hunt?" "Yes, I remember, but what if that brat is up to something unorthodox? Then what will we do?" The few of them couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this brat was tinkering with a basketball? They couldn't help but surround the old village chief and tell him everything that he had heard and seen in detail. The more they listened, the more confused they became. Although they were certain that Zhang Feng was up to something and wasn't cheating, they didn't know the specifics. They couldn't help but call Zhang Sun over and ask him to go down the mountain immediately to see what Zhang Feng was up to, and report back as soon as possible. As for Zhang Yuyao, she couldn't help but sit at the side and choke as she listened to everyone's words. As she sobbed, Zhang Yuyao glared fiercely at the few of them and said over and over again in her heart, "Prince Zhang is risking his life at the foot of the mountain, and you bunch of old men are here talking nonsense. Aren't you ashamed?" Chapter 896. Zhang Sun had been so busy these past few days that he felt like he was about to fly. On one hand, he had to deal with the smelting workshop. On the other hand, he had to deal with the mobilization of the people on the mountain. He and Qing Chumo were so tired that they were about to collapse. But just now he was finally free. Yu Shernan had personally ordered him to immediately go down the mountain and ask what the hell Zhang Feng was trying to do. When Zhang Sun heard this, he immediately got up from the stool and ran off. Qing Chumo and the others were so angry that they cried out that the heavens were unfair. Zhang Sun went down the mountain, got a horse and galloped towards Chang'an City. Along the way he saw people from the military camp. At this time they were pulling large and thick lumber in an endless stream. They were lining up to transport it to Chang'an City. After asking around a little, Zhang Sun found out that these things were actually going to build a basketball court. What kind of thing is a basketball court? Zhang Sun was suspicious as he galloped. The closer he got to Chang'an City, the more people were talking about this. When he reached Chang'an City, the things that entered his ears were all about strengthening one's body, relaxing one's muscles and meridians to prolong one's life, and so on. He even heard some people talking about what kind of magical thing Zhang Feng from Tong Huifang had made. He could fly more than 10 feet high with a single jump. This made Zhang Sun even more confused. What was Feng Zi doing? Before he could go to Yanlai Lu to have some fun, Zhang Sun urged the date red horse to gallop into Tong Huifang. The originally sparsely populated Tong Huifang was now extremely crowded. Zhang Sun couldn't help but slow down. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Tong Hui Square, the place was already filled with commoners who wanted to join in the fun. There were also vehicles loaded with piles of wood. Even the roadside was filled with piles of wood. From afar, Zhang Sun saw a familiar face. He hastily called over one of Yu Qigong's soldiers. This soldier was once one of the stubborn ones in Chang'an. His father was a subordinate of Zhang Sun Wuji. There was once when they went too far and almost burned down Yanlai restaurant. When the Ministry of Works demanded an explanation, this kid took the initiative to take the blame for Zhang Sun Chong. Furthermore, Zhang Sun Chong was also very generous. With a drink, he bribed Yuchi Baolin and allowed him to enter the military camp. Now that they met again, the two of them sighed. However, Zhang Sun couldn't be bothered to ask about his well-being. Wouldn't it be fine if he invited him to Yanlai Lu to book a place for him after he was done? Let me ask you, what is going on? As Zhang Sun spoke, he took out a cigarette from his bosom and handed it to the young man. The young man was too lazy to refuse. After taking out a lighter, he said, I suggest you go and ask your brother. That kid was almost angered to death. Zhang Sun was even more curious. Why don't you tell him properly? However, the young man only chuckled and pointed at Yu Qigong's red nose. Your brother is really AF * king talent. See that? No blood on his blade. He didn't even appear, and he made this Yiksha blush. Zhang Sun Chong looked in the direction of his finger. He saw Yu Qigong with his hands on his hips and angrily shouting at the crowd while rubbing his nose. There was even a dog skin plaster stuck on his nose. That look was simply, seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Zhang Sun Chong threw the reins in his hand and hurried to the tavern where Zhang Feng was. And inside the tavern. At this moment, Zhang Feng could no longer see a trace of anger on his face. This made Li Qingqian and Yu Qiyu very puzzled. Li Qingqian couldn't help but ask curiously, could it be that you were faking it just now? Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and placed his feet on the table, rocking the recliner. He pointed at his temple and said, think again. See if you've improved after being with me for so long. Li Qingqian was stunned when he heard that. A hint of surprise flashed across Yu Qiyuer's beautiful eyes in an instant. She couldn't understand Zhang Feng more and more, and the mysterious attraction on Zhang Feng was what attracted her the most. Especially after coming to Chang and hearing the things that Zhang Feng said and meeting Li Qingqian, Yu Qiyu wanted to get Zhang Feng even more. Otherwise, how could someone as handsome as Zhang Feng, who didn't have a wife for the time being, be Yanlai restaurant songstress, and a young lady from a small family be Zhang Feng's wife? Were they even worthy? At this moment, Li Qingqian was frowning and smoking a cigarette. After wandering around the tavern for a long time, he said, Fengzi, do you mean to attack Wei to rescue Zhao? Yu Qiyu was stunned when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, young Master Li, what do you mean by attacking Wei to rescue Zhao? Of course she didn't know. However, for Li Qingqian, who knew about Zhang Feng's plan to rescue India, he could still remember a little of it. After all, it had only been less than 10 days since that incident. Zhang Feng nodded, then shook his head. Not bad. That's a little interesting, but it still doesn't make sense. How is this attacking Wei to rescue Zhao? Li Qingqian's frown deepened when he heard that. As the crown prince, he was more anxious than anyone else, especially when Zhang Feng suddenly gave you a test without anyone noticing. He was even more anxious. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng said leisurely, think about what I did today and everything that happened since you heard about me talking about basketball. This is my test for you. If you complete it, I'll give you a big gift. If you can't answer it, your credits this year, hee. Chapter 897. Li Qingqian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. What was that? It was a threat. It was a blatant threat. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only pull at his hair and squat at the entrance of the tavern. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, holding his head in pain. In his head, he connected all the things that Zhang Feng had done in the past few days to everything Zhang Feng had done after learning about the mid-autumn hunt. However, he really thought of something. Yu Qiyu was even more surprised. Over the past few days in Chang, she had already inquired about all the young masters of the aristocratic families in Chang, and from a stubborn person. She even knew the hobbies of the 4 great demon kings, what they were used to doing in their daily lives and what businesses they owned. No one knew what she wanted to do. No one knew why she wanted to know all this. Her original goal was to get close to the crown prince. However, after knowing everything, she felt that Zhang Feng was too mysterious at the moment. People who were eager to prove themselves loved challenges. Especially someone as outstanding as her. Even the young masters of the aristocratic families in Jiangnan were controlled by her. She was tired after so many years. When she came to Chang again, she had fantasized that if Zhang Feng couldn't do it, she would go to the crown prince. However, it seemed that Zhang Feng had successfully attracted her. Seeing how Li Qingqian was tormented by Zhang Feng's words, Yu Qiyu couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng and ask, Prince Zhang, what are you talking about? Zhang Feng didn't dare to look at the vixen Yu Qiyu. However, when he suddenly heard her voice, he couldn't help but look over subconsciously. Looking at it this way, my goodness, it was simply asking for his life. Especially after the two of them had physical contact, Zhang Feng didn't know whether to sit or stand. At this moment, Li Qingqian, who was a wet blanket, suddenly slapped his thigh, waking Zhang Feng up. I got it. What did you get? Yuqiu asked as she glared at Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian naturally did not notice the flirtatious atmosphere between the two of them. He said, "It's very simple. Feng Zi wants to expand the appeal of basketball just like promoting those braised meat, bone-strengthening powder cooperatives and so on." Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and took over the awkwardness. He couldn't help but give Li Qingqian a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, continue." Seeing Zhang Feng praise him, Li Qingqian was very excited. He finally got it right. Seeing Zhang Feng ask again, he put on a scholarly air with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't care about the unsightly behavior just now and said, "The reason why you flew into a rage at the entrance of the market square was because you wanted to tell everyone about the sturdiness and miraculous nature of this item, and at the same time, you wanted others to know about the preciousness of this ball? Only when you get angry will the people in Chang and know how to cherish this thing. Only then will they know how difficult it is to obtain it, right?" After Li Qingqian finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Feng unwaveringly. This affirmation was very important to him. After all, he was the crown prince. If he hadn't learned anything from Zhang Feng after following him for so long, it would be embarrassing. Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. "Not bad. You can think of it so thoroughly. At least you're smarter than Du Dabing." Hearing Zhang Feng's praise, Li Qingqian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, Zhang Feng continued, "Since you already know, you should know what to do now, right?" This time Li Qingqian was asked again. "What to do?" Zhang Feng felt a little stuffy. He knocked on the armrest of the recliner and said, "Do you still need to ask? Continue to preach to me about the awesomeness of basketball. Before the backboard is released tomorrow, we have to let more people know about this. Most importantly, we have to let the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights know about this. Only then will the mid-autumn hunt program between Chang and University and White Deer College be recognized." Hearing this, Li Qingqian suddenly understood. He couldn't do anything else, but for this matter he only needed to say a word. After settling this matter, Li Qingqian sat across from Zhang Feng and Yuqiu. Seeing that it was getting late, he pondered for a while before lighting the oil lamp. However, when the oil lamp was lit, Li Qingqian realized that Yuqiu and Zhang Feng were both staring at him. Li Qingqian couldn't help but realize something. He hurriedly said, "Well, I'll do it now." As he spoke, he was about to slip away. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, "After this matter is settled, immediately inform Tang Yo and the other bastards to come down the mountain. Also, Hao Chujun, Ma Zhou and the others, you have to participate in this matter. When the time comes, the mid-autumn hunt will depend on you." "You're planning to go with all of us?" Li Qingqian was a little flustered. If they went for the mid-autumn hunt, what competition did he have? How could the people from the Imperial College and the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights not know them? This identity, Zhang Feng said angrily, "Before the mid-autumn hunt, if you bastards lose to Hao Chujun and the others, you can prepare to pour moonlight night incense on the mountain for Lao Tzu." Hearing this, Li Qingqian hurriedly left. It was better to pour moonlight night incense than to expose his identity and be beaten up by his father and the Emperor Emeritus. Chapter 898. After Li Qingqian left, the room fell silent again. A lone lamp, a lone man and a lone woman. Zhang Feng's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Although Yuqiu sat quietly by his side, her body fragrance still stimulated Zhang Feng's nerves. The moment he smelled her scent, Zhang Feng's mind involuntarily recalled the scene from yesterday. Slowly Zhang Feng felt his body heat up. "Ahem, Miss Yu, I'm really sorry to have made you sit here for so long. May I know the reason for your visit today?" Yuqiu looked at the gradually darkening sky outside and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's fine. Actually, you came today to see what the rumored basketball is. But now I've seen it. Well, it's getting late. Why don't you rest?" The moment he said that, Zhang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. His original intention was to urge Yuqiu to go back as soon as the sky turned dark. But damn it, why did his words sound so different when his mouth was loose? Zhang Feng hurriedly explained, No. What I meant was that it's getting dark and a lone man and woman are alone. No, what I meant was that you should go back." Zhang Feng was on the verge of tears. Why was his usual IQ offline now? What the hell was going on? Yuqiu had seen a lot of this. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "I thought Prince Zhang would ask you to stay, but it turns out that Prince Zhang doesn't like you that much?" Zhang Feng was about to break down because of Yuqiu's teasing. Damn it, she's not even afraid. What are you afraid of? If you don't eat meat that's delivered to your door, are you still a man? However, Zhang Feng's words told him that this woman was very dangerous. She was like a venomous snake, which made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about done being teased, Yuchi covered her mouth and laughed. Prince Zhang, you don't have to be so conflicted. Yuchi then asked, what plans does Prince Zhang have for the future? Seeing that Yuchi had let him off the hook, Zhang Feng was somewhat disappointed, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. As for the future, I haven't thought about that. Does Miss Yu have any good suggestions? I wouldn't call it a suggestion. Yuchi's eyes flashed slightly. However, doesn't Prince Zhang want to go up a bit? After all, regardless of Prince Zhang's attainments in poetry or other aspects, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, although I don't dare to say that he's a Grand Duke, he's still a second-rank official. Zhang Feng's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. Miss Yu, you're being too serious. Although this is my idea, I still need to take it one step at a time. Although these things happen to be similar to what His Majesty thinks, it's not good. If I bite off more than I can chew, it will only be difficult for me in the future. Therefore, it's better for me to live a carefree life like this. What was this demon trying to do? Was she trying to pry into his background? Although Zhang Feng also wanted to be the emperor, that position was easy to sit on. However, he was just a young brat without any foundation or connections. If he wanted to join someone else's huge team of interests, he was simply courting death. Yuchi seemed to have expected Zhang Feng's answer. She nodded and said, the world is so big. Does Prince Zhang intend to lean towards one? This lady has heard that Prince Zhang has made some metal boat. I also heard that Prince Zhang said that on the other side of the distant sea, there's a large area of wilderness. This girl's ambition was not small. Zhang Feng couldn't help but become vigilant. If Zhang Feng was really the kind of guy who was blinded by lard and only thought about women, then Zhang Feng would be on the right track at this moment. However, Zhang Feng was not that kind of person. Therefore, Zhang Feng only smiled and interrupted Yuchi. I didn't expect that a woman like Miss Yu would be so interested in this matter. This is the blessing of my Tang dynasty. When my metal boat is completed one day, if Miss Yu is interested, why don't we go overseas and have a look together? Disappointment flashed in Yuchi's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled and nodded, that's for sure. After that, the two of them continued to chat. Yuchi could see that Zhang Feng was already wary of her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was too hasty. Only then did she ease the atmosphere and use her charm to seduce Zhang Feng. Just as she was about to die, the sound of horse hooves made Yuchi leave with a smile. After Yuchi left, the smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared without a trace. Such an ambitious person, if she were a man, could really become a close friend. However, such a person was also extremely dangerous. You couldn't be sure when she would stab you in the back. However, this was easy to guard against. However, Zhang Feng really couldn't imagine what would happen to Yu. He couldn't help but sigh, beautiful women are all mother * king poison. Yo, you brat, this is awesome. When are you going to attend the wedding banquet? Zhang Sunchong walked in with a smile and an expression of, you know what I mean. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only roll his eyes. Why are you here? Zhang Sun picked up a cup of tea that no one had drunk before and said as he drank, Mr. Bashi and the others know that you're causing trouble and are a little angry, so they asked me to come down and ask. However, you're actually eating secretly? When Lao Tzu invited you to Yanlai restaurant, you pretended to be a grandson. Now, hearing this, Zhang Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bastard. Chapter 899. Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about that woman anymore. However, his mind was full of Yuchi, which made Zhang Feng even more irritated. You've seen what happened. That's what happened. As for how you want to explain it, that's your problem. However, you can rest assured that they will be watching the game. If I'm not wrong, Li Qian's men should have already returned to the mountain. So, since you're here, don't leave. I'll show you what basketball is tomorrow. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't willing to explain and that Li Qingqian had already sent people to the mountain, Zhang Sun was naturally eager to stay. After all, he had been lusting after the ladies from Swallow Descent restaurant during his days on the mountain. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't interested, Zhang Sun got ready to leave. However, after getting up, Zhang Sun asked again, Fengzi, are you sure nothing happened between you and Yue? Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to kill someone, Zhang Sun hurriedly shut his mouth. However, he couldn't help but say, let me give you a piece of advice as a brother. You can play with this woman, but don't ever take her seriously. This woman isn't simple. As a brother, this is all I can tell you. After saying that, Zhang Sun slipped away. How could Zhang Feng not know about this? However, he didn't know what kind of bewitching potion he had been fed, but his mind was filled with this woman. He didn't know if this was Old Yu's arrangement or if there was something wrong with this woman. If it was Old Yu, then it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Old Yu would have already taken Yu away by force yesterday. He wouldn't have needed to ask him and would have strongly recommended Yu. During this period, Buggy wasn't the first person to remind him that this woman wasn't simple. He wasn't stupid either, but human nature was just that annoying. Even though he knew that Yu might be a pit of fire, Zhang Feng still wanted to take a look at this pit of fire to see what was inside. Perhaps this was the nature of servility. Sigh. *CK your love. Zhang Feng couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long sigh. Although he had long fantasized about picking up the prettiest girls, the three women around him were all top-notch. As for Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao, everyone was optimistic about them. However, Zhang Feng felt that it was so easy to get so boring. One was as cold as a goddess, while the other was as pure as the little girl next door. As for this Yu who could charm all living things, she actually made his heart stir. However, someone was trying to dissuade him. This woman might be a poisonous snake. The more he tried to dissuade her, the more Zhang Feng wanted to approach the snake. He wanted to see what she wanted to do. Thinking about this, Zhang Feng actually fell asleep on the recliner. Zhang Feng was asleep. However, Yu Qigong wasn't so lucky. At this time, he was arguing with a group of imperial guards in a corner of the East Market. At this time, the Tang dynasty hadn't entered the era where people didn't close their doors at night, so there was still a curfew. Once the hour passed, a large number of imperial guards and city guards were roaming the streets and alleys of Chang'an. If you didn't go home after being warned 3 times, you would be sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison to lie dead for 3 days. At this time, Yu Qigong, who was desperately rushing to finish the construction, encountered a group of people who didn't care about their lives. They blocked everyone's way with red faces and thick necks. Even the city guards and imperial guards drew their Modeo swords from their waists. Yu Qigong's subordinates, who were all people who had seen blood on the battlefield, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. At this time, they didn't carry any weapons and were even wearing the clothes of ordinary people. However, the moment these people drew their Modeo swords, everyone instantly looked at the group of new recruits with half-smiles. The new military training of half a month had already made them full of anger. Now they finally found an outlet to vent. What's going on? At this time, Yu Qigong rushed over on a big horse and stared at the imperial guard who drew his Modeo swords and asked. When the imperial guard saw that the person in charge was riding a horse in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but become angrier. Very well. Old man, don't you know that after the curfew, except for the Duke and the Emperor, no one is allowed to stay on the streets, let alone ride a horse? Men, tie this old bastard up for me. However, before they could do anything, Yu Qigong was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. He waved his hand, and the group of soldiers who were watching the show instantly pounced on him like hungry wolves. The imperial guards and city guards had never seen this kind of person before. They were so frightened that they turned pale. Especially the leader of the group. After seeing this, the first thing he did was not to question. Instead, he drew a swana from his waist and hurriedly blew into it. Rebellion, rebellion, you dare to rebel? Just wait for Lao Tzu to cut you into pieces. Oh? You're still calling for help? Yu Qigong was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand to stop his subordinates, lit a cigarette, and sat on the horse to wait. When the sound of the lock fell as if it was a signal, the quiet streets of Chang'an city were filled with waves of rapid locking sounds. In less than a cup of tea's time, the entire East Market was surrounded. At this moment, a man who looked like a general riding on a horse and wearing armor slowly urged his warhorse to come over. As for the squad leader, he hurriedly stepped forward and recounted all of Yu Qigong's crimes in an exaggerated manner. However, the soldiers under Yu Qigong couldn't help but laugh when they saw the general clearly. Chapter 900. The general had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. After hearing the special signal from his captain, he hurried over with his men. Chang'an was not peaceful during this period of time. Basically, spies from India, Turks, and even the western regions were found every day. This made all the Chang'an guards jittery for a moment. Originally, after the damn dean of White Deer College stirred up some trouble in Chang'an city, the spies became more active. This made all the guards of Chang'an city complain incessantly. Tonight, he was finally ready to go home for a drink, but the sound of the horn angered him so much that he rushed over with his spear on his horse without even taking off his armor. However, when he got closer, although he could not see the face of the person riding the horse clearly, He could tell that they were a group of commoners from the way they dressed. He could not help but explode with anger. A group of dogs, how dare they court death in the middle of the night? However, when he noticed that the corner of Yuqigong's mouth was flashing and white smoke was blowing out like him, he felt that something was amiss. This was a cigarette. In Chang, and there were only a handful of people who could afford to smoke cigarettes, except for the Grand Duke's mansions and the Imperial Palace. Even if they could get a little of it, who would not treat it like a treasure? The general could not help but be a little cautious. "Hey, you over there, tell me your name." The general did not dare to be careless. He stopped when he was 5 feet away from Yuqigong. At this moment Yuqigong did not say anything, but a soldier beside Yuqigong joked, "I'm talking about punishment porridge. He even dared to beat up your father. Do you want to die?" The general's expression changed drastically. Punishment porridge. That was his name. He was also Qing Yaojin's eldest son and Qing Chimo's elder brother. Punishment porridge was shocked to hear that from this group of unruly commoners. He hurriedly urged his horse forward to take a look and could not help but gasp. In Chang and city, other than the two in the Imperial Palace, who could control his father? That was the man in front of him. He couldn't help but urge his horse forward. He was no longer as imposing as before. With his head drooping, he dismounted from his horse and walked to Yuqigong's side. He hurriedly took out a cigarette from his bosom and lowered it to his lips. "No, it's Uncle Yu. Please forgive me. It's all my nephew's fault for being blind and blocking the way." All right. Since you're the one who came, Lao Tzu won't lower himself to your level. You can go back and fight on your own. Didn't that blockhead tell you what I'm going to do?" Punishment Porridge's mouth twitched. He hurriedly said, "When father came home, little nephew was on a mission. He hasn't come home yet." "Oh." Yuqigong made an "oh" sound and instantly lost interest. He patted Punishing Porridge's head and said, "Your subordinates are not bad, but they are a little timid. They are all a bunch of cowards. When you are free, bring them to the barracks and let my son teach them a lesson." As he spoke, Yuqigong yawned and left. Punishing Porridge quickly said, "Uncle Yu, take care." This, Punishment Porridge's subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. After Yuqigong left, Yuqigong's subordinates let go of Punishing Porridge's subordinates and minded their own business. Punishment Porridge wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and waved his hand to let his subordinates act as if they didn't see anything and do what they were supposed to do. This made the patrolling soldiers even more curious. However, even the eldest son of Duke Luo didn't dare to offend someone and had to pretend to be a grandson to save his life. How could they afford to offend someone like that? It wasn't just here. At this time, under the night sky of Chang and city, from Enle House and the Navy training ground beside Longsho Canal behind Enle House, there was an uproar everywhere. Someone dismantled an entire broken ship. Then, for the purpose of dismantling it, he called over countless people who knew a little about carpentry, and arranged them neatly according to Zhang Feng's blueprint in the marine workshop. Then groups of soldiers carried these wooden planks and shuttled through the streets and alleys of Chang and city. As the night deepened, new and novel things were constantly emerging in every neighborhood of Chang and city. As the sun slowly rose in the east, the people who had waited for a night couldn't wait to go out of their houses. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked by the things in front of them. Basically, there were 1 or 2 basketball courts on every street. The basketball courts were very simple. The streets of Chang and city were basically left behind from the previous dynasty. They were all paved with large blue stones. Although some places were damaged and bumpy, in general they were still flat. And these bowl-sized wooden pillars were erected in this relatively flat place. In the wooden manner, a square object was drawn on a wooden board. Under this object there was a big dark iron ring. Translator, WQL editor. Alim on the wooden board there was a square object drawn with ink. Under this object there was a big dark iron ring. After seeing this thing, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Could it be that this thing is a basketball court? Chapter 901. The sky brightened a little. Cheng Chimo and the others got up early and rushed to Chang and city on horseback. Hao Chujun and the others were the most confused among them. They only knew that the dean was calling them. But they had no idea what he was calling them to do. Even when they asked Cheng Chimo and the others, they got nothing except rolling their eyes. Thus, they decided not to ask any further. They hurriedly entered Chang and city on horseback. It was the first time they came to Zhang Feng's tavern, but they had been looking forward to it for a long time. But they had never been here before. They stood at the entrance of Tonghui Square and looked at the strangely shaped backboard. They couldn't help but feel scared. This was what they were going to represent Chang and University and White Deer College to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. They were not prepared at all. They just looked at it for a while and then hurriedly followed Ching Chumo and the others to the entrance of Uli Tavern. As soon as they got off the horse, Ching Chumo began to shout loudly. It was hard for them not to know that this was Zhang Feng's tavern. After roaring for a while, Zhang Feng opened the door in a daze. After seeing the few people, he yawned and pointed inside the tavern. Since you're here, don't stay idle. Boil water, I want to wash up. They were stunned. Ching Chumo glared at them. Why are you standing there? Are you waiting for Fengzi to make ready-made dishes for you? I'm talking about you. Zhang Feng lifted the curtain and was about to enter the bedroom. He pointed at Ching Chumo and then entered the bedroom. Ching Chumo glared at them indifferently. They didn't dare to say anything. In a flurry, some carried water, some cleaned up the house. 2 hours later. Only then did Zhang Feng appear in the brand-new tavern. Looking at the people who were standing upright, he said, Today's breakfast, go and settle it yourselves. As for today's training, all of you better open your eyes wide. Also, remember that basketball is played with your hands. If anyone dares to kick it with their feet, I'll break their legs and expel them from the White Deer Institute. Especially you, Chintinio. You guys had better restrain yourselves, don't let me catch you. Ching Chumo's face was instantly filled with distress. Fengzi, tell me, how do we do this thing? The news of what had happened at the entrance of the market yesterday had spread all over the mountain before the sky had turned dark. No one knew what to do with that magical thing. Who would dare to make something that could shoot up to 70 to 80 feet high with a single slap? Zhang Feng thought about it. This was indeed a problem. It was a problem. He couldn't help but say, eat first. I'll teach you guys for a day. All right, go to Swallow Descent restaurant and shout at Buggy. If he can't get up today, then don't come. Zhang Feng wanted to instruct everyone to cook, but when he looked at the crowd, who would dare to let them do it? At this moment, a voice rang out from the market entrance that instantly woke Zhang Feng up. Young masters, you haven't eaten yet, right? This servant knows that Prince Zhang has something important to do with you young masters today, so this servant has prepared some food. I hope that you young masters will kindly accept it. Yuchi had come. Today she had brought along 3 servant girls and 3 servants from the Yuchi family. At this moment each of them was carrying a large box of food. However, when she saw Cheng Chumo and the others, her expression unconsciously became flustered. Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but when he saw that the people at the door were all looking at in a daze, what could he say? He only stood up and cupped his fists. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mississippi. Yuchi was very tactful. After putting down the food box, she left. It was as if she already knew that Zhang Feng didn't want to cook. She also knew that Zhang Feng was very busy today. Like a virtuous wife, she left after finishing what she was supposed to do. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. In the end, Zhang Feng only shook his head and said, Eat. After eating, we'll start. The food in the box was very sumptuous. They were all things that Zhang Feng was familiar with. These things were all from him, so how could he not know? The food was very sumptuous, and they were all things that Zhang Feng recognized. After taking a closer look at the food box, he realized that these were all from his own store. The bamboo basket handle of the food box had the words Chang and Restaurant, White Deer College Branch 37 written on it. How could Zhang Feng not recognize it? After eating extremely gloomily, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Let's go. The basketball court in Tonghuifang was already filled with commoners who were watching the show. Everyone knew what happened last night, but they were all commoners. Who would dare to go out in the middle of the night? At most, they would just lean against the door and watch. Only this morning could they come out to take a look. Once they saw this guy, everyone wanted to see what Zhang Feng was going to do today. They're here. Look, they're here. At this moment, at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, there was a sudden burst of excited shouts. Instantly, everyone turned around and looked behind them. They saw a group of handsome young men wearing sky blue robes with the words, White Deer College, embroidered on the chest striding over. In an instant, the women in the crowd burst into a burst of starry-eyed exclamations. Oh my God, this. Chapter 902. Not only the onlookers, but even the women and the men with stubble on their faces were dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Feng and the others. Zhang Feng did not look sideways. He kept hitting the basketball and walked forward without looking sideways. At this time, Zhang Feng was thinking about how to quickly train these guys. As for Cheng Chumo and the others behind him, they were even more shocked. Since when had they ever made anyone show such an expression? Most of the time when the people saw them, they were afraid. At this time they could not help but copy Zhang Feng's posture. They stood straight as if they were going to the battlefield. They followed Zhang Feng closely with a cold face. As for Zhou Liji and the others, they were a little bit worse. After all, they had not seen such a big scene. At this time, when they encountered such a situation, they could not help but be a little confused. Although they were a little disorderly, the onlookers screamed again and again. Cheng Chumo could not help but be angry. He grinned and stared at the fat woman who screamed the loudest and laughed. In an instant, that woman stopped laughing. It was as if nothing had happened. She looked around and cheered again under the ridicule of the woman next to her. Cheng Chumo was so angry that he glared at the people behind him. You are so scared of such a small scene. What kind of future do you have? All of you better King be well. While talking, the onlookers took the initiative to open a path and came to the basketball court. Niu Weili had been waiting there with a large group of government runners. He seemed to have known that Zhang Feng was going to come here. A big table was set up on the side of the basketball court. The table was full of jars and jars. There were even all kinds of meat dishes and drinks bought from Chang and restaurant. Niu Weili immediately greeted Zhang Feng when he saw him. Ayaya brother, you're finally here. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Lord Niu, you are? Niu Weili pulled Zhang Feng to sit at the table and said, I heard yesterday that you were going to prepare for the mid-autumn hunt. I have nothing to help you with, so I prepared some drinks for you to drink when you are tired. Zhang Feng was speechless. He cupped his fist and said, Then I have to thank you, Lord Niu. But Lord Niu, I have something to ask you later. You can go do it first. I will send someone to find you after this. When Niu Weili heard this, he was so excited that he almost knelt down in front of Zhang Feng. He waved his hands and said, I'm not in a hurry, I'm not in a hurry. There's nothing to do in the magistrate court today, so I might as well take a leave. Ah, that's great. Lord Ox, please do as you wish. Little brother will be busy first. Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't drive Niu Weili away, so he didn't. He cupped his fist and walked into the basketball court. Li Qingqian and the others were still standing straight on the basketball court, as if they were being watched by others. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng entered the court, Niu Weili's voice immediately became sharp. Silence. Silence. Shut the *CK up. Whoever dares to disturb Prince Zhang is going against the Chang and local government. No one will have a good time in the future. After the three roars, all the onlookers gradually quieted down. They were not afraid of Niu Weili's threat, but most importantly, they did not dare to disturb Zhang Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't they be scolded to death if their own people decided to enroll in the academy, or if the news about this were to spread? It was because they had harmed Zhang Feng that the White Deer College's quota for the imperial examination 3 years later was taken away. There was a quota for the imperial examination every year. As for the mid-autumn hunt, if one fell behind in the mid-autumn hunt every year, 10 people would be taken away. 3 years. If it was 3 years in a row, as long as one was thick-skinned enough and didn't think it was shameful enough, one could give it a try. Therefore, every academy regarded the spring hunt and the mid-autumn hunt as the most important event of the academy. Even the birth of a son by a concubine wasn't as important as this. The honor of the entire academy was all here. At this moment, among the crowd, the people from the Imperial College had already squatted at the side and watched coldly. They didn't know what this thing that was bragging about was, but looking at its posture now, it really looked like it. The people from the Imperial College couldn't help but frown slightly. While they were frowning and discussing, Zhang Feng moved. Zhang Feng patted the basketball as he said, Today I will only demonstrate it 3 times. After that, each of you will have to practice dribbling. Niu Pihuang will bring 4 basketballs later. When the time comes, there will be 2 teams. Each team will have 2 balls and you will practice dribbling at the same time. 3 days, I will only give you 3 days. If you guys still can't familiarize yourself with dribbling within 3 days, then get lost. Zhang Feng's half-threat was indeed very effective. After all, this method was really effective against a wretched person like Cheng Chumo. At this moment, Li Qingqian asked, Feng Zi, this thing is just padding? Everyone, including the onlookers, had suspicious expressions on their faces. This thing could strengthen the body? Could it prolong life? Could it? When Zhang Feng heard this, he said, I said that I will only demonstrate it 3 times. Now look carefully. For the first time, I will only demonstrate the entire movement and flow of the basketball. As for how much you can learn after that, it will depend on your luck. Chapter 903. Zhang Feng didn't have much hope that these people would be able to fully familiarize themselves with the game. After all, basketball wasn't something that could be learned overnight. Even for Zhang Feng, it took him more than 10 years to learn from primary school, high school, and then university. He even skipped dating to play basketball. Only then was he able to compete with the old man in basketball. As for the people from Imperial College who were watching, Zhang Feng didn't care about them at all. Zhang Feng knew why Niu Weili insisted on staying. It was undoubtedly because he was afraid that the people from Imperial College would cause trouble. Therefore he stayed behind to keep the situation under control. However, was Zhang Feng afraid? Who was he afraid of? At this moment he couldn't wait for those people to cause trouble. When the time came he could submit a written complaint. Then he wouldn't have to put in so much effort to play basketball this time. On the court, Zhang Feng lowered his head and looked at the basketball in his hand. Then he looked at the court and frowned slightly. Lord Niu, did you bring ink? Brother, what do you want that for? Niu Weili asked hurriedly. The onlookers widened their eyes. Zhang Feng pointed at the court. He wanted to explain but gave up after thinking about it. I'll have to trouble Lord Niu to find it for me. You'll know later. Here. Someone bring me a brush and ink. Niu Weili didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and someone brought a brush, ink, paper and an inkstone to Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng glanced at the inkstone and said, I'm talking about a big bucket of ink. This? Wait a moment. I'll go personally. Niu Weili was stunned for a moment. He stroked his beard and thought about it. Then he hurriedly left. Zhang Feng had no choice but to use a brush to draw a center line and a three-point line on the bluestone bricks. After explaining the rules of these things in detail, he said, Everyone watch carefully. After that, Zhang Feng stood under a backboard. He lightly tapped the basketball on the ground and ran out quickly. He passed the ball and then dribbled. He shuttled back and forth between Ching Chumo and the others. His movements were extremely graceful. This caused the surrounding commoners to cry out in alarm. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who smelled like Chinese medicine watched Zhang Feng's actions. He squinted his eyes and stared at Zhang Feng for a long time. Then he hurriedly took out an ancient book and started to read it. Then he couldn't help but exclaim, I got it. Haha, I finally know the secret of Prince Zhang's basketball. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly looked at the doctor. When they saw that he was just a passing doctor, they couldn't help but roll their eyes and continue to watch Zhang Feng's handsome movements. When the doctor saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly held up a medical book and said, Look, this medical book once said that this thing promotes blood circulation, activates blood circulation and relaxes tendons. Take a look at this. What is this? This is the 5 animal frolics technique written by the divine Dr. Hua Tuo. You all know about the 5 animal frolics technique, right? This is an ancient book. At this point, the crowd was slowly attracted to the doctor. Doctor, which one do you think is better, Prince Zhang's basketball or the 5 animal frolics technique? The ancients didn't care about good or bad. They just wanted to know which one was better. After all, only those who could afford the book and those from the aristocratic families had the leisure to play with the 5 animal frolics technique. For old farmers like them, who dealt with the bankers all day long, how could they have the time to play with this? If they hadn't heard that Prince Zhang's game could not only be played by everyone, but also paid for and promised, they wouldn't be bothered to play with it. However, at this time, after seeing Zhang Feng's elegant movements, the crowd's thoughts changed. If my son or even I went to play, how many women would be charmed to death? However, at this time, when they heard someone mention the divine medicine god Hua Tuo, they couldn't help but be a little interested. Didn't Prince Zhang's basketball make Zhang Feng want everyone to live longer? Seeing that someone finally responded, the passing doctor excitedly held up the 5 animal frolics technique in his hand and said, Look, this is the 5 animal frolics technique. However, compared to the one shown by Prince Zhang, I think the one in Prince Zhang's hand is better. Look at his every movement. Doesn't it look like he's practicing martial arts? His hands, eyes, nose, feet and waist. Which one hasn't he used? This has already achieved the effect of promoting blood circulation in medicine. But that's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that young Master Zhang Feng can actually make people's hearts move at will, and he even adds some intelligence. In this way, the 5 animal frolics, when compared to his basketball, is simply, the student has surpassed the master. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, Hua Tuo was the ancestor of all doctors. If he dared to say anything, he wouldn't be able to practice medicine until tomorrow. How could he be worthy of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? Chapter 904. At least half of the people in Chang and were watching. After all, basketball had been rumored to be magical. Who didn't want to see for themselves whether it was true or not? At this time, the words of the doctor seemed to have grown wings and spread rapidly among the people. It was even spreading in the palace at this time. In the imperial study, Li Shimin was reviewing memorials and government affairs. At this time, Empress Zhang Sun and Li Tai slowly walked into the imperial study. When Li Shimin came back to his senses, Zhang Sun Wu Go and Li Tai greeted. Then, Empress Zhang Sun put a bowl of nutritious porridge mixed with bone-strengthening powder in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin said happily, "It's rare for Guanyin maid to remember me." "Second brother, what are you talking about? Compared to Zhang Feng and Prince Zhang, it's a far cry." Li Shimin laughed when he heard this. He drank the porridge and patted the soft couch to let Empress Zhang Sun and Li Tai sit on the dragon throne. Then he said, "Speaking of which, this kid is teaching Chen basketball in Chang and City today. I don't know how it's going. I really want to take you to see it." "Father, when I and Mother first came here, the palace maids and eunuchs were everywhere in the palace. They said that the things that brother learned were even better than the 5 animal frolics written by medical sage Hua." Li Tai, who was 7 or 8 years old, sat between Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wugo. He then thought for a moment and said, "However, I have learned it before, and have also seen father perform the 5 animal frolics. This is truly a gift from the heavens, so I believe that this is a mistake made by the people of the world." Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wugo couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. "Qingke, who did you hear this from?" "The people from the Ministry of Works said it." Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wugo patted Li Tai's head and said, "Qingke, if those were just rumors, do you think your imperial father would let your imperial brother learn it?" When Li Tai heard this, he frowned and pouted. "Then Qingke, also wants to learn it. Once she learns it, she will only show it to imperial father and imperial mother." All right. When you grow a little older, I'll let you go." Li Shimin dotingly patted Li Tai's head, then signaled Xiao Gizi to bring Li Tai out to play. "Guanyin maid, why don't you come out with me to take a look?" Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore. It was actually something that happened in the morning. How long had it been? It was only noon, yet it had already spread to the palace. How could this be? This was simply faster than anything else, even the news of the retired emperor's birthday. Of course, Li Shimin knew about the bone-strengthening powder. As for this so-called basketball, Li Shimin was really looking forward to seeing if it was really as the rumors said. Zhang Feng never did such fake things. However, even so, Li Shimin still couldn't sit still. He wanted to see it for himself. Seeing it with his own eyes was the most important thing. It was just like the last time when Ouyang Sun went up the mountain. He was surrounded by stubborn people like Cheng Chumo. If things went on like this for a long time, it was just like what Zhang Feng had said. One would be stained by the company one kept. Zhang Sun Wugo was a little hesitant. Although she had long wanted to go out for a walk, she had to manage the huge harem. How could she just leave like that? Just as Zhang Sun Wugo was hesitating, how could Li Shimin not see through her thoughts? He laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. "Come, prepare the palanquin for us to leave the palace." As Li Shimin left the palace, the Yuchi family, the Niu family, and the others couldn't sit still. Even those who were a little familiar with Zhang Feng all went to Tong Huifang. At this time, Zhang Feng had already lost count of how many times he had played the basketball. When the basketball spun 3 times on the basket and finally fell into the basket, Zhang Feng sat down on the basketball and panted without caring about his image. "How is it? Have you remembered it?" At the beginning he said that he would only show it once. However, when he really played, Zhang Feng instantly recalled all kinds of things from his previous life. This memory couldn't stop. 3-point hurdles. Smashing the board, wiping the sides, playing over and over again. The things in his memory became clearer and clearer. At this time, looking around, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Cheng Chumo's legs had been standing for a long time. A whole 2 hours. Zhang Feng played for a whole 2 hours. Not to mention Cheng Chumo, even Li Qingqian and all the onlookers were dying of envy. Seeing Zhang Feng speak, several people impatiently surrounded him. "Fengzi, don't worry. This thing is too simple. We've already seen it." "Who told you to dawdle for 2 hours? You should have let your brothers come up long ago." Yes. Get up. Don't sit on the ball. Give it to me." Several people helped Zhang Feng up without any explanation. Then they dragged him to the bench and threw him to Niu Weili. Then Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to hold the basketball and weigh it. This thing, isn't it, could you?" While speaking, Cheng Chumo subconsciously kicked out. Bang. Chapter 905. The basketball drew a beautiful parabola and quickly flew toward the onlookers. As the basketball flew out, The crowd could not help but burst into exclamations. F***ck. This young man is too reckless. Is this ball really something from the sky? How did it fly up to the sky with a kick? Who the F***ck knows? But now it seems that the effect of prolonging one's life is real. Nyo Weili naturally knew what happened here yesterday. Seeing Ching Chumo kick the ball away, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Quick, someone come and get Prince Jiang back. No one is allowed to touch the ball. Nyo Weili, the little county magistrate at this time, played his role of seduction and power. After a few roars, basically no one dared to move. They stared blankly at the basketball. After a parabola, it hit a person's head. That person touched the place where he was hit excitedly and kowtowed. In this way it was instantly a mess. Although no one touched it, they sent their heads to be hit by the ball. After a lot of effort, the basketball finally returned to Zhang Feng's hands. At this time, Zhang Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at Cheng Chumo's face full of ridicule, he said, I'm going to set a few rules now. If anyone dares to throw the ball indiscriminately, kick it indiscriminately, or damage the basketball, no matter who it is, I, Zhang Feng, will not give him a basketball in the future. You guys also supervise me. If anyone dares to kick or smash the ball, catch them and send them directly. Did you hear that? What is this good thing? This is a good thing that Prince Jiang asked for from the heavens with great difficulty. It's something that will help us live a good life. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll give him 30 strokes of the paddle first. Nyo Weili saw that Zhang Feng was angry and hurriedly took over the topic. He could not help but say nothing. It was not like everything had to go through his hands. It would be strange if he was tired to death. Well, Fengzi, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that this thing is exactly the same as Kuju, so I couldn't help but kick it. Seeing that Zhang Feng was angry, Li Qingqian hurriedly explained what had happened yesterday to the others. At this time, Cheng Chumo finally knew that he had stirred up trouble and hurried forward. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could not say anything. He waved his hand and said, For your team, Li Gan will be the leader. Ma Zhou, you will be the leader of Hao Chujuan's team. Of course, the leader position will be given to whoever trains well and learns fast. For this hunt, we will choose between the two leaders. When Zhang Feng said this, Hao Chujun, Ma Zhou, Li Qingqian, and the others instantly exploded. Although Li Qingqian and the others didn't care about a small captain, what was this? This is a matter of face. Then, Zhang Feng waved his hand and several people scrambled to get on the court. According to the rules set by Zhang Feng, they slowly thought about it. Seeing that everything was like a child playing with a rubber ball, but it finally settled down, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Originally, Zhang Feng really didn't think of setting these rules. However, it was really like the old saying that nothing could be accomplished without rules. Under his and Nyo Weili's words, it was really effective. This seemed to be the servility in the bones of the people in this era. If you let them go and let them play, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. But now the rules were set. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open and looked seriously at the people in the field, imitating them. Seeing this, Zhang Feng thought for a while, then looked at Nyo Weili who was sitting at the side and asked, Master Nyo. Seeing that Zhang Feng called, Nyo Weili hurriedly responded. Zhang Feng continued, I have something that you need to do for me immediately. Seeing this, Nyo Weili said seriously, It's about this basketball, right? Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. It's done. Hearing this, Zhang Feng took out a piece of white paper from his arms and said, This is what I need. From now on, I will have to trouble Master Nyo to help me pay attention to the merchants in Lingnan. As long as you see what is written on the paper, buy it for me regardless of the price. Of course, regarding this basketball, Master Nyo will also pay more attention to it. After all, this is made by us two brothers. With a big hat on his head, Nyo Weili instantly smiled until his mouth was about to split into two halves. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about the basketball. After all, this thing was made by Zhang Feng. Everyone knew that. However, if this was handed to him, Nyo Weili seemed to feel that the hat on his head was rising at this time. Ayaya, brother, what do you want me to say? This matter is just a matter of a sentence. Look at you. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, took a sip of beer and said, Don't worry, there is enough oil in this. I am going to move to a rubber factory in Shao Mountain, and the raw materials for this thing are the same as the raw materials for the basketball. However, the raw materials for this thing are in Lingnan Road. I don't have much time to do this thing now, so I will need your help in purchasing the raw materials. Chapter 906. Zhang Feng sat there for another 4 hours before he slowly walked away. Basketball was simple. As long as one grasped how to operate the basketball, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to master the game after 3 days of training. The mid-autumn hunt this time was basically stable. However, there was still one thing missing. Zhang Feng had no choice but to do it himself. When he entrusted Niu Weili with the task of finding the rubber, Niu Weili immediately sent someone to call the market's broker. The broker looked through the Lingnan merchants in Chang and today and recently and found something. Therefore, Zhang Feng waited for more than 4 hours. When he finally managed to squeeze out of Tong Huifang, he instantly felt that his ears were much quieter. Although there was still a buzzing sound, it was much better than before. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette happily and sat at a fermented glutinous rice wine stall at the entrance of Fatong City, slowly drinking fermented glutinous rice wine. After 3 bowls of glutinous rice wine dumplings, Zhang Feng saw the Lingnan merchant in green and brown clothes that the broker had mentioned. He was walking into the market listlessly. After the merchant set up the stall, Zhang Feng pretended as if nothing had happened and slowly walked forward with his hands crossed. Kicking the black rubber material with the tip of his foot, Zhang Feng asked, "What is this thing?" The merchant seemed to be used to it when he heard someone asking. He changed his posture from leaning on the basket to lying on a linen cloth. He did not even lift his eyelids as he said, 100 copper coins for 1 piece. Choose what you want. Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little surprised. He remembered that the 3 pieces of rubber last time cost 30 copper coins. Why was it so expensive? Shopkeeper, can you tell me what this thing is? Why doesn't it look like jade? Why is it so expensive? Are you trying to trick me? At first, the merchant seemed to want to ignore Zhang Feng, but seeing that Zhang Feng was actually arguing, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "Little kid, what do you know? The last time someone came to the Tang dynasty, he also sold 3 pieces of resin the size of a human head and earned 30 copper coins. The resin I brought is of superior quality, much better than his." Indeed. This time, regardless of whether it was the degree of preservation or the color, the rubber was indeed different from the previous one. Zhang Feng couldn't help but chat with the shopkeeper again. He couldn't help but secretly praise the businessman from before. He was really king genius. After that group of businessmen returned from the Tang dynasty, they actually began to hype up rubber, and this man was the biggest victim. He bought all the rubber from that businessman with all his property. But when he came to the Tang dynasty, he was completely dumbfounded. Who the *CK would want this thing? By the time he realized that he had been deceived, it was already too late. Now he didn't even have food to eat, let alone the travel expenses back home. That was why he was so careless when Zhang Feng asked him earlier. He really didn't have any strength left. And this made Zhang Feng see a glimmer of hope. He turned around and went to the Chang'an hotel not far away, got a plate of braised meat and a bowl of noodles, and put them in front of the man. The man was surprised at first and then looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't mean any harm, he wolfed down the food. But when he ate, his snot and tears almost made Zhang Feng vomit. After finishing the meal, Zhang Feng pointed to the Chang'an hotel and said, "Let's close the stall and talk about a big deal. How about it?" The Lingnan merchant didn't even think about it. He closed the stall, wrapped it in linen, patted his butt and followed Zhang Feng into the Chang'an hotel. Now he was alone, and there were 10 carriages of resin that no one would want even if he gave it away. He didn't believe that this young man would deceive him. More importantly, what else could he be deceived about? Originally, the Chang'an tavern did not entertain people who were not well dressed and smelled like a fox. However, after seeing Zhang Feng's waist token, the attitude of everyone in this branch changed 180 degrees in an instant. They all bowed and bent their knees. This made the Lingnan merchant feel flattered. The two sat down. Zhang Feng poured a cup of tea for the merchant, and then slowly said, "How much is this thing in your Lingnan?" "No one wants it. No one wants it even if it's rotten on the streets. Ding Duo just takes some back to burn when there's no firewood." After the Lingnan merchant finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Does the young master like this thing?" He vaguely remembered. After a Kamba went up, he said that a young man had bought this thing. Originally, this thing was brought to block the leaking of water in the carriages, but he didn't expect that he just casually mentioned a price, and that silly boy bought it. This was the purpose of his advocacy after returning to Lingnan. He also saw that this thing was actually bought as a treasure for a young master who hadn't seen the world. If it was someone else, who would want it? But now he faintly felt that this boy seemed to be that fool. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Zhang Feng was not a fool. How could he not know the merchant's nature? He drank the tea lightly and said, "I'm a little interested. But as for the specific use of this thing, It depends on the price you mention. If you have a lot of it, I'll naturally buy more. But you have to tell me the use of this thing first. Otherwise, why should I buy it? Chapter 907. When the Lingnan merchant heard that, he couldn't help but frown deeply. He didn't know what Zhang Feng was planning, but for the sake of the bowl of rice just now, he still said, "Young man, since you look familiar, I'll tell you about it. This thing actually doesn't have much use. Other than being able to start a fire, the kind that is full of smelly smoke, it can only be used to block leaks. Do you know how to refine this thing?" Zhang Feng interrupted the merchant and asked. The merchant was stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes. That's good." Zhang Feng put down his teacup, put his elbows on the table and stared at the merchant. "What's your name? I have a good job here. Listen to it first. If you agree, we'll start from today. How about it?" The merchant did whatever he could, but at this moment he was attracted by the good job Zhang Feng kept talking about. He nodded subconsciously. Zhang Feng then said, "I plan to buy this resin at a price of 100 copper coins per stone, but I have a condition. That is, you have to make it to the way I need it. I'll provide you with a workshop in Chang'an. As for your access to Chang'an and the Tang dynasty, as long as you do it well, one of my businesses in White Deer College may also cooperate with you. How about it?" The merchant was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly asked, "Young man, you are Zhang Feng?" Hearing that, the merchant trembled all over. Anyone who had been to Chang'an would know who the county magistrate was, but this Zhang Feng was someone he must know. Not only was he generous, but he was also kind. No wonder no one cared about him after being in Chang'an for so long. Now, someone was so kind as to treat him to a meal. It turned out that he had met Zhang Feng. Moreover, Zhang Feng's miraculous methods were the dream of all merchants. Now he actually met him? The merchant hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Little Sun Gua greets President Zhang. Zhang Feng didn't reject this kneeling. Instead, he accepted it with a smile. Rubber is a good thing. Not only was it a raw material for making basketballs, but it was also needed for rubber factories in the future. Looking at Sun Gua, Zhang Feng said indifferently, "What are you doing? Get up, get up, get up and talk." Seeing this, only then did Sun Gua stand up timidly, bowing his back and not daring to sit down even if he was beaten to death. "Let me ask you, how much of this resin is there in Lingnan?" "Many. Basically, the mountains and plains of my hometown are filled with these things." "All right, I don't care how you buy it or how much you buy it. I'll only pay you 100 copper coins. Moreover, you need the special ingredients that I want. Do you understand?" Sun Gua was not a fool. The reason why he said that it was 100 copper coins was basically nonsense. In Lingnan, 3 copper coins per caddy was already a sky-high price. Although it had been hyped up by the previous person, the price was still not high. After all, other than Zhang Feng, no one else would buy this thing. It was basically a no-cost business. After finalizing some things, Sun Gua went out happily and sent 10 carts of resin to Niu Pai Huang. After dealing with the rubber matter, Zhang Feng could not help but sit in the restaurant and slowly eat and drink. The promotion of basketball was bound to need basketballs. Now, only the basketball in Li Gan's hands, and how many would be produced tonight. However, it was still a drop in the bucket for the whole of Chang'an. He did not dare to imagine what would happen after the Tang dynasty was promoted everywhere. Just like cigarettes. Even if there were hundreds of people smoking cigarettes day and night in Tonghui Square every day, it still could not keep up with the consumption rate. That thing. It was simply too much. These were all things that needed to be dealt with. If one wanted to open a cigarette factory now, one had to wait until the academy was open. The food factory that was located at the entrance of the mountain was already enough to be criticized. If one were to start something else before the academy was open, not to mention others, even Yu Shernan and the others would scold him to death. After dinner, Zhang Feng walked out of the Chang'an hotel dizzily. As soon as he walked out, he bumped into someone. After taking a closer look, Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. "Yo Lao Li, long time no see. Why are you here?" The people who came were Li Shimin, Zhang Sun, and the fourth prince, Li Tai, who knew that Zhang Feng was drinking here. Seeing that Zhang Feng recognized them, Li Shimin pulled Zhang Feng into the Chang'an hotel and then sat down in a private room on the second floor. Zhang Feng then saluted dizzily. "Little brother Zhang Feng greets sister-in-law." Empress Zhang Sun had not been addressed like this for a long time. She nodded as a form of acknowledgement. "Are you brother Zhang Feng?" At this moment, Li Tai, who was hiding behind Zhang Sun and Wu Go, stared at Zhang Feng and asked curiously. Zhang Feng smiled and squatted down. "Yes, who are you?" "My name is Li Dan. Li Gan is my elder brother." Haha, Prince Zhang, you guys chat. I'll take Dan'er out for a walk. I haven't been out for a long time and Dan'er is panicking. While speaking, Zhang Feng got up and sent Zhang Sun and Empress out. Li Shimin then laughed and scolded, "Good fellow, now that you have something good, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Chapter 908. Zhang Feng didn't know how to answer. He said awkwardly, "You haven't come for so long. I thought something had happened to you. How is it? Have you settled the matters at Longyu Road in Qiuzi City?" Hearing Zhang Feng's question, Li Shimin's eyes flashed. He tapped his finger on the table a few times and said, "How can things be settled so quickly? Those soldiers have set up camp in Qiuzi City. Now that the people are panicking, it's even more chaotic. This time I came mainly to ask you about the flintlock you mentioned. I heard from Chinner that you found a coal mine?" Li Shimin asked the last two words in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Although the Imperial Guards had already surrounded the restaurant when the two of them entered, Li Shimin still had to be extra careful. After all, the Guanlong aristocrats and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs were everywhere. He was a little afraid. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, "Didn't you already send old Niu there? Do you still need to ask?" "Yes, I did. But I'm still feeling uneasy. Tell me if there's really a coal mine there. If there is, I'll find someone to buy the land now and then." "Wait." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin and said, "So, you really don't hesitate to take what I found as yours?" Li Shimin couldn't help but be stunned. "We're brothers. What's mine is naturally yours." However, Li Shimin felt that something was wrong when he said that. He hurriedly said, "I bought the land. How can you not have a share of it?" Zhang Feng heard this and let Li Shimin go. "That's more like it. However, there's a high chance that there's coal in piling. But I'm guessing that it's deep coal. It'll be a little difficult to mine it. After all, I'm just guessing. As for the specifics, I will have to wait for Old Cow to return before I can make a decision." Ever since Li Shimin found out about the coal mine, he had been thinking about it. Now that he heard Zhang Feng's words, he was relieved. Chang and City finally had its own coal mountain. As for whether or not it was easy to dig, that was not something Li Shimin should think about. As long as there would naturally be people who would have a headache over it. However, Zhang Feng asked again, "Lao Li, the sword you mentioned last time, you should have brought it back, right? How long has it been?" Li Shimin could not help but smile. Still thinking about it? What was the meaning of this? Was he trying to renege on his debt? Zhang Feng was unhappy. "I told you, Lao Li. You promised me. I haven't seen this thing yet. Ayaya, this gun and the steel will be difficult to deal with." Li Shimin could not help but laugh. He laughed and scolded, "You brat. Well, I can't get it back in a short time. You should know that this kind of treasure from the previous dynasty is accompanied by great risks once it travels on the road. It has already arrived in Liangzhou from Qiuzi City. However, I dare not touch it for the time being. After all, once we pass Liangzhou, we will be in the territory of the Li family in Longnan. So, we have to be careful." Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but frown. He had not done anything yet, but the Li family in Longnan and the Wang family in Taiyuan had already made a mistake. He really did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. He could not help but be immersed in the whole bag. After a while, Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and said, "It seems that we can only be really safe after the gun is out." Li Shimin spread out his hands and agreed. "By the way, how is the basketball thing? I heard about it before I entered the Guanyi Road." Zhang Feng was surprised and said, "How many days has it been? The basketball thing has already spread outside the Guanyi Road?" Zhang Feng doubted the authenticity of the thing. Although it was him who spread the news personally, he did not expect it to spread so fast. It was simply impossible. Of course it could not spread so fast. It was all Li Shimin's casual talk. Seeing that Zhang Feng was serious, Li Shimin did not know what to say. He laughed and said, "Well, it's because this thing came from the 5 animal frolics." Zhang Feng did not bother to argue with Li Shimin about the origin of the basketball. After all, he could not explain it clearly. After chatting for a while, Li Shimin could not help but ask, "Fengzi, I heard about yours matter outside. What are you going to do? Now, the news that you were kicked out of Shao Mountain by your fiancé has already spread. Do you know that?" Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Which asshole is so good at spreading rumors?" Li Shimin's face turned serious. "How can you say that? It doesn't matter if this is the truth or not. What's important is that now the people have seen it. You left your fiancé and confidant on the mountain and went down the mountain to fool around with you, or—" Stop. Zhang Feng can't listen to it anymore. "What do you mean by fooling around?" I haven't even held her hand before. Zhang Feng shouted that he had been wronged, but Li Shimin only chuckled. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Since you did it, you must think about the consequences. As Li Shimin spoke, he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "How about it? Now think clearly. Your marriage can't be delayed any longer." Chapter 909. Reputation was worthless to Zhang Feng. As long as he thought it was right, Zhang Feng would do it. He couldn't be bothered with what others would think of him. But after hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhang Feng was startled. It was fine if he didn't care, but the White Deer Institute couldn't ignore it. Over the past few days, although these people only asked about it, they didn't say anything. But Zhang Feng knew. They had to make a choice for themselves. However, even Zhang Feng himself was a little confused at this moment. Zhang Yuya was a good girl. What about Jingshu? She was also a one-in-a-million woman. But Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Oldly, I think we should wait for a while. I haven't thought about it yet. As for the reason why I went down the mountain, I don't need to tell you. You should already know, so..." Li Shimin smiled helplessly. "So, you still want to drag it out? Let's not talk about dragging it out. Forget it, let's stop here. I'll make arrangements." Zhang Feng stopped him and said, "Lao Li, let's not talk about this. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Now that the rubber issue has been settled, I plan to set up the rubber factory. But you know that White Deer College hasn't opened yet, so I plan to put the rubber factory at Nyopai Huang first. Once the college's factory is built, we'll move there. How about that? Also, there's the steel factory. As long as there's coal, it's not a problem to smelt steel. I'm worried about leaving it at the foot of the mountain. But once it's started, it can't be stopped. Also, the textile factory hasn't started construction yet. Once the carpenters on the mountain finish the things that the college needs." "So, you're saying that you want to be a hands-off boss again?" Li Shimin asked straightforwardly. Zhang Feng chuckled when he heard this. "Lao Li knows me best." However, Zhang Feng sighed again and said, "As you can see, the mid-autumn hunt is imminent. I don't feel at ease leaving this matter to others. I only trust you now, so, you understand." What Zhang Feng said was the truth. After the mid-autumn hunt, it would be the mid-autumn poetry meet. After the poetry meet, it would be time to open the hospital. There wasn't a single day of free time in between. If Zhang Feng put all his experience into this, even though Zhang Feng wasn't worried if something went wrong, it would be fatal for White Deer College. This was also the result of Zhang Feng going down the mountain to calm down, biting off more than one could chew. At this moment, Xiaoshan was facing such a situation. Paper making, smelting, and everything else were being done. However, the important construction of the academy and the teaching of the students were stagnant. A few days ago, the students on the mountain had some problems because they had nothing to do. How could Zhang Feng not know? Li Shimin also knew what Zhang Feng was thinking. After thinking for a while, he shook his head gently and smiled. "You just have to settle the matters at hand first. As for the rubber factory, why did you put it at the Nyodi Huang? Because of the basketball?" Li Shimin couldn't help but think of something and asked. Zhang Feng nodded. Li Shimin didn't know what to say. After all, at this moment, even he couldn't abolish the rules of the mid-autumn hunt. Hence, he could only rely on Zhang Feng's own abilities. As for the basketball, he had seen it on the way to the pub just now. The more he looked, the more Li Shimin felt that it was something that little kids played. He didn't know if it was because Zhang Feng didn't teach it properly or because this group of kids hadn't learned it yet. If during the mid-autumn hunt, Zhang Feng wanted to bring these guys to participate, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a headache. "Fengzi, if you really can't do it, I'll find you a Kuju team at..." However, Zhang Feng interrupted him and said mysteriously, "Don't you believe me?" Li Shimin smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't believe you, but look at that group of guys, what are they doing? How is it possible?" Seeing that Li Shimin kept asking about this, Zhang Feng seemed to have expected a little. This time his topic with Lao Li was too heavy. It was a little stuffy, and it was because of this stuffiness that Zhang Feng noticed that Li Shimin seemed to have something on his mind. After all, bringing a family out, wasn't this to relax? Was there such a way to relax? Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin until Li Shimin felt a little unnatural. Then he said, "Lao Li, you are a person who doesn't hide your thoughts. Did something happen?" It was fine if Zhang Feng didn't say it, but when he said it, Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. He did have something on his mind, and it was very heavy. However, no one had noticed it for such a long time. How did this kid find out? Was there really something different about him? Could he read people's minds? Li Shimin immediately smiled and said, "Before you asked, I really didn't notice any problems, but now that you asked, I do have something to ask you." Zhang Feng thought to himself and said, "What's the relationship between the two of us?" "Say it." Li Shimin heard this and sat silently for a moment. Then he slowly asked, "What do you think of the current imperial court?" Chapter 9-10. Zhang Feng didn't expect Li Shimin to ask this question and almost choked to death. He stared at Li Shimin and said, "Lao Li, can we talk about something else? If this thing is heard by outsiders, you will lose your head. You are a businessman. Even if there are people in the imperial court who covet you, you don't have to talk about the imperial court like this, right? Won't you die faster?" Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng in amusement and said, "Why are you so afraid? But let's not talk about anything else. Just treat it as a topic of conversation. This is our own business, what is there to be afraid of?" Zhang Feng heard this and thought, "That's right." Then he looked out of the window worriedly. Li Shimin was angry and amused. "This is the second floor. Why do you think someone would dare to come up here to eavesdrop? Isn't it because I am afraid of being eavesdropped?" Zhang Feng shrugged and said seriously, "Actually, I do have something to say about the imperial court. But Lao Li, you'd better treat it as a joke. Don't spread it." Li Shimin nodded. "Let me say it first." After saying this, Li Shimin stood up with his hands behind his back and tried to recall, when we came out of the cooperative, in fact, whether it was Guanlong, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, or those people from the aristocratic families, they had restrained themselves a lot. Especially because of the benefits of your bone-strengthening powder, the emperor has not given these people a chance to choose again. Zhang Feng nodded his head and said, "These things, you heard it all from Lord Changsun there, right?" Hearing this, Li Shimin did not answer. Instead, he said to himself, "You guessed right. That's exactly the case. However, haven't you noticed that Guanlong's people have been very low-key recently? They haven't even come out to cause trouble." When Li Shimin said this, Zhang Feng really remembered. Logically speaking, this was definitely not the style of Guanlong's people. At this time, especially when it came to the matter of white paper and the braised meat, according to their temperament, there was bound to be a debate. But at this time they didn't say a word. "This is not normal," Li Shimin said. In an instant, Zhang Feng realized that something was wrong. However, Zhang Feng instantly thought of a possibility. Wasn't this the kind of business war that was mentioned in the movies of the later generations? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. After the 8 waters of Chang, the emperor and the retired emperor reshuffled the court. At this time, not only the people of Guanlong but also the aristocratic families as well as the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, basically didn't show up, until the matter of the immortal ointment. Could it be that they were planning something big? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Lao Li, if you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten about this." Seeing this, Li Shimin said, "Now you also realize that something is wrong, right?" Zhang Feng nodded, his expression grave. "Lao Li, if you are a person of Guanlong, if you see an enemy such as me, are you suspecting that I am a person of Guanlong?" Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked jokingly. Zhang Feng repeatedly waved his hand. "This is just an example. I'm making an example, understand?" Although Li Shimin didn't understand that barbecue was an example, he still nodded and let Zhang Feng continue. "If your enemy's business at this time, that is, I am developing all of this after seeing all of this after seeing it, would you be jealous? Yes, the things you have done during this period of time, if it were anyone else such as Niu Weili and you, they would be jealous." Seeing that Li Shimin wanted to drag you into it again, Zhang Feng quickly said, "Isn't that right? The problem now is that after the immortal ointment incident, these people basically didn't do much. This is not normal. This is simply not Guanlong's style, don't you think?" Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression became grave. Although Shao Mountain was basically under the control of the Imperial Guards in Yuqigong's barracks, if these people wanted to cause trouble, they didn't have to put all of their attention on the mountain. But now it seemed that these people didn't do anything at all. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel even more irritated. "Fengzi, don't play riddles with me. Just tell me what you know." Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't hear him. He played with the bamboo beer container with one hand, turning it over and over again. After a while, Zhang Feng slammed the table and said, "Lao Li, I got it." Li Shimin was shocked by Zhang Feng's sudden action. He hurriedly asked, "What did you think of?" "The mid-autumn hunt." Zhang Feng said simply and directly, "You see, generally speaking, according to the usual pattern, this newly opened academy will participate in the mid-autumn hunt? And the news will only be sent to me 10 days before the mid-autumn hunt." Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of this matter. After all, he really didn't think about this aspect. He asked, "You mean this mid-autumn hunt is a test from those people in the imperial court? They want to destroy your academy?" No wonder Li Shimin always felt that something was wrong. Since Fang Xianling came up with the reward and punishment list, he basically didn't have as many things to do as before. But this wasn't a good thing. Instead, it made Li Shimin feel that something big was about to happen. Now that he thought about it, really, something big was about to happen. Even if these people know that I'm in charge of these two places, they still want to do it. What is this? This is premeditated. Guanlong 8 clans, I want to see what you can do this time. Chapter 9:11. Zhang Feng was afraid of death, so most of the time, White Deer College was the crown prince's property. Even the retired emperor became the honorary vice dean. What was this? This was a warning to the world that if they wanted to cause trouble, they had to know who was behind the college. Chang and University was relatively weak. However, Li Shimin was in charge of the construction of the college and everything that followed. Anyone with a bit of status in the imperial court should know about this. Moreover, the crown prince's junior tutor, Li Gang, had announced his resignation in court. Then Li Gang had joined Chang and University. Last time, Qing Chumo and the others had captured people all over the city and thrown them into Chang and University. Then, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet had personally met with the emperor. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Many people knew about this. However, why did this new college receive an invitation to this year's mid-autumn hunt? Why did the invitation only reach the college 10 days before the mid-autumn hunt? The strangest thing was, why couldn't the people of Chang and University find a Kuju broker even if they wanted to? Previously, Li Shimin had thought that it was because of the rush of events, but now, Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but emit a murderous intent that was hard to conceal. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Don't get angry. Those people are waiting for us to get angry. Besides, this matter isn't something you can solve. I'm a viscount now, so naturally they won't dare to do anything. However, if you panic at this time, you'll probably become a breakthrough point for Guanlong. Trouble will naturally find you. Therefore, before the mid-autumn hunt, you'd better focus on your business. As for the rest, I have my own plans." If Li Shimin was really a businessman, then he really couldn't do anything. However, was he really a businessman? "Fengzi, you don't know, but these days Lord Zhang's son has often talked to me about this matter. The emperor also feels that this matter is too strange. Now, the emperor wants to deal with the people of Guanlong, but he found that these people are abnormally obedient, so the emperor feels that something is wrong." Zhang Feng said, "That's why you're here today, right?" Li Shimin nodded. On the contrary, Zhang Feng laughed, "Look at the current imperial court, it's basically an iron bucket. If they are stubborn, they can go and try it. I really hope that they will try it with our emperor." Li Shimin speechlessly picked up the bamboo tube and bumped it against Zhang Feng's. "You brat, you really wish for the world to be in chaos. If His Majesty really had a direct confrontation with Guanlong right now, what are his chances of winning? Now, the emperor is already badly battered because of the Turkic matter and the matter of India. If the people of Guanlong jump out at this time, then the emperor may really start a massacre. At that time, won't the Tang dynasty really be in chaos? You have a good plan, boy. It's fine if you don't think of a good way for the emperor, but you also— Okay. Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin and rolled his eyes. "So, I'm just a freeloader here?" Li Shimin smiled and said nothing. Zhang Feng slammed the beer can on the table. "Do you really think that Lao Tzu didn't think of this? Actually, I thought of this when I received the immortal ointment last time." Zhang Feng leaned closer to Li Shimin and continued, "There is a mole in the court, otherwise how could he bring this thing up to Shao Mountain? How could he let your people pass? Businessmen who can go up Shao Mountain usually have the obituary of the Ministry of Works or the official documents of the Chang and local government. Without these two things, how could your people, Laoli, let him go up the mountain? In other words, among your people, there are also people related to Guanlong." Hearing this, Li Shimin's face changed greatly. This was the thing he didn't want to see the most, but now Zhang Feng said it. What did it mean? Could it be— Li Shimin couldn't help but think carefully— those who can go up the mountain. Now, I have entrusted the matter of Shao Mountain to Lord Zhang's son. Lord Zhang's son, naturally. Could it be that something happened to Lord Jiangsuan's people? Li Shimin couldn't sit still at the thought of this. It was really possible that it was the Ministry of Personnel. After all, the Ministry of Personnel used to have the silver of these aristocratic families. Although Li Shimin took some of it, there must be some left. Thinking of this, Li Shimin realized that the forces in the court still needed to be sorted out. "I have discussed this matter with Lord Jiangsun before, But these people don't show up now and don't make trouble. Even the emperor can't do anything about it. Tell me, what should we do about this? This time Zhang Feng was really stumped by the question. After thinking for a while he said, "This matter is really a bit difficult to deal with, but let me ask you, is the Ministry of Personnel involved in this mid-autumn hunt?" Li Shimin nodded. Yes, it was jointly set by the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Rights. After the emperor approves it, it will take effect. Do you mean to wait until after the mid-autumn hunt? Chapter 9:12. Li Shimin knew that Guanlong's people wouldn't let this matter rest. But who would have thought that their goal was the mid-autumn hunt? And it was something that Li Shimin cared about the most. What were they trying to do? The Imperial College was basically monopolized by the aristocratic clans and became a stepping stone for them to promote their own disciples. Chang and University and White Deer Academy, not to mention the teaching philosophy of these two academies, they were different. Although they knew that the academy was the property of the emperor, they also knew that it was a place where the emperor prepared to nurture his own people. How could they tolerate such a thing happening? Wrong. Li Shimin originally thought that Zhang Feng's novel teaching philosophy would be able to fool these people. After 3 years, he would become famous in the imperial examinations and directly replace the Imperial College's position. That was why Li Shimin promoted White Deer College to the same position as the Imperial College. But now it seemed that these people wanted to completely destroy Li Shimin's foundation. Even though Zhang Feng kept emphasizing that they should wait for the mid-autumn hunt, Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. If it weren't for his lowered eyelids, Zhang Feng, who was sitting beside him, would have noticed it. Li Shimin looked at the indifferent Zhang Feng and couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Did you prepare something?" "Of course I haven't." Zhang Feng smiled. Li Shimin was stunned when he heard that and said, "Then you?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry." "Why are you in a hurry?" "Even if the sky collapses, the emperor will naturally hold it up. Don't panic. As for what you said, I naturally remember. I have a plan here. Do you want to hear it?" "Say it." Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly. "The so-called plan is actually to deal with the current situation in India. Think about it. If the emperor could really deal with the Guanlong aristocrats, why would he delay it until now? And why would the Guanlong people choose to attack our academy at this time? Because not only did our academy gain paper white pork belly and the top blacksmiths of the western region in this short month, but they also knew about the bone-strengthening powder and the accumulated reputation on the mountain. That's why they chose this time to act." Li Shimin was shocked. "Do you mean that this incident between the Turks and India was planned by Guanlong?" "No. They don't have the guts." Zhang Feng shook his head and dipped his finger in the teacup. Then Zhang Feng roughly drew a few circles on the table and said, "The Guanlong aristocrats have been living in the north for a long time. Naturally, they have a lot of interactions with various forces in the north. Therefore, although they can't control a war at this time, their strength is in business. If they make a little move in business and spread the news about the emergence of the Tang dynasty, or cut off the trade routes of those people, don't you think the Turks will be angry? As for Guanlong's people, they only need to say a few words. If they have the time, they can change a dynasty." Li Shimin was shocked. "What you mean is that those good merchants are the foundation of a country?" "No, the merchants are transporting goods. Their purpose is to circulate the goods. Oldly, you should know about this. Among the things they are transporting, there are goods. However, I think you, Oldly, will know what else." "Information?" Li Shimin asked subconsciously. But the next moment, Li Shimin couldn't help but gasp. No wonder. No wonder he felt that something was wrong during this time. There were no changes in Chiotsi City for the time being. The army in Tubo was like a hot knife through butter. In Junla, the army of the Tang dynasty obviously didn't go there. But why were the 300,000 troops of India still probing the periphery and there were no signs of an invasion? At this time, the numerous matters made Li Shimin suddenly see the light. Just like what Zhang Feng said, the merchants were not only transporting and circulating goods, but also spreading some things that the enemy wanted to know. Could it be that the Guanlong people wanted to use the foreign forces to suppress the main forces of the Tang dynasty? Then what? Could it be that this mid-autumn hunt was the time to completely fall out with the Guanlong people? Li Shimin wanted to get rid of the Guanlong people in one fell swoop, but now that it was the critical moment, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Fengzi, are you saying that during this mid-autumn hunt, will the Guanlong people take drastic measures, just like Emperor Yang of Sui?" Li Shimin felt a little thirsty, but he still asked what he wanted to ask the most. Zhang Feng heard this and nodded. They won't. Don't worry, they really don't have the guts. But I have a gift for them during the mid-autumn hunt. Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but feel happy. He quickly asked, "What gift?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and was a little speechless. "Why do you always like to eat carrots and worry about other things? You are a small merchant, just do your own thing. It's best if you don't ask about these things." Chapter 9:13. Li Shimin's eyes flashed and said with a smile, "Aren't we concerned about the national affairs? It's boring to drink here, so we might as well talk about it. After all, it's good for us too, isn't it? You said that our industry is getting bigger and bigger. We should know a little about these things. It's only good for us, isn't it? What if one day it changes?" "Sure." Zhang Feng hurriedly covered Li Shimin's mouth and looked around. "Are you King crazy? You dare to say this kind of thing? Do you really not want to live anymore? Talking about the state affairs will really cost you your head. Why can't you King think of this little thing?" Zhang Feng was really scared by you. He seriously doubted whether Li Shimin had bumped into something. Otherwise, how could he say such a thing? Zhang Feng was completely awake from his drunkenness. He said in a deep voice, "It's not as complicated as you think. If my guess is right, that person has already thought of a countermeasure for this matter. And you can just keep your worries in your stomach, can't you? Do you really think that person doesn't do anything? In fact, that person has already calculated these things that you think of." Li Shimin's eyes flashed and asked, "What did that person calculate? Fengzi, can you tell me?" If he could think of it, he wouldn't have felt so bored during this period of time. If Zhang Fengyi hadn't mentioned this Guanlong noble clan today, Li Shimin would have really forgotten about this existence that made him incomparably fearful. During this period of hiding, when he heard Zhang Feng's words at this time, Li Shimin instantly broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have a plan? Zhang Feng still didn't want to say, but after Li Shimin drank a few bamboo tubes of beer, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and squatted on the bench and said, "Let me tell you, I see that you're my brother. Otherwise, I won't bother to tell you. You won't understand even if I tell you, do you understand?" Li Shimin's mouth twitched, but he still nodded with a smile. Yes, you're right. Come and smoke, let's light a cigarette." Li Shimin hurriedly lit a cigarette for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then said, "If you want to say that this matter is difficult, it is indeed a bit difficult. But who let our emperor be an emperor for all eternity? If he can't even think of this, then he doesn't deserve to be an emperor. Why don't you say it?" Li Shimin's face stiffened and urged. This time Zhang Feng said slowly, "His Majesty has already laid a big net." Li Shimin's eyes widened. Zhang Feng glanced and quickly stopped Li Shimin and said, "Don't ask. I'll tell you, the people of Guanlong are like thorns in the emperor's eyes. If the Tang dynasty wants to rise, it is necessary to eradicate these nobles. What is centralization of power? What is the emperor? This is the emperor. Don't you want to know what His Majesty is planning?" Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. "Come here, I'll tell you." Li Shimin saw this and immediately surrounded him. Zhang Feng then said, "In fact, you and I both know this thing. I said before that it is to attack Wei to rescue Zhao, but this is also my understanding. As for His Majesty's words, I think His Majesty is waiting." Attack Wei to rescue Zhao? Li Shimin had heard Zhang Feng say this before, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Now that he heard Zhang Feng say it, he quickly asked, "Since His Majesty has already made a plan, why is he waiting? What is he waiting for?" Li Shimin had a stomach full of question marks, but this guy seemed to be asking for a beating. Li Shimin was so anxious that he wanted to strangle him. Zhang Feng took a sip of tea and said under Li Shimin's anxious gaze, "His Majesty is also waiting for the mid-autumn hunt." Don't ask why. Because Guanlong and the others are hiding like tortoises. Even if His Majesty wants to deal with them, wouldn't he have to wait until they show their heads first? But these guys are shrinking their necks and pretending to be cowards. The White Deer College incident obviously went through His Majesty's hands, but His Majesty didn't stop it. Do you know what this means? This means that His Majesty has already started making arrangements. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and put the cup in his hand on the table. Then he said, "Guanlong and the others will only give themselves away during the mid-autumn hunt. Think about it. Based on His Majesty's personality, would he let them off easily? What if His Majesty doesn't?" Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and stood up with the beer in his hand. He paced back and forth in the room. The cigarette between his fingers flickered. Only then did Zhang Feng say, "Once His Majesty is soft-hearted this time, it will inevitably alarm the Li family of Longnan, the Wang family of Taiyuan, and the other people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Once they are alarmed, they will unite with the Shandong aristocrats and the remaining forces of Guanlong. At this point, Zhang Feng's voice abruptly stopped. Then he quietly looked at Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin's forehead was already full of cold sweat. He had already guessed the outcome. Zhang Feng said faintly, "So, do you understand now?"